abs that would make girls cry milk tears, feet that no Jordan would fit, a frame mogger who would make clavicular cry, and a height that would get bro drafted to the NBA at 11. But he's confused. He used to be a skinny mage who was the elf e-girl's favorite. Who the hell is he? Fast forward and soldiers are desperately fighting the horde. But this is completely one-sided and they're crushed. Even the chosen hero jumps in to save the day but gets rocked. But then boom, the boss is on the floor in one punch. They all think the same thing. Bro must be the strongest fighter they've ever seen. But no, they are wrong. Because he's a fucking mage. Those gigantic biceps aren't for punching or for the hottest elf babes to climb on. Even though they still do in this life. Those arms exist to cast the most powerful spells in the world. The strongest body has the strongest magic, but how and why even being so powerful is what he wants to do actually impossible. See, this man right here used to be the Demon King. 10 circles of magic, the only mage in history to ever reach that level. But now he's stuck in a body that could bench press 2 plus-size queens, and we need to understand how he's able to do the impossible. So we're in the throne room of the Antares Empire, and the hero Alex von Helene is there with his squad, declaring that the Demon King's reign of terror ends today. You've got the sword guy, the fist guy, the saint, and the mage, classic RPG lineup. They're all bragging about having killed all the Demon King's cursed friends and screaming that today is his end. But here's the thing, that orc king was a peaceful G. The troll leader just lived off hunting and gathering. The dark elf they killed wasn't even a dark elf, she was a tanned elf, and if she needs it, I can become the sun that bathes her body. Holy poem. Our boy is losing his mind, they got his shoddy and his team, so he will become the demon they desperately want him to be. But these heroes genuinely believe they are saving the world by killing all races. Anyone that didn't live as a human slave was automatically a creature of darkness, so therefore the fight begins. And bro, Alex von Helene, poor dude couldn't even survive the first spell, got launched across the room and hit the floor like a ragdoll. Pure Yamcha. One skill from our boy, and it's a 1 versus 1 against the infamous Fist King, a geezer who trained his body his whole life. He was all strength, all endurance, and the one person in that room who could actually trade blows. And our boy Lepenhart was running out of time. His empire was crumbling around him. His people were dead, the 4 kings gone. So he pulled out an ancient artifact called the Eye of Space-Time. Not even he, the only 10-circle mage, had figured out how to use it. But he had nothing left to lose. He told Tezron the Fist King to try and stop him. Of course, Tezron threw the punch of a lifetime right at the relic, and everything went white. That's when bro looked in the mirror for a second, confused, but suddenly found out that he, the strongest mage, had just been reborn in the Fist King's body. Does he have his magic? Where is he right now? Before he could come to a single conclusion, a 16-foot guy entered his cabin, telling him to go train because the day had just started. Bro hesitated for a second, but had his whole head grabbed like a basketball and got carried out. And that's when he found out that the guy is Gerald Crom, the Fist King of the past generation. So the training begun, more like torture to be honest. So that's how bro has the girl milk generating abs though. While suffering, he could only ask himself where his old dark elf babe was, while Gerald noticed that this boy was too soft today. But in the unbreakable gym, reality hits hard to build the strongest body possible. End of the first training, and now he's relaxing in a bathtub filled with potions. He almost died, but now he's being regenerated extremely fast. So that's how the Fist King of his past created such a sturdy body. He's sure he's in the past, but wait, if he's here now, where is his younger self? Option 1, 2 versions of him exist right now at the same time. Option 2, the King of Fists, Tezron now inhabits his old body, which would be extremely dangerous. Lepin dreams since past life is to end the slavery of all races. Is it possible to do that in this new body of his? Cause if Tezron is actually in his body, that has an absurd magic affinity, things will be extremely difficult. He needs this answer urgently, but time passed with Lepin trying to flee every day but always getting captured by Gerald. Bro's just everywhere and is way stronger than him. He needs this answer urgently, so all he can do is push hard every day in training, so he can graduate from the unbreakable gym. One day he finally awakened his Fist King aura. Later he used the Calamity Horn level 3 and left a hole in a mountain. In the meantime, he's been using some magic that as usual is incredible, or not, like the body that needs to train its muscles. He also needs to train his mana affinity. Poor guy scratches his head. For all the knowledge he has, his body just doesn't cooperate. He's starting to wonder if becoming a mage in this state is even possible. His brain barely works well enough to do the calculations. But right then, he senses something nearby. And whatever it is, he knows it's not human. A green paw steps into view and an orc carrying a sword appears. Tezron locks eyes with him and the orc just says to pretend he never saw anything. Otherwise he'll die. Lepenhart figures that, judging by his size, this orc is about 3 or 4 years old. Really young. Looks like he ran away from some battle or something. At least the fact that he's talking and telling Tezron to stay out of it shows that orcs aren't naturally aggressive. They'd rather avoid conflict. Tezron asks if the young orc is being hunted. The green kid looks confused and wants to know how Tezron speaks his language. Tezron says he's met a few orcs before. The creature lowers his head and says the fates have blessed this encounter. Yes, he's being pursued. Tezron tells him he can help, but only if the orc is willing to trust him. The orc says anyone who speaks his language so fluently is like a brother. Plus, he can tell Tezron has a genuine soul. Tezron can't help but notice. This orc speaks in an oddly refined, almost royal tone. Probably has some noble blood in him. So Tezron agrees to help. He starts chanting, opens a kind of portal inside the cave, and says that magic will keep him safe. The orc, surprised, asks if he's really a mage. Tezron says, of course, obviously. But with that jack body of his, the orc replies that there's nothing obvious about it. It makes no sense at all. Still, he's grateful. As soon as the orc enters the portal, Tesrin hears someone approaching. A group of bounty hunters shows up, grumbling about how much effort they're putting in just for a few silver coins. One of them asks Tesrin if he's seen an orc come through. Another guy says he'll give him a gold coin if he tells the truth. His buddy asks if he's actually going to pay up, and the guy laughs, saying, "No way," just fooling that musclehead from the mountain. Tesrin simply says he hasn't seen anything, but then one of them spots the tracks. He says it's clearly orc footprints, and that the creature must have gone this way. Tesrin realizes he forgot to cover that part, but calmly tells them that nobody's allowed to enter his home. One of the soldiers glares at him and asks if he's lost his mind, and if he's actually asking to die. Tesrin just stands there, arms crossed, staring them down. The others start whispering that he's looking pretty ripped, they should be careful. Then a purple magic circle forms beneath his feet, and he remembers what his master told him. His fists were the deadliest weapons in the world. And that's exactly why using a weapon was an act of mercy, because wielding one actually made him weaker. So he grabs a big old club and tells the guys not to worry, at least they won't die from getting beaten with this. The hunters panic and all charge at once. Tesrin clenches his jaw, and in the next instant, they're all turned into chibi ragdolls. There's still one soldier trying to keep fighting, but Tesrin, yeah, for him, this is already getting boring. He ends up getting distracted in the middle of his thoughts, and one of the hunters lands a clean hit right to his ribs, only for his sword to go all floppy. Tesrin turns around and slams the guy with a hammer blow, wondering if this body of his even makes sense. There's no way he's human, right? And with that, the poor fools get absolutely flattened. At least Tesserin's calm about it. They're not going to die from this weapon after all. One of the trembling soldiers asks him to identify himself, his voice shaking like a leaf. Tesrin just smacks him across the face and says he's got way too much energy to be wasting on questions. Not long after, the whole group is retreating, apologizing as they leave. Tesserin's standing there holding the weapon, thinking he's getting way too used to this academy life. Right at that moment, the orc appears again, saying he's incredibly grateful, that Tesrin had saved him and he would never forget that until the day he died. Lepenhart tells him a warrior shouldn't bow his head so easily, but the orc replies that Tesrin is now his mentor, and that when the time came, he could count on his sword. Tesrin knows that in orc culture, a mentor is someone they deeply respect, almost like a sacred figure. The orc then asks his name. Strangely, Tesrin starts to say Tesrin, but stops. He says his name is Lepenhart Wald Antares. So I guess I've been calling him Tesrin for no reason, huh? The guy's sticking with Lepenhart after all. And the orc says he'll remember that name. Our boy then asks what options he really has. The humans are taking over the world, so where is he even supposed to go? The orc answers that the continent is vast. There has to be a place where he can live in peace, not as a slave. Lepenhart mentions a land far to the southeast, a place known as the Mountains of Rakid, about a 2-week journey away, in a region called the Land of Challenges. He heard of a tribe of orcs hiding out there, known as the Blue Bear Tribe. Apparently, that was all the orc needed to hear. He thanks him and immediately dashes off. Lepenhart then realizes he forgot to ask his name. The orc stops and says, "I am the son of Crota, bearer of the last axe. My name is Tacid." Tacid, the same Tacid who, if you remember, fought beside him and was one of the 4 great knights who died. Which is weird, right? That guy ended up becoming the leader of the Blue Bear Tribe. So how did that happen if he met Tesrin in the other life? With a personality like his, that bastard would never have helped an orc. So clearly fate went in some very strange direction. Still, it was a bizarre connection. He thinks back on the Empire, on Tacid, the orcs, the elf girl, and the dwarf as he sits smiling on the throne. He hopes that someday he'll get the chance to meet all of them again. 6 months go by after that strange encounter with Tacid. Gerard prepares for a leap and tells him to brace himself. A burst of energy explodes, and man, you'd think the kid would be braver after all this time, but nope. He's standing there, scared out of his mind. He activates the spiral guard just in time, and Gerard congratulates him, saying he's finally mastered it. Felt like it was just yesterday that he was still calling himself Lepenhart and trying to run away from this place. Our boy replies that was 6 years ago, so why is he bringing it up now? To which Gerard says they've been training together for 10 years, but it's only now that he's finally showing progress. The only question left, why is he still so short? Lepenhart protests, saying he's 1.90 meters. He's not short, but Gerard fires back that every descendant of this academy is at least 2 meters tall. He must be skipping those breathing exercises he was assigned. That reminds Lepenhart that, yeah, the Tesrin from his old life was actually around 2.3 meters tall. So for some reason, he ended up shorter, which clearly is why he doesn't want to use that particular technique. I mean, come on, the guy's already way too big as it is. The scene shifts back to the waterfall. Gerard tells him to go ahead and show the final result. Tesrin focuses his energy, takes a leap into the air, and activates the Horn of Calamity. He slams down the 4-layered impact, and the water explodes upward, trembles, and suddenly it's like an entire ocean begins to fracture. Rocks crack and fly in every direction. Gerard smiles, saying that finally, Tesrin wouldn't have to get beat up anymore just to leave this mountain. Tesrin himself is stunned. Gerard tells him that the time had come. It was finally time for him to leave that place and take on the world. He had truly worked hard. And now the boy, Lepenhart, could live however he chose. Whether he wanted to do good or evil didn't matter. What mattered was that he lived on his own terms. That was the reward for all the years of brutal training he endured. Our guy's getting kind of emotional, and then Gerard shares something. 60 years ago, the third king of fists gave him some advice. Actually, 3 pieces of advice. The first, make a lot of money, but never through dishonest means. Lepenhart asks how that even makes sense, being a villain but not stealing. Gerard replies that if you're going to be a villain, at least be a classy one. A person who still holds on to dignity. That just leaves the poor guy even more confused. What's this nonsense about dignified villains? Gerard ignores the reaction and moves on. Second tip, always stand by those who've been wronged. If you're going to live a good life, then live one that earns respect. Lepenhart asks, what if the one who did wrong isn't weaker? And Gerard says, the weaker one isn't always the victim. And besides, you're way too strong. Almost everyone's gonna be weaker than you. So judging by that doesn't make any sense. But the third and most important rule, don't let the legacy of the indomitable die. Someday you have to find a student and pass it all down. Looking at Gerard from the side, Lepenhart still does seem a bit short. He tells the master they'll remember all of it. Gerard tosses a backpack his way and says that finding someone talented is extremely rare. So don't spend your whole life looking. Just make sure that when you do find someone, you don't let them slip away. The pack has a bit of money and some travel clothes, but our boy looks a little disappointed. He only got 30 silver coins. From what he knows, his master was one of the richest people in the whole kingdom. But Gerard just shrugs and says it's tradition to pay students poorly. When he left, he only got 25. To cheer him up a little, though, he mentions a special gift hidden on a certain mountain. Location marked on the map. He should stop by if he's nearby. Fully dressed, pack on his back, Lepenhart asks himself if he really can just leave like this. He's gotten so used to the mountain life, he's not even sure what living free feels like anymore. But then, from the middle of the mountain, a surge of aura rises, and he hears Gerard's voice. Don't let this farewell weigh down your departure. Honor the legacy of mastering one of the most powerful techniques in the world. And just like that, the poor guy takes off, sprinting down the mountain, ready to face the world. Scene change, a small house in a city. An old man tells his boss that this is way too risky, but the elder says if no one else is going to speak up, he will. A knight asks what the old man wants, and the elder calmly says they need to be paid for the food and for the stay. The knight tosses him a gold coin, saying these damn fools don't know a thing about honor. That should be more than enough. The old man glances at it, and the knight's certain the guy's never even seen one of those before, until the elder replies that it's far from enough. The knight glares at him and asks if he thinks he's stupid, like he doesn't know market prices, and then he punches the old man in the face, saying he's got guts to try and scam a knight like that. But the elder only thinks to himself, these bastards are nothing but common bandits. They've taken the house, the food, and now they want to offer a single coin in return. Suddenly, someone asks old man Edward what's wrong. He turns and says to Stefan, it's nothing. But the bastard just chimes in, saying this place is full of miserable people. That's why you can't show mercy to commoners. They don't know their place, and they don't know when to stop. Next chapter, we cut to the chill life Lepenhart used to live. All skinny and bony, what hey? What really matters is that he had a smiling blonde elf girl by his side, right? She once told him he was graceful, like a finely crafted blade. Now staring into the mirror, he wonders what kind of cursed golem he's turned into. At least he's a lot taller now. That part's great. At this point, Cyrus must be about 70 years old. In human years, that's around 17, but elves live way longer. And this is the city of Krone, in the southern region of Vasily. She's supposed to be sold off next year, and right now, she's probably at the slave house in the region of Chaitin. He starts wondering if the first thing he should do is go over there, destroy the auction, and just snatch her back. But if he does that, he'd be interfering with his own path, messing with the future far too much. It'd be much smarter to just earn the money instead of drawing attention. The problem is, an elven slave costs a fortune, and right now he's got less than 30 silver coins, most of it already spent on lodging. But none of that matters, really. He's got the body, he's mastered the techniques, and he has the memories of the future. On top of that, he knows of a certain ruin located nearby. Cut to Stefan again, asking Todd if he's found the relics yet. Todd tells him to give it a minute. Todd's a mage specialized in exploration and tracking, someone they hired. From the window, Stefan asks if he's sure about the location. Todd says, trust me, it's the same place the legendary swordsman Claude von Leota once explored. Back to Lepenhart now. It's been 3 days since he left the city of Krone. This body of his is incredible. He can walk straight for hours without hunger, without cold. His stamina is endless. On top of that, he has a skill from his past life called artificial phantasmagoria. It allows him to remember anything with perfect detail, like it happened just yesterday. And in that past life, he once met a mage named Todd, who mentioned the ruins of House Altian. Using that memory, he and Cyrus went there and found a whole stash of treasure Todd's team had overlooked. Selling everything, they managed to gather over 2,000 gold coins. So yeah, that's the place to go. From atop the mountain, he sees the village of cattle. Looks exactly the same as always. Down in the village, an old man is asking what they should do. The Valley of Death is a place no one should ever go near. Another elder replies that those noble bastards begged them for a guide. If they refused, there'd be consequences. A man on the right says their boss got injured looking for this place. The other guy loses his temper, shouting that nobles are disgusting. In the middle of all that, a man pulls out a bow and says he'll go. He's the best climber in the village. No one else could do it. His wife and daughter burst into tears while he's thinking, "Someone please save me. I really don't want to do this." The other men, though, are patting him on the back, saying he's got the heart of a winner. Of course he's going to make it. And then, boom, Lepenhart's face appears at the window, and he says he'll go. The guy yells, thanking him, but then spins around with a bow drawn, asking who he is. Our boy answers calmly, "I'm just a traveler. Happened to overhear your conversation by accident." He steps into the room and they ask if he's familiar with the area. He nods, very well. The guys say it's impossible. If he really knew the place, there's no way he'd agree to go to the Valley of Death. But our boy just tells them he's already been there before, so he's not worried. Meanwhile, he's thinking to himself that these bastards are lucky. He just saved one of their lives. The Valley of Death, that's what people around here call it. But the truth is, it's a dungeon, a remnant from the Silver Era long since forgotten. 50 years ago, a knight awakened his aura at the age of 45, which was considered young back then. The problem? With all the fame he gained, he forgot his limits. He entered the Valley of Death, alone, and died. And with him, the legendary blade known as the demonic sword of Altian was lost deep within those ruins. Since then, the tale has been passed down like a myth. And now, out of nowhere, our guy is walking with that group, Stefan's crew. The elf girl's all fired up, saying he looks so elegant when riding a horse. He replies that Welsh's words bring him real joy. Lepenhart's just watching from the side, realizing these bastards are having the time of their lives. Also in the group is a redhead named Silent. He notices she's beautiful and young, but he starts wondering if she can really cast high-level healing spells. Actually, forget all that. Our boy admits he can't believe he's even still a man. It's weird. He's just looking for a chance to talk to Todd, who in his past life was obviously a big fan, back when Lepenhart was a prodigy mage. But now he's picking up on some weird tension between Scylla and Todd. He wonders, is Todd into the cute one? Then shakes his head. No way. Todd was never that kind of guy. Suddenly, Todd comes up to him and says he made a great decision agreeing to be their guide. Everyone else in the village was too afraid to volunteer. Lepenhart replies that it's only natural they'd be scared. But then Edward jumps in saying fear doesn't make sense. Not when they're traveling with the bravest knights in the entire kingdom. Our boy is already fighting the urge to crush this arrogant idiot's skull. Clearly, the guy thinks he's way stronger than he actually is. Then suddenly, a strange noise echoes through the woods. The trees begin to tremble. Something rises. And then harpies hiding above swoop down from the skies. The creatures immediately dive toward the group, who start shouting for everyone to get into position. It's an ambush. One of them claws downward, while Relcha says these beasts have the nerve to attack a blessed man like Stefan. At the same time, Todd summons a blazing fire chain, lighting up the air, and the monsters go up in flames mid-flight. Meanwhile, sweet Scylla, the femboy of the hour, is tossing out heals and buffs for the whole team. And Lepenhart, he's just standing off to the side, watching. He admits they're actually not that bad. Their swordplay is better than he expected. Of course, that's from a mage's perspective. As fighters, they're still pretty lousy. No wonder Gerard was always so proud of the techniques he taught. But, as always, there's a catch. One of the harpies breaks formation and charges toward the orcs who are hauling the supplies, only to catch a fist to the face so strong it vaporizes her in the air. Just like he expected, nobody's worried about defending those guys. According to Todd's account, this is where the last guy died. But this group's leader is Stefan, a member of the Altian family. Some of the soldiers, though, man, they're not doing so well. They're getting torn apart by the harpies. Lepenhart notices that Stefan isn't actually a bad person, but he clearly doesn't fight while protecting those beside him. And maybe that's what truly makes someone a bad person. Just then, Scylla, the lovable femboy of the party, tells everyone to take cover in the trees. It's too dangerous out here. Our boy thinks at least someone in this group is decent. The harpies unleash another wave of attacks. Lepenhart doesn't even bother dodging. He just stands there, lets them hit, until one strike lands right in his eye. The poor guy wonders if he's even got any tears left after all that training. Not long after, Stefan calls out, asking for a damage report if the mages and priests are all safe. One of the soldiers answers yes, and that's when our boy realizes they don't give a damn about him or the rest of the group. Right then, Stefan raises his arm and proudly declares that they've proven their strength and can now rest after such a glorious victory. Lepenhart takes the chance to walk over and talk to Todd, thanking him for the fire magic. It really saved everyone. He says he'd heard Todd was a mage from the Delphia Magic Tower, and he actually has a friend who studies there too. Todd asks who his friend is. Our boy replies his name is Lepenhart. Do you know him? Todd says, yeah, I know Lepenhart. I just didn't expect someone like you to be his friend. Such a big, tough guy. That kid was sweet, kind-hearted. And just like that, Lepenhart immediately clocks that this guy is seriously weird. Todd asks why he's bringing all this up, and our boy asks if he knows whether the kid started training. How's his body doing? Todd responds, oh, he's just like always. Sharp little nose, gemstone eyes, and skin soft as silk. And in that exact moment, Lepenhart knows. Is creeping thinking anything wholesome. He's even drooling for crying out loud. Thankfully, Scylla walks up and asks if he's hurt. He says he's fine and tells her to check on the orcs instead. She goes to heal them, but the orcs say she doesn't need to worry. They're fine. She shouldn't waste her mana on people like them. One of the soldiers scoffs and asks why she's wasting magic on monsters. they'd recover on their own eventually. Lepenhart notes how the orcs are being treated like dogs, or honestly, worse than dogs. He knows plenty of dogs that are treated with more kindness. Just then, Stefan calls him, "Hey, guide, let's move." Our boy's fuming inside, but forces a dumb smile and leads the way. A few hours pass. The soldiers from the army are looking wrecked. Apparently, they ran into a pack of wolves, over 20 ogres, and a whole horde of monsters. They're wondering why this mountain is so full of threats. But of course, it's because Lepenhart is leading them in a straight line, cutting directly through danger instead of avoiding it. He may look like a soldier, but he's a mage, and a mage is all about efficiency. There's no way he's going to put himself in more danger just to make things faster for this bunch. Stefan's completely wiped out and mutters that now he understands why Sir Claude died here. But just then, his expression changes. They finally found a dungeon. He asks if this is the place. Todd nods. Absolutely. The ancient ruins of Fulton. The group pushes forward and stops in front of a massive door. Todd opens it, checks the entrance, and says it looks safe. They can move forward. Stefan rallies the group, telling everyone to get ready. The time has come, they're going in. Lepenhart says he'll wait outside, but Stefan waves him off, saying his job's done. He can leave. Our boy protests. Come on, this forest is crawling with monsters. I'll die out here. Stefan shrugs. Well, you found the place. We'll send someone to help you back later. Which only pisses Lepenhart off even more. So what? If they hadn't found the place, they'd have just abandoned him. Then Stefan turns to his team and gives a motivational speech saying a great knight rests behind those doors, and today, they would honor his legacy. Everyone charges ahead, smiling like heroes, while Lepenhart just tells them good luck. The door shuts behind them, and that's when his plan begins. This ruin is full of monsters and wandering spirits, but in the past, it used to be a military base. It might have looked ordinary, but the Silver Era's technology was incredibly advanced. That's exactly why this place is so valuable. Walking through the halls, Lepenhart murmurs that it's been a long time since he last came here. In his previous life, he and Ceres had walked these same paths. The girl, looking all stunning, says she hears a fairy through the walls. If there's a voice calling out from beyond, it means there's a hidden gate, and yep, she's the one who found the treasure room. Suddenly, a mosaic lights up on screen. What the hell did they get up to inside that dungeon's treasure vault? Man, Lepenhart's old life really was better. He's looking at the carvings on the wall, saying it's a code written in Libra script with reverse sequences of water and earth symbols. He's trying hard to decode it, but man, this brain of his now, it's definitely not what it used to be. Still, after a while, the mechanism clicks open. He tosses his code on the floor, saying he's not about to ruin something that cost 10 silver coins, no way. Now shirtless, ripped out of his mind, he announces it's time to test what this body is really capable of. But just then, he hears screaming. He knows the shouts are coming from the other side, but come on, the treasure is right there. Why go back? Then he remembers, when he came here with Ceres, she used her magic to locate the items and they got out safely. But this group he brought, they're heading through another area and probably triggered some trap or something. It's gotta be chaos. One soldier's already down, stabbed right through the neck. Sir Thomas, Stefan screams, but the man's already gone. Then in the back of the cavern, he sees it. What is that? A scythe glints from the dark and a demon steps out from the stone wall. And it's not alone. There are 3 of them. Stefan immediately realizes there's no way they're winning this. No human can handle something like that. Meanwhile, Selene is casting healing spells over the wounded soldiers. They're all thanking him, saying they're alive because of him. Almost called him her. Let's be honest. Sterling mutters that it was that trap that really wrecked them, and thanks Todd for saving them all. But Todd says he only protected them from the fall. The real danger is what lies ahead. Up the stairs, the soldiers are being launched like dolls. The demons are closing in fast. Everyone's panicking, screaming, and running. Sillin holds his ground, casting buffs and radiant blessings across the whole room. He summons a cursed-looking scepter, flooding everyone with courage and energy. The group fills up with light and resolve from Sillin's power, while Todd in the background is wondering, where the hell is this guy getting that much holy energy? Still, off they go. Everyone rushes in, fully hyped, even Todd. And strangely, he's pulling weird faces and tossing swords like he's doing stage tricks. Relchia, meanwhile, charges at one of the monsters. Or, at least she tries. She gets drop-kicked in the back, slammed in the gut, and launched into a wall. Barely conscious, she says she hopes she was able to help Master Stefan. At least the guy's not a coward. He tells her she did great, and that from now on, she can count on him. Say what you will, he's kind of a bastard, but at least he can fight. He delivers a clean strike and finishes off the demon. Everyone's stunned, saying they really can rely on the great warrior Stefan. He tells them all to focus. This is the exact spot where Sir Claude met his end. But right then, a fiery explosion bursts from above and stones rain down from the ceiling. Things just escalated fast. From the flames, another demonic beast appears. This time, a flaming version. The creature charges in, launching soldiers left and right. People are yelling to fall back, and the entire group starts fleeing. You'd think Stefan would panic, but nope. He growls, "No way in hell I'm going out like this." Gripping his sword, he swears he won't let that monster bring everyone to ruin. He carries the name of House Altian and the title of Resolute. He charges in and fires a powerful blade strike. It looks like it cut through the thing, but in reality, wham, the demon backhands him across the face and he goes spinning through the air. He hits the ground like a sack of trash and blacks out. At least Selen is there, his hands glowing bright with holy magic, shouting for Stefan to wake up. Or actually, nope. Selen straight up blasted the boss demon with holy power, whacked him on the head with a massive staff. The problem? The creature didn't die. It slowly turned and locked eyes with him. And now Selen is straight up shaking in his boots, man. The demon comes charging. Poor Selen squeezes his eyes shut, like, dude, you better try to dodge or something. But suddenly, the demon gets knocked back, flying through the air. Selen opens his eyes, and there he is, the absolute unit, the hero of the hour. He's here to save the waifu of the day. Well, when there's no woman around, you save the femboy, right? Lepenhart's just standing there like a boss, casually wondering if that monster really died from just one punch. In his past life, he'd have had to summon a huge magic circle for something like that. Now it all makes sense why Tezzern decked him in the head during that fight. Looking around behind him, he sees the state of the knights, wrecked every last one of them. But then, from the same place the demons came out, a swarm of undead starts pouring in. Selen and Todd are frozen, eyes wide, whispering, "Who the hell is this guy?" Meanwhile, Lepenhart walks forward, Elfborough cradled in his arms, just casually punching monsters out of the way. Yeah, his fetish has been exposed at this point. Later, Stefan wakes up, looking half-broken, and Edward, "Yeah, not Gerard. Turns out you were right, and they're not the same person," asks if he's okay. Seeing all the monsters lying dead, Stefan asks what the hell happened. Someone must have filled him in because now he's shaken, confused, and staring at the huge dude who wiped everything out. He walks over to Lepenhart and apologizes, saying he didn't recognize such a noble warrior and asks for his name. Our boy almost says Lepenhart, but realizes Todd would recognize it immediately. So instead he says his name is Lepen. Edward's scratching his head. He's never heard of that name. If this guy were a noble or knight of repute, surely he'd know. Stefan asks what noble house he's from. Lepen replies, none. And now Stefan is even more pissed. To him, it made some sense if the guy was a noble who trained his whole life with endless resources. But if he's just a random dude and still this powerful, that's humiliating. So Stefan mutters something like, "All right, I see how it is. You showed up at the end and took care of what was left." At least, he adds bitterly, "A little skill I have was useful for something." Lepenhart just brushes him off, saying that punch clearly messed with his memory. But hey, at least now he's seen just how useless he really is. Of course, Stefan loses it, yelling that he better show some respect to House Altien. Edward's panicking, telling Stefan to calm down. Don't pick a fight with him, man. He tries to smooth things over, saying Lepen probably doesn't know noble etiquette. He's just a commoner after all. Stefan takes a breath, calms himself, and says fine. But then he asks, who trained him? Lepenhart just shrugs. Little here, little there. Yeah, no way is he admitting he trained under Gerard. That guy's famous in the whole region. Stefan rumbles that it's almost impossible for someone to be this strong without proper training or a real master. But Lepenhart shuts it down. How about you stop interrogating me and go check on your injured people? Edward's been silently observing all this. He notices how comfortable this guy is bossing around anyone. He clearly carries himself like someone with status. At the very least, he must be used to commanding people. Maybe it's arrogance, or maybe he's royalty from some other country. While Lepenhart is pointing at the wounded, telling Stefan to do his damn job, Edward just keeps watching. This guy wasn't just confident, he didn't even care about age gaps or rank. He had to come from power. That's when Selen walks up and nearly breaks his neck, twisting around to look at him. Wait, your name is Rui Lepen? How tall are you? Lepenhart replies, 6'3". Selen lights up like a Christmas tree. Back off, Selen, my dude, he likes elf girls. Still sparkly-eyed, Selen asks, how do I get a body like yours? Lepenhart sighs and says, just lifted a lot of heavy stuff. That's it. The little bastard just wouldn't stop glowing, saying that truly no knight ever shares their secrets. Somehow, Lepenhart already knew that this boy had lost his family when he was still a child and had been taken in by one of those orphanage orders or something along those lines. Judging by that cute little face of his, he probably got bullied a lot by the other kids. Maybe that's why he longs for what he doesn't have, a rugged appearance and a strong, powerful body. The issue is, well, it's pretty clear he didn't grow much, didn't develop any muscle, and his voice still sounds pretty feminine. And strangely enough, the more he trained his body, the more his sacred energy seemed to grow. He stands there staring at our boy and murmuring, he's so tall and handsome. And of course, our guy is already trying to disappear into the shadows. Poor Lepenhart awkwardly says they'll talk later, but the guy just doesn't leave him alone. Then he says he's going to check the way out, and obviously Stefan jumps on that, saying he'll go too. He asks if it's okay, and Lepenhart shrugs, saying he can do what he wants. While they're walking, Stefan is silently fuming. He can't accept that someone like him was the one who had to save him. That guy was an arrogant bastard, and the moment they ran into more demons, he was planning to humiliate him, make him fall to his knees and beg. Well, that was the plan right up until he got smacked in the neck and passed out. Lepenhart looks at him and says calmly, take a nap, will you? At the same time, a few creatures sneak up from behind, jaws open to bite. Lepenhart casually punches them aside as he strolls through the corridor, heads over to a door, and starts searching a shelf, wondering where the gold coins and valuables are. One especially useful item he finds is a magic sack. Anything placed inside it becomes 10 times lighter than normal. Lepenhart also knows that somewhere nearby is the sapphire backflow dagger of magical power, along with a bunch of other great stuff. A little later, Stefan starts waking up, groaning and asking what just happened. Our boy walks up and says, "Some bastards knocked you out, man. But don't worry, if that happens again, I'll handle it." Stefan, still wobbling, mutters a weak thanks. Lepenhart replies, "Count on me. I'm probably gonna knock you out again anyway." Yeah. Next second, the guy's flat on the floor again with 3 lumps on his head. He gets up, rubbing his scalp, wondering what's going on. He's sure his guard is always up, so how does he keep getting knocked out so suddenly? A bit later, the group is on the move again, and Sillin looks at Lepenhart and asks, "Are you part of the royal family?" Our boy says no, he's just a regular person. But Sillin looks puzzled. I mean, this guy's extremely powerful, knowledgeable, and the way he speaks, it's like he sees himself above everyone else. That's not normal for someone from a humble background. Lepenhart realizes, yeah, for someone who's supposed to be 22, maybe he has been acting a bit too high and mighty with everyone. Might be a good idea to tone it down a little. Later on, they reach a large door, and man, I thought they were heading for the exit after all that chaos, but no. They go and open the room of what seems to be the boss known as Grelbias. Lepenhart stands there, confused, wondering what the hell this thing is doing here. He doesn't remember seeing anything like it in his past life. Stefan's already bracing himself, clearly afraid of getting another surprise hit to the head. He tells everyone to focus. The creature lets out a terrifying roar, and Lepenhart immediately says they should retreat. With the strength this team has, they have no chance of winning. But one of the soldiers behind Stefan points at the demon's hand and tells him to look at the sword. It's the legendary blade of Altian, the one that's supposed to belong to Stefan's family. Edward, though, says, "Forget it, man. There's no way we can beat that demon. It's way too dangerous. Better to fall back, gather a new party, and come back with reinforcements if they want any chance at all." But Stefan, man, the guy was practically eager to be rescued again, said, "No way. You'd rather die right there than retreat." He raised his sword, ordered everyone else to do the same, and shouted that they were going to charge. Lepenhart, standing off the side, just thought to himself, this guy is a real idiot. It looked like those dimensional distortions, or the so-called dungeons from the Silver Age, were able to maintain themselves independently. Somehow, that creature had been absorbed by the dungeon system due to some kind of broken mechanism. In other words, it was a being that fed off the dungeon itself, a type known as a guardian. And the issue is, once a creature gets fused with a dungeon, it becomes much stronger than it was before. On top of that, this must have been the thing that killed that guy in the past, meaning it's definitely the most powerful entity in there. Still, Stefan's hyping up the group, saying the monster's chained down, that they can take it down easily. At that point, Lepenhart turns to Edward and asks, "Dude, you guys are actually gonna fight that thing? You don't stand a chance. Everyone's going to die." But the bastard just turns back and says he appreciates the warning, but he's just a vagabond who doesn't understand what honor means. There are things in this world worth risking your life for. And then he charges in with his sword held high. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there, wondering, why is he even helping these knights? You should just let them all die. Our dear boy Sillin is off to the side, praying for the goddess's blessing. All the soldiers, buffed up, go charging in, until one of them gets slammed in the chest and launched across the room. Lepenhart just shakes his head. Yeah, he knew this was going to happen. Another one goes flying, while the creature spins its blade and sends everyone scattering. Now our guy's already figured out what kind of man Stefan is. No matter how much you try to talk sense into him, he's going to keep pushing forward. Edward, on the other hand, seemed like someone who might be a little more reasonable. Maybe after taking a few hits, he'd get the message. He was jumping around, slashing here and dodging there, but to Lepenhart, it was like watching a bee trying to sting a human. At most, it might leave a scratch. Sillin was still at it, chanting his holy fire spells, spitting flames around the skeletal demon. The guy even struck a JoJo pose and shouted something like, "Burn in sacred flame." He launched 3 attacks in a row. At the same time, the elf girl went in slashing from above, and even Stefan pulled off a solid move. Lepenhart had to admit she was skilled. She was better than Edward and probably only second to Stefan. Watching Todd hurl spells around, he started wondering if maybe they were underestimating the guy. Maybe they could pull this off. Todd cast a tornado. The chains holding the beast started to break. But then, it started speaking in some bizarre, incomprehensible language. And yeah, of course, that was the signal for Phase 2. Everyone got blown back. Lepenhart's expression changed right away. The first soldier was instantly Isaac'd, and several others were slashed down or tossed aside. But man, give Stefan credit. The guy had guts. He went in again trying to flank the monster, and took a hit straight to the gut that sent him flying hard. Edward shouted his name, but Stefan just stood back up, bloody and barely standing, and said, "I'm fine. Trust me." They charged again. Now Elsia, she came in with a whirlwind of kicks and slashes, aiming straight down on the monster. But of course, she took a hit from the side and got scorched by a blast of fire along with everyone else. From a distance, Sillin watched the flames barreling toward them. But chill, Chad saved the waifu just in time, pulled her out of the way. He even apologized, saying he only didn't react faster because he got distracted. But the real problem now, he was left standing alone in a one-on-one against that beast. That's when he started activating his aura, saying he was curious. He wanted to know what this body, the one that trained for over 10 years, was really capable of. If he were still just a mage, he'd never take a risk like this, not with his life on the line. But now, man, now he was a fighter. He only felt truly alive when facing an enemy where victory wasn't guaranteed. So he charged forward, saying that if his master were here to see this, he'd be proud. He fired off a focused explosion right off the bat, but the creature retaliated fast and Lepenhart had to dodge. Still took a small slice to the shoulder. Metal weapons might have done nothing, but magic, that still worked on him. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind the beast, but the monster pulled a reverse kick out of nowhere and launched him straight into the wall. Sillin screamed in panic, but Lepen just strolled out of the smoke like nothing happened, cracking his neck with a pop. Our dear femboy was completely terrified man. The toughness of this guy's body was unreal. Lepenhart thought, if I hadn't held back just now, I probably could have found an opening to counter. This fight had turned into a pure test of reflexes, just like it used to be with Gerard. He had no clue what that monster's roar meant, but he welcomed it. Bring it on. The two clashed in a brutal back and forth while Stefan just stood there in shock, wondering what that aura even was. How could a man with no title or bloodline manifest an aura, something he, a noble, hadn't even achieved yet? Watching the exchange, he could barely process what he was seeing. Who the hell is this man, and where did he come from? Meanwhile, our boy was trading fists with the creature like it was a boxing match. He dodged another attack and said, "These moves are starting to get too predictable, way too simple now." He landed another clean hit on the creature's arm, and it looked like it might have ripped the thing off completely. But the problem with Dungeon Guardians is that they don't die, no matter how badly you beat them up. That's because the dungeon itself keeps feeding them energy and healing them. The beast prepped another explosion, but Lepenhart dodged again. He grabbed its arm, landed a kick to the face, followed by a flurry of punches. While they were trading blows like that, all the soldiers were just standing there, watching in disbelief. Lepenhart realized he was probably drawing a little more attention than he wanted. He figured it'd be better to just use the Horn of Calamity and end it already, but the risk of collapsing the entire dungeon and killing everyone was still too high. From the back, Todd shouted, "Lepen, use a sword, man. We'll buff it with holy energy and you can finish this thing." But our boy just yelled back, "I don't know how to channel aura into a sword, you moron. All I know is how to punch with it. That's it." Then Sillin called out and asked if his body was tough enough to take a hit. Lepenhart said, "Yeah, it's one of the sturdiest around." So Sillin replied, "All right then, you're getting Philinence's blessing." Whether our boy liked it or not, he clenched his jaw, grabbed the boss by the arms, and slammed it into the ceiling man. What that little bastard did was use a spell that normally hardens metal, but cast it on Lepenhart's body. Despite having that soft, adorable face, the guy had a very unique strategy. Now Lepenhart, all stiff but reinforced, pushed forward again, launched a kick to the boss's chin, followed by a knee strike and another punch. It was hard to believe the creature was still alive. The monster floated up in midair, then came the pink laser, and finally, the bastard died. Praise the gods. Our boy just stood there, all cool and collected, while Sillin was practically glowing with hearts in his eyes, throwing up rock and roll signs like a fan at a concert. The symbol above them started to fade. The dungeon was done. All busted up, Stefan walked over and asked, "Are you really Lepen?" He wanted to know why Lepenhart had been hiding all that strength, and if he really thought the rest of them were idiots. He admitted he was powerful, but said he wouldn't be forgiven for trampling on the honor of the knights. "You must have laughed at all of them while they struggled," he claimed. But Lepenhart calmly asked, "When did I ever laugh at anyone?" Truth is, he wouldn't bother laughing, because he didn't care about any of them, not even a little bit. He turned to walk away, saying nothing, but Stefan was dying to be humbled again. He lunged to attack, swinging his sword, but our boy just bent down to pick up a sword from the ground, and the idiot ended up slicing the air and tumbling across the floor like a fool. All twisted up and red in the face, Stefan asked if he dodged on purpose, but Lepenhart just picked up the sword and told him to take the damn thing already. Wasn't that what he came here for in the first place? Edward, trying to lighten the mood, said he should admire the boy for defeating the boss and still showing no greed, a true champion. But in reality, Lepenhart already knew that sword wasn't anything special compared to the ones from the old days. And besides, he didn't even use swords. So whatever, he just walked off with everyone else while Stefan was practically bursting with rage. Then the scene shifted to the village of Karol, where Sillin was healing a baby. Our boy was about to leave when he noticed Sillin giving away every single gold coin he earned from the mission to the poor in town. Meanwhile, on the road back home, Stefan turned to Edward and said he wanted to know who the hell that guy Lepen really was. Edward answered calmly that he figured he'd ask something like that. The kid definitely caught a lot of attention, and yet Stefan muttered to himself, saying it just couldn't be possible for that guy to be better than him. Oh my dude, has reality still not slapped you in the face yet? Cut to our main guy climbing through the mountains, thinking it's finally time to find Cyrus, a bronze elf girl he just can't get out of his head. The only issue is some bastards following him. Stillin walks up and says, "Have you ever heard of the goddess of blessings who guides the faithful? I was thinking of returning to the order, but I've decided to walk the pilgrim's path instead. And if possible, I want to travel with the strongest man I've ever met." Lepenhart's thinking, "Yeah, I've seen that weird sparkle in someone's eyes before, rosy cheeks and all. This is starting to feel a little too familiar. In every lifetime, there's always someone like this trailing after him. At least the guy was a priest, right? And you really couldn't ask for a better healer than that nearby. Not to mention, Cyrus could be hurt or sick, so bringing him along wasn't a bad idea. So if you just told the guy, 'Do whatever you want, you can come. Of course, Scyllane's already right up next to him like, what's the best workout to get shredded abs? Should I focus on my upper core or lower abs? Our boy just shrugged and said, punch rocks, heat rocks. It's all about rocks. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the Empire, in a luxurious mansion, someone asked if they trained that thing. A guide knelt down, apologizing to the young master Verret, saying they'd done everything they could. But Verret shouted, an elf should be loyal to her master. She's supposed to give everything, her body and her heart. No wonder she was so cheap, even though she's an elf. And yep, we can already guess, that's Cyrus. She calmly explained that she was born with that skin tone. But Verret just snapped and told them to bring him something decent, even if it cost a fortune. That insolent thing had to be removed from his house. Man, in Elvenheim, that was already the third time Cyrus had been returned after being bought. And guess who's pulling up to the rescue? Yep, the main man himself. Now the kingdom of Chetan was a major trading region up in the northern part of the continent. Their prosperity came from being surrounded by several different nations, the trade routes flowing like rivers, always busy, always thriving. At that moment, they were heading to the capital of Jeplin. The streets were packed and Scyllane commented, no wonder, this is the central trading point of the capital. Lepenhart said, this whole place was founded by merchants, man. So from the very beginning, everything's revolved around money. But Scyllane was already trailing behind like, can you walk slower? Stop showing off those long legs. That's when they spotted it, your classic scene. A rich guy beating on a poor one. The pig of the moment was named Tarek, and he was yelling, who gave a beggar like you the right to insult all these merchants? You'll learn your place real quick. And yeah, after the beating, he threw 30 gold coins on the ground, one for each hit. I mean, I've seen worse nobles. The ones I know, they beat people and don't give any coins. At least this guy paid for the pain. After 10 years of training, our boy earned 30 silver coins. Meanwhile, the guy got beat up for 10 seconds, walked away with 30 gold coins, and is still about to get healed by Scyllane. I'd say that was worth it. And that bastard, look at him. Just because I mentioned it, he's over there smiling, the cheeky punk. Scyllane's annoying that the scumbag is happy, and Lepenhart points out, look, kid, in this place, everything revolves around money. Our little femboy, however, says that he's traveled all over the world and never imagined there'd be a place like this. Now he wants to know what exactly our protagonist came here for. Our guy answers that he came to buy something. Scyllane asks, buy what? And with a jaw as sharp as a mountain edge, he says he came to buy an elf. Strangely, Scyllane immediately covers himself like, dude, what were you thinking? That he was going to jump you in the middle of the night? Muttering that Lepenhart really is no different from other men. Lepenhart replies, I know what you're thinking, kid, but it's not what you're thinking. But before he can explain anything, the boy is already storming off. On the way, though, he mutters that damn Scyllane talks like he's not even a man. The scene then goes to this guy Tarek, right, bro, at his house saying, those wretches keep complaining that I have money and take advantage of them. If having money is so great, why did they earn it? The elf looks and says, you're right, master, it makes sense. They're all cozying up to the chubby guy when suddenly he looks to the side, sees Verret, and says they haven't seen each other in a while. As far as he heard, Verret had bought a killer elf recently, right? So what happened? Verret is all trembling, asking himself, why did I have to run into this bastard here of all places? He then says, I returned that damn thing a few weeks ago because she wasn't the most obedient. Right then, the fat guy bursts out laughing, asking if he really couldn't tame an elf that was already a slave. No wonder the big shot merchants were starving with an incompetent like him around. Man, what a roast. Verret tries to explain, right, that apparently she had already been returned countless times and that's why she was cheap. And the chubby guy is thinking, if I can manage to buy that little slave and tame her, that bastard will see who's the best. The scene then shifts to another part of the city, where Lepenhart is looking down and asking what he thinks he's doing. Scyllane is there on the ground, row, putting in effort, saying he's exercising while our boy is just thinking that the poor guy really was skinny man. He then tells him not to push himself so hard, right? He'd end up with sore muscles for the rest of the day. To which Scyllane replies that it's all good, it won't affect his trip. Suddenly, when our boy looks again, he's already healed, all cute, saying that he can shake off healing spells, just like that. Why does the artist spend more time drawing Scyllane than the elves? And our boy gets it now, why the bastard can't gain any muscle. The principle of healing magic was pretty similar to time reversal and muscles needed right to develop after being destroyed. But if you use holy power on them, it's like you go back to when, you hadn't trained yet. The boy was the dumbest guy he ever met. What's the idea of doing all that painful training only to cancel it out like that? Now it's clear why the fool has been wasting time for 5 years. Then he asks, right, if that long hair doesn't get in the way when he's training. To which Scyllane says it grows back really fast even when he cuts it. By then our boy is already leaving, saying they're going now to buy a slave, especially since he sold the artifacts. Obviously at the slave market there are all kinds, and without a doubt the most coveted and expensive ones were the elves. Their appearance lined up with human tastes, which made them, much more interesting than the others. A killer elf could cost over 800 gold coins, a regular woman 400, a little girl 100, and a little boy 30, an orc gladiator 10 coins, an orc slave 5 coins, and an orc baby 4 to 5 coins. Meanwhile, male elves, nobody wanted them even for free, bro. Seems like as soon as you bought them, they'd take their own lives. The guys have pride, man. No way they're gonna live as slaves. Besides that, there's the fact that elves live 4 times longer than humans. So if you buy one, you basically got them for life. Not that I'm interested, but really, in terms of cost-benefit, yeah, it makes sense. Leppenhart, though, says you gotta be smart too. There's the story of some dumb merchant who bought an elf baby and died bottle feeding it, because the thing never matured. And one thing that's annoying is that this place is called Elvenheim, just like the sacred land of the elves. Scylla is all cute saying that this place takes really good care of the elves, they looked healthy. But Leppenhart says it doesn't matter. In the end, they were still slaves and definitely not smiling about it. Strangely, Scylla says that they must be happier there, since they can live alongside humans, not worrying about food, war, and a peaceful life. Leppen knows, right bro? That's how all humans think things are. Besides, no matter how strong you are, it was hard to change people's perception, since they only respect fear. In this life, he wants to build a new empire, but it has to be different from the past life. It's not going to be a dark empire or ruled by a demon king, but a nation for all races. Oh my boy, wasn't that exactly what you did, you damn bastard? At that moment, a guy comes out from behind the curtains and apologizes for the delay. The most beautiful killer elves had arrived. The sly ones all come in seductively, asking what he wants and saying they'll do whatever he wants. While Scylla covers his eyes all shy, our boy is, just hunting for Cirrus. At the same time, he's disappointed because it seems that those in front of them are descendants of spirit fairies, and it's sad to see them lower to that level. Then he asks if by any chance he doesn't have a dark-skinned killer elf. The guy comments, "Damn, you got a peculiar preference. It'll be hard to find one like that. But come with me, we got one for even crazier tastes." Walking down the corridors, our boy sees some elves doing weird stuff, right man? When you've got 500 years to live, you can hang out by the fountain dancing. The guy is talking about everything the elves do, how well they work, the fruits they harvest, the food they make. But Leppenhart just tells him to shut up and lead already. The poor guy gets startled, coughs a little, and apologizes. Then he approaches a door and asks to see number 148. Man, at the same time, the elves are also training combat there all day long, bro. My god, the elves could just take over that whole place already, right? They're doing everything anyway. Then the guy says that the elf he's looking for is there. Ah, our boy gets all teary-eyed, man. Look at her there, fighting for her life with a piece of papyrus in hand. My girl, that's not a very good sword. And here comes a flashback, turning to the past. Leppenhart teaching her things, explaining that she can't mix this with that, showing a potion. Boom, the whole place explodes, right? Clearly, he wasn't the brightest either. She says he has to make up his mind. He said the same thing yesterday and the result was the same. While he's all shy and twisted up, she strokes him and asks how a man so old can be so adorable. Then he asks when she's going to stop calling him Lord, right? She could just call him Leppen. But she answers that no, she'd never do something like that. And we're not going to find out why, bro. We see our boy in front of the castle, the whole place being attacked. Behind him are the 4 warriors, man. One of them says farewell to his majesty, and Leppenhart asks why they all have such dead faces. He wasn't a dead man yet, even though the entire continent had united and gathered all their forces to attack them. In front of them was all the military power they had, and they wonder what the world will be like after this war. Most likely, the entire nation would be ruined with this single attack. One of them says this just proves how intolerable their existence had become. What he wants to know is if Leppen really can't handle them. Our boy says they all have a chance to escape, since he's staying in Garek. He just wanted to apologize to Alport. As an entity, he did everything for them, but in the end, he failed. The dwarf says it wasn't just any support. This was the result of a prophecy, which said that the one who keeps an elf by his side is followed by the orc guide and crosses the abyss of Tamian would emerge as the pillar of Hokril. They were meant to follow him. This guy was the one who would change fate and bring salvation. Leppen says that he never understood. He had destroyed half of the dwarves' temple, and even so, they were worshipping him like he was a savior. May Alport's blessing be with all of you until the next time we meet. At that, they turn around and Cyrus says she'll be waiting for him. But Leppen responds that you can never know what fate holds. If something were to happen to him, she should find someone else. She cuts in and says that no matter what happens, she'll wait for him. He goes to say something, but she interrupts again and says it doesn't matter. Look at that. They kissed in the middle of a war, how romantic. But now in the present, right, bro, the girl's all skinny. And the vendor apologizes, saying he's even ashamed to show off someone like that. It was a defective product that had already been returned 3 times because she was impossible to tame. She was skilled. The problem is that her personality took away all the value. So you never get some use out of her, they're leaving her there in the middle of training to kind of help everyone else improve. And he wants to know if the boy is still interested in buying that. Leppen says yes, and the vendor gets excited, thinking that in this world, you never know what kind of fetish each nutcase has. And so he says it would cost 300 gold coins. Scylla comments that it's pretty cheap, huh? To which the guy says yeah, because it's not a very good product. Full of defects. He's desperate to get rid of her. The negotiation was quick, and Cyrus, already says he must be her new master. All skinny, the girl, where's all her health gone? Our boy just looks and thinks that really, her life hasn't been easy. He takes off his coat, and the guy asks if he needs a priest. Our boy says no, right, and says Scylla will take care of it. He puts the coat on her, asks if she has a name, and she says no. He offers the name Cyrus, and she says that's fine. From her answer, he questions, you didn't like the name, did you? And she just says that it's fine. She was now called Cyrus and would keep that in mind. Our boy tightens the coat and says, if that's the case, then from now on you're Cyrus Valentia. Cyrus says, "A slave doesn't need a last name, right? Is that yours, by any chance?" He just answers that no, that was the last name she should have, and that's that. He introduces himself as Lepenhart, right, and introduces Scylla too, who's a priest. All sweet, she says she understood. Sometime later, the vendors are all nervous, wanting to know if he really wants number 148. It was a problem because she'd already been sold. Obviously, it's that chubby Tarek, right, angry, wanting to know if that Dan Verrett figured out his plan and came to buy her. The vendor says no, it was some young guy he'd never even seen around here. He paid in cash, so he, didn't even ask for info or anything. Tarek says it's rare to have someone unknown in the city with enough money to buy a slave like that out of nowhere. To which the vendor says, that it was a defective product, so it was a bit cheaper. The guy wants to know what the bastard looked like, and the vendor says, he's real easy to spot. Super tall, broad shoulders, jacked. No way to miss him. And at that moment, he's already seeing Cyrus all dressed up, right, you rascal. He already gave her an outfit. Says it's not perfect, right, but tells her to wear that for now, and later they'll get something better. On the streets, he asks if she's hungry, and she tells him to do whatever he wants. He tells her, don't try to think of me like I'm your owner, which only makes her ask if he's planning to return her. Awkwardly, he says that's not what he's talking about. While Cyrus is trying to figure out what this guy's deal is, he gave her his coat, bought clothes, and now is treating her like she were a human woman. Our boy says, "I'm going to treat you like a travel companion," which makes Cyrus think she finally figured out what his fetish is. A pervert obsessed with adventure stories, right? She's thinking he's kind of planning to take her into a cave and do something crazy. And apparently, he wants her to pretend she's a knight by his side or something like that. So she says that's fine, she'll call him Lord Lepenhart. Next scene, she's already all chubby, stuffing herself with lobster. That wretch, I've never eaten lobster in my life. I just want to try it, just to know what it tastes like. Our boy explains that this Ledeni's Grace is the most famous restaurant in Jeplin. They worship the goddess of abundance, so everything there is well served. Scylla comments, right, that if it's the goddess of abundance, everything should be free. To which our boy says that Scylla says that, but his team also makes money off of healing. The femboy tries to defend himself, but our boy just says that he was raking in tons of gold coins even if he gave them away afterward. Then the two notice that Cyrus was devouring the dish. Right away, she calms herself down, to pretend like she's chill, while Lepin wonders if she doesn't like the place. As far as he remembers, they used to come there all the time to celebrate. Their relationship, this time, was different. In the past life, he found her as a savior, but in this one, he was a buyer. Obviously, the way she saw him was different, but it was okay. One day she'd understand his intentions. What they had for now was more than enough. In a weapon shop, the guy says that what he has there can't be found anywhere else, and Lepin tells Cyrus she can choose whatever she wants. Interesting. She picks out a little sword and he asks, right, if it isn't better than a scimitar, which obviously makes her mad. How the hell did that bastard know something like that? While Scylla thinks it must be some kind of talent of our girl, fighter stuff, just by looking at someone, you can already tell what they like. Scylla is all happy because he bought a mithril dagger. Lepin's like, why would a priest need something like that? In the middle of all this talk, though, he notices someone was watching them. Then some guys in black clothes approach and say they'd like to have a little chat. Oh boy, it was going too easy, right, bro? He just asks what they want. Then the guy says, a great buddy of mine wants to have that elf by his side. Lepin simply asks, so what? Then the guy stretches out a card and says he'll be extremely well rewarded, so he should sell her now. With that amount, he could buy another elf of the highest quality. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lepin, of course, just replies that he's not interested. The guy says, friend, you don't know. You're not getting the situation. It's better to be well rewarded than not. But our boy bro stares him down and says he won't repeat it. He's not interested. The guy turns and says, all right then, seems like you're really attached to that elf. They leave and our boy finds it strange. Who do these guys think they are to come threaten him like that? Back at Tarek's house, the guy is going nuts, wanting to know how they came back empty-handed. The military guy tries to explain that the jacked weirdo wasn't accepting any amount of money, no matter how much he offered. The fat guy says just beat her up and steal the elf. Problem solved. A servant says he knows, but they have to wait for the right time to capture her. At that moment, there were too many eyes around. They could kidnap her later and then hand over some extra money to him, saying it was a sort of compensation for her having died. The fat bastard says the plan isn't bad and that he should take some guy named Lantis with him this time. Back at our boy's place, bro, he's still loaded with gold coins. The plan was to spend 2,000, but it seems like he ended up with more left over than expected. At the same time, it wasn't much, because his plan was to rebuild an entire empire. Maybe he should start investing instead of just carrying it around. He remembers that pretty soon a region called Provence is going to be hit by a food shortage. They have vast territory and are blessed by the goddess of agriculture, so they're not prepared for what's about to happen. Countless people are going to die of hunger and cannibalism will become something normal in that region. Investing in grain at this moment is the perfect move. And in the city, there are 3 merchant groups he could negotiate with: Rolfine, Charon, and Taven. Rolfine, apparently, is the one from the guy who stole Cyrus. In between the 2 remaining options, he seems to prefer the Taven group. That's the one whose symbol is in mind with a little thing on the forehead. And that guy scratching his head is the leader of the Tavens, known as Cybolt Taven. He's kind of confused because the Rolfin guys are selling wheat at half the price, and that's kind of crashing everyone else in sales. That's when the boy opens the door and says there's an investor there, right, who's interested in them. The guy wants to refuse, saying he already has too many things to deal with, until the boy mentions the person is interested in investing 1,500 gold coins. Right away, our boy stands there with arms crossed, saying that that's all going into grain. The plan was to sell it to the Provence region next year during harvest season. The guy finds it a bit weird, right, and explains that the Provence region is extremely productive. Selling grain to them was like selling soap to orcs, man. It made no sense at all. Our boy comments that there are lots of orcs and they got him used to using soap, and man, they smell nice. The guy finds it odd. He tells him to just forget that, and then tells Cybolt to just accept it already. If it didn't work, he was the one losing money anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. The leader, though, says that he can't accept an investment like that, right? He had to reconsider, or else it'd be like burning money. Our boy stands up and says fine then. Since they don't want his money, he'll just go somewhere else. But then the guy asks him to wait and tries to explain that the Telvan merchants weren't in such a good spot at that moment. On the other hand, with that money he had, they'd definitely survive. So yeah, he kind of accepts. Lepenhart knows this guy was annoying to negotiate with in the past life and he hadn't changed. But he warns that the money is his and he'll spend it how he wants. They were to bring the paperwork. What if a single coin was used somewhere he didn't authorize? Things would get serious. The guy accepted, and in memory, Lepin says that he would need a favor. He wanted to take advantage of the information network they have to get intel on someone who's over at the Magic Tower. Obviously, right? It must be about the real Lepenhart, or in this case now Tesserin. Outside, Cirrus and Celine are there, and she's practicing with the dagger, while remembering a high elf who said they were the protectors of the forest. All elves should live eternal life under the blessing of the world tree known as Elvenheim. The animals were their friends, and the trees were what provided them with infinite food. Even though they'd ended up in meat because of the humans, the great empire of Eldia would one day rise again. She, as one of the heirs of the great fairies, should never forget. But man, that's what she heard until she saw the whole place in flames. Another elf said she was pretty, so she got a chance of being sold for a good price. She should hurry up and learn about loyalty and obedience to manage to get bought. But obviously, she was only beaten and got the worst food possible. Because of that, the other elves just laughed at her. She was resisting too much just because of her pure bloodline, but that was costing her a lot. Even so, Cyrus could only remember that all the adults she knew always carried a sword. That's why she also loved doing it. Whenever she used the blade, she remembered the proud image of her parents. The problem is that time passed and the memories faded. The only words she could still remember were her mother saying that she should never lose her pride. Celine is there, bro, clapping his hands, saying she's amazing and wanting to know how you do something like that. To which she replies, just train hard. Celine is obviously angry, saying that every damn fighter always thinks the same way. He throws a little punch in the air, saying that's how you do it. When suddenly, they hear a voice saying they finally found them. At the end of the hallway, someone orders the elf to come closer. It's that Dan Wonin from before, saying the time has come for her to go to her true master. Yikes, man, and the whole crew is there. Bravely, Celine puts his hand on his hip and asks who the hell they are. But the guy says for them to just give up already. They were going to take care of everything. Celine insists, and the guy comes in swinging, bro, completely nuts. But Cyrus jumps in for the defense and slashes right across the first one's neck. The guys come at her, she spins around, stabs one, then another. Man, like three, are already dead. The guys there trembling, wondering how a damn slave is acting like that. Why would someone who was just bought already be that strong? And Celine Man starts conjuring buffs right away until something almost hits him. He warns that no one's going to care if they get rid of some random pilgrim. Celine's pissed, but Cyrus tells him to calm down. Then she starts walking forward calmly, bro, and tells Celine not to worry. She'll handle it. The soldiers obviously aren't happy with her boldness. One of them says it's time for a certain Talcata to get to work. Oh man, here comes another slave. Huh, bro? Slave versus slave. And like in every story, the orc talks all rough. Talcata work now. Talcata take elf. Sorry, that is fate. And Cyrus immediately notices the guy was very skilled. The man gives the order and tells Talcata not to leave a single scratch. She moves to block the first strike, but he comes in with a curved blow, man, and hits her square on the shoulder. Even so, she seems to have managed to shift to the side. But she realized he was fast and strong. As she attacks, she regrets leaving the scimitar in the room. The bastard dodged, and she pulled off a beautiful capoeira move. While the leader's shouting, telling him to finish off that elf woman quickly. Talcata's angry now, knowing that if he drags this out, he's going to miss dinner. He charges again. The two face off, he comes down with an overhead slash, but Cyrus moves in. By the look on the orc's face, he seems to have messed up, and she slides under the blade while approaching beneath the attack. She locks eyes with him, and he realizes he screwed up, bro. As soon as the sword went off to the side, she smiled and slashed at his neck. Lucky for him, he had armor. The orc can't believe she ran toward the attack like that. Any normal person would be afraid of dying like that. Then Celine calls out to Cyrus and tells her to block the dagger's man, already starting to cast his buff. But the soldier says he won't let that happen and throws a dagger. Of course, Cyrus jumps in front and blocks it. But because of that, the fanboy's invocation ends, man. Too late for the fools. All got crushed. Or apparently not, because Celine says that this power only works on undead and dark beings. But at least they'll buy some time, so they better run. Cyrus grabs him by the collar, kicks a sword away, jumps, and climbs up the wall, man. The guys back there are obviously shouting orders to go after them, until one dude shows up and says it looks like they're struggling. He can't believe not even Talcata could capture that woman. Man, now the old guy arrives, looks like he's got 70 years of battlefield under his belt, saying he'll have to take care of it. As soon as the man takes the lead in a second, he jumps and vanishes. The soldiers left there shocked, thinking that the difference in power of an aura user really is enormous. And the bastard is there saying that it's been a while since he played hide and seek. In the rush, Sullen says they have to go back to the room and grab their weapons. Cyrus is sure there will be more enemies there, but Sullen says the only way they'll win is with their weapons. There was no way they'd be able to leave the city carrying a dagger, so they rush into the room, grab the weapons, use a spell to hide their steps, but right then the aura guy is walking around nearby. The name of the bastard is Lantis. He's the master of the sword. Because he has aura, he can sense any movement in a 30-meter radius. While he's destroying the door, he can't believe that redhead was a high-level priestess. Some guy shows up and asks if Lord Lantis really lost track of the two, but he just tells him to shut up and orders the men to start hunting throughout the entire city. In the chaos, Cyrus wants to know if it wouldn't be better for them to flee to a more crowded area, to which Silence says that would only make things worse. Soon it would be announced that Slade escaped and the whole area would become hostile. While running though, he's already thinking, now it's clear why pilgrims always die, man. On the other hand, the worst option was going back to that woman. My boy, girl, what did that girl do to you, my boy? He says he's never going back to that place with this skinny body, and that they have to find Lepin fast. So he casts a spell, asking the goddess to guide him to his destined path. The ability starts forming a path through the city, and a narration explains that this spell was actually created to bring couples together. Love might seem like coincidence, but when blessed by the goddess Philinance, it becomes destiny. Even Sullen is kind of confused, right, because it's working, but it's something meant for couples. Then Sullen starts praising and Cyrus praises back, yeah, the two saying they're pretty impressive for their age. Suddenly, they're kind of in an open field and Sullen explains that it was his ability that led them there. The problem is that right at that moment, that bastard Lantis shows up in front of the two. Right away, Cyrus tells him to step back because that definitely wasn't Lepinhart, and Lantis smiles, thanking them for the day's workout, but warns them that they better not think about running. And man, Cyrus charges in like a madwoman, thinking the worst thing would be to turn your back on an enemy like that. The attack looked like it would hit clean, but Lantis dodges in a second and says that for a slave elf, she was pretty talented. He's already behind her while Cyrus wonders, what kind of man was that? Sullen begins to activate his buffs, wondering why a swordsman of this caliber is involved in nonsense like this. He gives a whole speech and stacks like 5 or 6 buffs at once on the dagger. Looking at the dagger, Lantis is confused. To use that many buffs at once, he have to be at least at bishop level. And Sullen is celebrating, saying that even if it doesn't seem like it, he was one of the badasses from the Vasily region. Cyrus goes in swinging with her strikes, but even so, Lantis says it's not going to make much difference. In the moment, her blade breaks and the guy slashes at her. Yeah, bro. Sullen's celebration got cut short. The bastard in front of them was an aura user, and even Lantis got pissed, saying he can't believe he was forced to use aura on an elf like her. Sullen knew that didn't make sense. An aura user shouldn't be in a place like this. With that kind of power, he could be living comfortably anywhere in the world. Sending this guy to capture a slave was like asking a dragon to use its fire breath to cook soup. Overhearing the conversation, Sullen finds out that his name is Lantis, a man who was once a renowned knight of the Empire. Born from a noble lineage, he awakened his aura before the age of 40. But Lantis carried a secret no one spoke about. His cruelty, which began with elf slaves, eventually extended to human women in the capital. Eventually, it reached the nobility, and that's apparently where his fun ended. Sullen says that now he knows where the damn monster had been hiding. He couldn't believe an aura user was getting involved in something so dirty. He really was just as vile as the rumors said. Lantis responds that even though things are tough, he still has to make a living somehow. He fled to this place after being expelled from the kingdom of Tychon. The other soldier standing nearby is just thinking that for a merchant group, being able to afford someone strong like that was the biggest advantage. Lantis lives peacefully and does whatever he wants while they use the money, which they have no shortage of. Suddenly, Lantis points at Cylon and says he's going to seal his holy powers. He knew very well what happened when you let a high priest keep his mouth open. Cylon, bro, I don't even know what happened. Gets completely struck down and the guy is asking Lantis not to hurt the elf. Tarek would be furious, but Lantis just says they can always get priest to heal her, so it wouldn't be a big deal. Suddenly, he looks at Cylon and says he noticed that this priest had a very pleasant appearance. The soldier says it looks like the worst has happened. Atlantis is saying this experience will be quite unique. Man, the big old hand is coming in to grab, until someone slices it. I thought it was our boy arriving, but nope, it's Cylon, bro. Even Seal, he stood back up and said he wasn't gonna let them do whatever they wanted. The guy asks, how is someone with their tendons destroyed getting up? He was the most handsome, alive, fragile zombie he'd ever seen. Looks like they were going to have to cut off all 4 limbs to get him to stop moving. Right then, though, an explosion from behind, right man. The badass has arrived, saying he found the bastards and that they were going to pay for trying to take Cyrus. Man, he's coming in with swagger, bro. Walking straight, tossing off the coat. Lantis as they're trying to figure out who this kid is. Clearly, he didn't just look tall. You could feel a mountain of aura surrounding his body. Then the guy nearby says that that's the guy who bought the elf. And Lantis asks what's with this nonsense of calling him just some random kid. Just by looking at him, his whole body was going on high alert. Lantis knew that if he couldn't see the guy's power, it meant he was an aura user too. But how could someone this young already have awakened aura? At most, he looked 20 or 30 years old. He goes to draw his sword, saying it's been a long time since he's seen someone truly strong. Lepin just replies that it's funny seeing him pretend to be a real knight. He was just a filthy old man and a pervert. Right away, Lantis charges in, bro. And of course, Lepinheart steps in for the brawl. While the guy's swinging his sword, Lepin is punching the blade man. The knight standing nearby can't understand a single thing that's happening. And bro, our boy's 1.90 meters is looking like 5 meters. It's straight up attack on Titan out here. Lantis is all twisted up in pain, but the fight seemed fair. A soldier asks if they should help, but the other warns. Man, if we get involved in that, we'll just die for nothing. While the fight goes on, Selin is casting healing magic on Cyrus, who asks whether Lepinheart really was already a mana user. Lantis is still going at it, realizing that the bastard wasn't just someone who had mana. The bastard, on top of that, knew how to fight. No explanation made sense. Either he awakened aura as a teenager, or he was a 40-year-old man with a baby face. And then, bam, another punch from Lepinheart, who's mad bro, wondering why a dirty old creep like that had such sharp swordsmanship. From now on, he was going to punch anyone who said the path of the sword teaches good manners. Lantis backs off, crashes onto a pillar, and is trying to understand how the guy was blocking sword slashes with punches. Right then, he asks the boy if he was a student of Gerard, the King of the Fist. What the hell? This guy knows everything, man. Damn. Lepin doesn't say anything, and that bastard wants to know why someone as strong as him would care about a mere slave. Lepin, man, asks, what's this talk about a mere slave? The people they treated as slaves have thoughts and emotions too. He lands another punch while Lantis dodges, asking what kind of idiocy he's talking about. Lepin remembers that in his past life, people reacted the same way. The belief that all other races were beneath humans was deeply rooted in the world. They could see other kinds of beings cry, laugh, or suffer, and still think those emotions mattered less than humans. Lantis defends himself by saying humans were the chosen leaders. It was only natural that all the other races would serve them as slaves. Lepin says he only thinks like that because humans are the race currently ruling the world. His view would be different if another race controlled everything and he were the one in chains. When those in power enslaved the orcs, the humans celebrated. When the dwarves were enslaved again, they celebrated. Same thing with the elves. But all that celebration was simply because each time it was the humans doing the celebrating, obviously. Lantis asks if he's lost his mind to actually believe elves were equal to humans. Lepin's punch hits the ground and he warns. Cyrus is not a slave. Once again, that bastard Lantis dodges. While howling, Lepin is thinking that a system like this is doomed to fail. Humans were fools to think this cycle didn't need to be broken, or that their way of thinking didn't need to change. But it was also true that, at this rate, humans would forever live in fear, and eventually, the chains would be broken, and they would become the slaves. And that's why he knows that all of this has to change. And since it wasn't going to happen naturally, he forced it to happen. Finally, a punch lands on that bastard Lantis, who gets smashed into the wall. The man is sent flying and explodes on the other side of the building. And Lepin says, no one better have the nerve to call Cyrus a slave. It was going to change this world for her, bro. And Cyrus is there wondering if he's right in the head. But remembering all the things her mother used to say, she smiles. Lantis is there, crushed under rubble, begging for mercy. But Lepin just asks why he would show mercy to a pervert like him. The guy starts swearing by his lord's name that he'll spend the rest of his life paying for his sins. Our boy says that, judging by the expression, he did look pretty sincere. And Lantis says yes, he can trust him, he'd never do anything evil again. But Lepin says, I hate how you people think. Believing a simple confession erases all the sins you committed. If you truly wanted forgiveness, you should give up on living and not beg to stay in this world. Lantis says not to worry. He was going to die, yes. There was no need for Lepin to dirty his hands by killing someone like him. But our boy simply replies that he already had plenty of blood on his hands, and he wasn't worried about that. Suddenly, he says, all right then, since you said that, I'll believe you. He clenches his fists and says, I believe you're seeking forgiveness, so it's time to pay. Boom, one more punch and that's it, man. He was crushed. Forgiveness was a word that a bastard like him had no right to use. Woo, man, for a second, I thought he was going to let the guy live. I was about to tear my hair out right here, man. Glad he killed him. Thank you. He then turns to the two and asks if they're hurt. Oh my god, I called Scylla a girl again. I can't. Scylla says he finished healing, so everything's fine. While Cyrus, now all healed up, asks if Lord Lepinheart is okay. He's all emotional that she finally, actually spoke to him for real. Then Selin says that the guys were fleeing and Lepin tells him to come closer. If they took one more step forward, the result wouldn't be anything pleasant. At that, the guy turns around wanting to know how he can help. And of course, Lepin wants to know who sent him. The guy hesitates for a second, and Lepin is already drawing his weapon, saying it'd be best for him to speak up before he has to show him what mercy looks like. The guy wants to know, right, why someone talks about mercy while drawing a weapon. Next scene. Everyone's got blisters on top of blisters, and Lepin tells them to speak already. Then they reveal it was Tarek from the Rolfan merchant group. He lived in a mansion down in the southern region of Jeplin. Just follow Triangle Street and you'll find his house. Lepin knows this is the bastard who in his past life abused Cyrus for 10 years. And when he rescued her, this was the first guy he wanted to kill. But when he got there, the bastard was already dead in bed. A soldier asks if he's thinking of visiting Tarek and warns that he better drop it, because as strong as he is, that guy controls the second largest merchant group and attacking him would be like attacking half the empire. But Lepin replies that he knows very well who that man is and what kind of person he is. He starts walking off and says that, as promised, he's not going to kill anyone. But they better hold on tight because it's cold out here. Strangely, the guys are already healed, clinging to this strange turn of events. The scene shifts to Verit's house, where he asks Tarek where the elf is. The chubby guy replies that he doesn't know. Apparently, the crew is taking longer than usual. The friend wants to know what's with the elves, and he says they were rewards from Lord Lantis. The weird part, though, is that there's a commotion outside. And man, that noise is the guys getting launched with a punch to the head. But Lepin knows it's just some random hired soldier and tells Scylla to heal him so they don't die. The kid's so sweet he's even using a spell to erase the memory of the attack so the guy won't be traumatized. Not to mention, at the same time he's erasing the memory so no one knows he passed through there. Lepin says it's good to have him around. If he were alone, he'd have invaded, cut that guy's throat, and no one would have known a thing. Suddenly, the orc appears, saying that Talcata will stop the human intruder. Then our boy, who speaks all languages, tells him that he who carries the blood of warriors should know. The man he's protecting isn't worthy of that protection. So why draw his sword for someone like that? Talcata replies that he is a warrior, and a warrior carries his sword when he has a job. How would he keep his honor if he went against his task? Lepin asks if his task is to live as a slave. That man wasn't his mentor. Talcata says it doesn't matter. A warrior answers the tasks he's given, even if they were forced on him. Our boy smiles. Orcs really never change. While Scylla is impressed that he speaks orc language, Cyrus is surprised too, but says that this time she's the one who'll handle it. He questions it, and she says there's no need to worry. Her weapon this time is different. Talcata says he feels like the weak elf has now become a strong one. Then our boy tells Scylla to keep an eye out, right? If anything were to happen, it'd be good to use a little power. Then he walks right past the orc, who asks if he's going to ignore him. Our boy says his target is ahead, and that he shouldn't dishonor the opponent by turning his back either. That works on the orc, who says that actually makes a lot of sense and lets our boy pass. Near one of the doors, Lepin immediately recognizes the smell. These were the famous drugs the nobles liked. Then he opens the door, and his expression instantly changes. Man, there's blood all over the curtains, and the two weirdos turn around asking who the hell this bastard is. They start shouting for the guards, wanting to know why that guy entered the room. Lepin then says that he's seen all kinds of filth in life, but this was something that even he couldn't believe. The drugs keep spilling out of the jar, and Tarek gets up wanting to know who he is and what he thinks he's doing there. The protagonist, though, just looks down at the floor and sees a bunch of dead elf girls. Right away, his expression is one of someone who is happy. Tarek starts calling for Talcata, asking where the guards are. Seeing that no one's coming, he asks how much money the guy wants. Maybe he wanted a share of the market, or maybe he was from the Tavan merchants. None of that, though, mattered. He just had to say the amount, and Tarek would double it. Lepin then says that clearly, he's been living like this his whole life. He may have missed the chance in the last life, but this time was going to be different. First punch to the stomach, and he's already vomiting everything he ate. The fat guy's wondering what he did to deserve something like this. Lepin grabs him by the hair and says he's the bastard who tormented Cyrus. Man, I think he shoved his hand inside him and ripped him from the inside out. The blood splashed all over the other fool, Verit, who's standing there yelling that he's crazy. He had killed the man with his bare hands. Lepin says that for people like them, who don't see slaves as human, that should even seem unfair. And the idiot is still trembling, saying, "You killed a man, you're a murderer. What are you?" He still has the nerve to say he lived an honest life, and not an ounce of shame for all he's done. At the door, Cyrus and Scylla are just watching. They see the body on the floor, and Cyrus says that was brutal. Lepin then says that the other guy deserves an even worse death. Silence steps in, saying he agrees. Then the little elf girl comments that he seemed pretty calm about it. Our femboy replies that he's been an adventurer for a while, so he's used to it. Then he smiles and says that Cyrus managed to beat Talcata. The poor guy said she was so strong he didn't even have a chance. Lepin uses his perception and realizes that the orc who seemed half dead there could still be saved. At that moment, Verit yells out, saying he remembered the damned girl. She was the slave he had returned. Cyrus, however, wants to know if it was him who killed that girl on the floor. He says that doesn't matter, and she starts drawing her sword, warning that his life wasn't worth that girl's, but that was the minimum to be paid. Verit replies that it made no sense to be killed over a simple slave. But man, he already got cut, apparently. No time for much talking, stabbed again. As she spins the sword, Lepin is just watching. The girl's rage wasn't small. Sometime later, under the moonlight, in the middle of the forest, all the slaves had gathered around a campfire. Talcata says there were 17 elf women and 9 orcs. These were all the slaves who survived in the mansion. Cyrus thanks him. He says there's no need. His sword had been broken, and now her master was his master too. Stillen comments that in terms of gender, yeah, it's a bit unbalanced. And the reason is obvious. There was no such thing as a male elf slave. The pointy-eared folks are all snuggled up, chatting in elven tongue, which no one understands, while Cyrus thinks that maybe she misjudged who Lepin really is. He then shows up, apologizing for taking so long. Stillen wants to know what that is in his hand. He says, it's the document of all the slaves. It wasn't easy to find since it's something important. Stillen asks how he managed to find it, and Lepin replies, easy. You just hit the right person and suddenly the thing shows up. The femboy comments that he really acts like a careless idiot. Poor guy says that in 50 years of life, no one's ever said anything like that to him. And he realizes, yeah, in this life he's being way more reckless. Apparently, the rough personality had taken over. Stillen wants to know what the document is for. Lepin says, you'll find out soon enough. Then he shows it to everyone and says he doesn't want anyone there to keep living as slaves. So starting today, he guarantees freedom for all of them. But this group, right man, who were born and lived their whole lives as slaves, are a bit confused. What does freedom even mean? They don't even understand it. Poor things. They say the new orders from the master are too complicated. Our boy is there, disheartened, right man. They didn't even understand the concept of freedom. Stillen wants to know if he plans to become a slave trader. Lepin says obviously not. He has no intention of selling these people. Stillen asks him not to give up being an adventurer, to not just live a life sitting still. But our boy says that now they carry the Rolfing seals, so they no longer belong to Tarek. That was kind of just a way to ensure these people had a safe place to live. He knew the sad part was that they didn't have a home or place to return to, and that's why they had no desire at all to be free. Just throwing them out into the world would be the worst thing, and that's why he was going to first start changing how they think. The scene then shifts to Sebald's trading post, who's there asking why all of Tarek's slaves are now with him. Our boy says he'll find out soon, but for now what he wants is for Sebald to take them, hide them, and keep them safe. He was going to receive some interesting news tomorrow, and then Sebald would know the truth. But he better hide them well, because otherwise he'd be the main suspect. Sebald is too scared to ask what happened. Then Lepin tosses in 100 coins and says that's to cover the costs for these people. The guy thinks our boy just robbed the mansion. Imagine when he finds out the truth. So he says he has a place outside the city of Jeplin, where his other slaves live and no one would suspect a thing. But Lepin says he only wants that place if it means no one will be mistreated. Sebald says not to worry, but without gold coins it might be too much. That's when Lepin tells him this money is to guarantee their education. Of course the guy finds that strange, right? He says they must have already received plenty of training under Tarek. But what Lepin wants isn't training. He wants them to learn how to read numbers, write, study philosophy, history, all that. The man is confused. He's never heard of slaves receiving that kind of education. Why do something like that? Lepin, though, says it's not so strange if you think about it. The more skilled the slave, the better it is for the master. But Sebald, right man, sees it differently. To him, a slave can't even learn something like that. So Lepin replies, doesn't matter. I'm the one paying, so just make sure they get the education. Whether it's worth it or not, doesn't matter to me. Even though he finds it weird, the guy accepts. The only problem is that few academies would accept an offer like that, which scholars would want to spend their time teaching non-humans. But that's something Lepin had already thought about. He says those scholars also teach regular people, and regular people need money. Those are the ones they'll hire. The guy thinks it's madness. How can someone who hasn't even finished school teach anything? But man, Lepin is having to argue every step of the way, bro. He says he doesn't want advanced knowledge, no, just the basics. Finally, the guy agrees, saying fine. He'll do all that, even though he still thinks he'll come to nothing. The truth is, this idea of educating slaves isn't even new. Someone had already proposed something like it in the past, but the nobles never embraced the idea. Why do you think that is, right man? They wanted to maintain the belief that only humans were superior enough to learn complex knowledge. And now Lepin knows he needs to start using that foolish belief to his advantage. If the slaves learn something like that, it kind of breaks a major argument. At the same time, it's more than obvious that a long time ago, these rules were made like that to prevent the other races from becoming intelligent and starting resistance movements. Obviously, most humans alive today have already forgotten that it started because of that. As soon as these slaves got educated, Sebald would be shocked by the results. Right then, if he's smart, he'll want to start educating his own slaves to increase efficiency. If that works, it might become a sort of virus that spreads across the entire continent. Because merchants, man, they just want to make money. They don't care about anything else. The plan is to change perception, something he wasn't able to do in his past life. Ah, you sly one, you're all brainy and magical. Huh, you rascal. The scene then shifts back to the inn, and the poor guy is now asking if Stillen doesn't have a few coins to lend him. He had given everything he had to Sebald, right? And now he's broke. Cyrus asks if he wants her to sell the clothes they bought for her, and he says no, there's no need for something like that. Then she lets out a little laugh, and he realizes it's the first time he's seen her smile since he took her out of slavery. The next morning, the entire city of Jeplin fell into chaos. That's because Tarek, the leader of the merchants, and Verret, the heir of the Karen merchants, were brutally murdered. The identity of the culprit was unknown, and everyone who survived woke up with scrambled memories and had no idea what happened. 2 weeks later, our favorite femboy is asking for Philinence's blessing over their man already heading into the dungeon. The pillar of light shoots up in the middle of the skeletons there, and right away Cirrus comes in slashing while Lepenhart is tanking there, taking just 1 damage. He realized the little dew he formed was pretty good. That's because Sillin was syncing up really well with Cirrus. It was strange that someone so young like him had so much battlefield experience. How young was he when he entered his first fight? At this pace, he'd end up even stronger than the old rival, right, St. Ellen? What's strange is why this kid didn't become famous in the past life, right? Did he die young? He asks if the boy is hurt, and he answers that this so-called Ruin of Elysian has stronger creatures than over in Fulton. That place there, like he just said, is the Elysian Mountains, and there's something extremely important there for Lepin to recover his magic. In front of the door, he says he finally found it, but Silent warns him, man, that thing was sealed with magic. No way they were opening it easily. What was the plan now? He should have hired a mage. But Lepin says, give me a few seconds and I'll prepare a spell. Right then, Sillin gets confused, man, asking himself, what do you mean? Our boy tells him to calm down, it's just that in the past he was a warlock. Obviously, that messes with the kid's head even more. What's this deal about a guy who fights and uses magic? The bastard was already good at martial arts, awakened aura, and above all, was smart. The world really was a mess. Meanwhile, he's a poor priest who can't gain an ounce of muscle. But Sillin wants to know, right, what's he doing just standing there? Our boy explains he knows how to use magic, but he has to gather enough time, the amount of mana. It takes a little while. So he starts speaking in a strange language and calls upon the names of the elders. By the power of the seal, he asks for the door to open. Man, the thing actually works right. It's like he was a 10-circle mage in his past life. Sillin immediately says he has to drop that warlock title, man. He took 13 minutes to open a door. Lepin, gritting his teeth, says the important thing is that it opened, man. And he went all the way there for an item called the Voice of Elysian. He was the first mage to reach 10 circles because of something like that and would go crazy if he couldn't get it. But man, his expression changes when he sees the room is empty. In the middle of it all, there was just a staff lying there. On the way back, he's all worn out, asking himself how this happened. It made no sense at all. Sillin says it's obvious, right man? Someone explored it before them. After all, right, the ruin doesn't belong to anyone. But Lepin knows. That ruin was only supposed to be discovered 17 years from now, and he was the one who discovered it. Clearly, the future is changing. Sillin, though, showing a little piece of wood, says at least they didn't return empty-handed. That looked like a great artifact. Cyrus calls it by its elvish name, getting wrapped up in energy, man, and damn dude, it's the demonic bow of Naylan, a magical weapon summoned through magic that caused more damage the more the person concentrated. It looked like something ordinary, but it was made from the sacred tree of the elves. One arrow disintegrates the whole tree, holy hell. Why would someone leave that behind? Who stole the thing our boy wanted? Sillin says he'd never imagined that that little piece of wood, right, was such a rare weapon. And Cyrus comments that really, it was something amazing. Then the little femboy wants to know why someone left such an incredible item behind, and right, how did he know it was an artifact? Lepin knows, right, because back then he met Cyrus and she told him, but he answers that he just heard it around. His friend then asks him not to be sad. There were plenty of ruins across the continent. But Lepin knew there was nothing that could replace the Voice of Elysian. It was the only artifact in this world that could restore the magical power he once had. Sometime later, he arrives at the village of Gihalan, and man, the boys were served a feast. The tough cook says she hopes they enjoy it a lot, but not to the point of running them out of food. They're all complimenting it, and she says their cook really is very good. It was just a shame that recently, there had been some arrogant folks around who wouldn't stop complaining about the food they served. Sillin asks who those people were, and she answers that it was some knights from a noble family who passed through there a week ago. They said something about exploring some ruins nearby. Right away, Lepin is already handing over a coin and telling her to tell him more about it. She says Viscount Calburn came with an expedition team. The strange thing was that everyone on the team seemed much stronger than him. In fact, there was a knight clad in gold from head to toe. You could tell he was strong just from how brightly the sword shone and how the armor reflected. But at least he was a really respectful guy. Lepin knows very well who the famous knight with the shiny outfit is, dude. Then the scene shifts to a castle, where someone thanks this captain Eustace for his work. He replies that it was all thanks to Viscount Calburn. But the Viscount says, come on my boy, it's thanks to your reputation and everything the Knights of the Golden Kingdom are doing in this region. It was an honor to witness your skills up close. Eustace says it was nothing much and then announces that, as promised, a third of the artifacts will go to him. And obviously now our protagonist must already be heading in the direction of these guys. Back in the meeting after they said, right, that he'd have to keep a piece of the relics, the old man said that was fine. For him, it was a privilege to fight alongside a knight, so he didn't mind. The bastard's saying that because he already has enough money, and having a connection with a guy like that was more important. Look at this artist. Dude, he made a split painting to represent how separated they are. Big brain. Eustace wants to know what Kelburn's going to do with the adamantium or chalcum they found. He replies that he's already sent some guys to craft some weapons and armor. Eustace says that from the looks of it, he must have countless talented dwarves, right man? Suddenly, he laughs and calls his daughters. I didn't get what was so funny, but he's going to do the obvious, right? tells his daughters to introduce themselves to Eustace, says he knows Eustace is married, but he wants to build a good relationship. I'm not understanding, but my guy, Eustace is Sigma in relationships. He says that in this life he has no intention at all of getting involved with any another woman. Whoa, that made Kelburn even lean a bit sideways, right? Did he offend the bastard? He asks something about the guy's younger brother, but right then, Eustace shatters the glass, his hand bleeding, and says he doesn't have any younger brother. Everybody starts shaking bro. He just apologizes. Suddenly, the door bursts open and a guy says that a demon appeared from one of the artifacts. I thought it was like a metaphor, but there's a half-horse man with sights on his elbows, sending soldiers flying everywhere. Eustace takes a look and sees that it was probably a summoning artifact that got mixed in. It was just weird that no one noticed something like that. Then his expression changes and he clenches his teeth, wanting to know what that idiot thinks he's doing. Someone starts approaching the fight, carrying a base shield with a sword on his back. Man, this kid's got a guts from Berserk vibe. Doug, y'all feel that too? Just me? Alright, the mages are getting some attack orbs ready over there, calling for the great Eustace, and the others are throwing some ice attacks. Man, it's chaos everywhere. Soldiers on the walls, bro. This devil won't give up. Then the brother raises his sword and says that now that the foot is immobilized, they just have to wait for the captain. But then another guy looks back, desperate, and asks what the hell Russ thinks he's doing. Apparently, Russ is our deep web guts man still charging and saying he's going to take down the creature. He jumped in all on sheer willpower, but I've got a feeling he's going to starve. The slash looked dead on. Blood even spurted, but the boy, right man, he got smashed and thrown to the other side of the gate. He gets up kind of crook when suddenly a barrage of fire flies in and hits the creature in the chest. Someone tells Mr. Lot to leave the idiot there and maintain the perimeter. Russ calls out to Eustace, who turns and tells him to stop calling him by name. They weren't brothers, since he was born from someone with a dirty body. Did Russ's father get with another species, or was it just some girl from honest work? Eustace, looking at the creature, says it's Stephian, a monster only those who use aura can defeat. He tosses the sword to the side, does a few moves, puts it in front of his face, and calls for Eldred to awaken. Ah, so you're a Power Ranger, huh, sneaky one? Look at the little armor showing up on the boy, dude. Now it's clear why Leppenhart recognized him just by the armor and golden sword. And apparently we're not even going to see the fight. We're already back with our boy and the little femboy, who's telling our guy that Eustace is one of the strongest magic swordsmen on the whole continent. So even say he's as strong as aura users. Ah, so he's not one? I thought the guy was the badass man, he's out here starving. Leppen, however, doesn't care about that. He just said that Cyrus looks beautiful in that little pajama set. Then Silent comments, right, that even though the guy uses magic sword stuff, will he really handle someone who uses aura? Leppen says it's hard to say. The Eldred armor was the most powerful weapon that existed in that era. The problem is, it wasn't easy to wield the power it gave. That item was made from the true gold of Eldril, a material infinitely more resistant than mithril. Both the armor and the sword were considered masterpieces of the Silver Age. Wearing that item lets you create countless spells with a simple command. But the combat ability still depended on who's using it. Then Eustace says he'll become one with the feather that rides the wind. The creature starts approaching, but he goes in with a vertical slash, calls for Eldred to awaken again, aims for its head. Boom, an 8-circle explosion. Back in bed, our boy says that the Tens family has been doing tons of research into Eldred's power. After all, they know that just having a powerful tool doesn't make anyone invincible. Selin comments that he seems to respect the magic swordsman a lot, right? Normally, people who rely on aura aren't like that. Leppen explains it's just because the way House 10's mastered armor use was above most swordsmanship. Back with Eustace, he's there mid-fight prepping an attack. For the love of God, every knight's gotta read like 15 magic bubbles. I'm just gonna say he threw out an attack, alright. While he's killing the beast, Leppen's explaining, not everyone who trains in swordsmanship can awaken aura. However, the golden armor always stays with the most important person of that generation in that house, so right, a knight like this always exists. That's why this guy's house is so powerful. They're guaranteed to have a knight in every generation who's as strong as an aura user. He comes in for another attack now, this time calling for the blessing of the goddess of ice, and finally seems to open a crater in the beast's chest, and everybody celebrates. While he's there in his swag after killing the monster, Leppen's in bed wondering if he could beat that guy. Silin asks if our boy's planning to fight the Tens family. Leppen says no, but he has to recover the artifacts. Silin, Dan him is way too honest. He says he helped our boy before, right, because it was kind of the right thing to do, freeing those slaves who were suffering. On the other hand, House Tens had honestly explored the ruin and took the artifacts. So right, there was nothing wrong with what they did. If he were to take them now, it would be the same as stealing. Leppen realizes he'll have to convince the Dan kids somehow, and so he says he's going to reveal the truth that they're companions. Apparently, he mentioned right about having Master Gerard and said that he needs to retrieve the artifacts the Master hid in the dungeons, and one of them was that one. Poor Silin's over there thinking, right, that it makes sense, right? Our boy argues that of course it does, otherwise how would he know the paths and everything else? He feels bad for having to lie to Silin, man, but he just can't help it, dude, he needs those artifacts. The kid, though even being deceived, says he finds it strange. No matter how valuable those items were, Leppen didn't seem like the kind of person who wants to steal from others, which makes him realize that he really must need whatever it is. That damn femboy can't be fooled, right man? Lepin just says he really needs it. Back with Usus, a brown officer is showing up there praising him, saying it was incredible, wasn't it? Sephian didn't stand a chance against the Golden Knight, but Usus just tells them to clean everything up and stop bothering him. Then he glances at Russ and man, I'm already feeling sorry, and says that someone who can only do a vertical slash is useless. He should stop going around saying he belongs to the House of the Sword of Tens. That thing about only doing vertical slashes, doesn't that come from a story or something? Like the Lazy Noble, don't know if you've seen that one where he, right, only does that, just vertical slashes. And he's a beast, huh, dude? Russ is there saying that he still belongs to the house and to the sword he carries too. Next day, there he is again doing his downward slashes. At least the guy's determined, right dude? The guys show up in the morning wanting to know why he did that stupidity in the middle of the fight yesterday. He goes back to training and answers that he was trying to kill the demon, obviously. The guys say he's an idiot. Why do you think anyone was asking for his help? All he had to do was wait for the captain. Russ turns around and says, I am also from House 10s, and if you have a problem with that, just challenge me to a duel, I'll accept. I thought the guys would actually challenge him to a duel, but they just said he was a bastard and walked off. The story says Russ, he's strong, but he only learned one single skill, the downward slash, right man, and the breathing technique. Wait, so that's two already now? Any sword master who saw his downward slash would say it was a magnificent skill, but besides that, right, he had absolutely nothing else. House 10s may have forgotten the true way of the sword, but as a noble house of knights, even their guards were very skilled. But for some reason, dude, Russ's father was there saying he couldn't teach him anything. That's because all the vassals, everyone in the house, was against teaching techniques to an illegitimate child. The father says that that was the fragment of the path of the sword. Those were the movements that would lead someone to the path of aura. Maybe one day he could awaken that power they lost long ago. Got it. So even with everyone against it, the father gave him the tip about the downward slash. And Russ, since then, dude, has been on that grind. The boys focused, huh, dude? The problem is that House 10s, which once was considered the one with the most powerful swordsman, now right, had this kid there who didn't do anything. Everyone considered him pathetic and said he only made the house's reputation even worse. At the window, Usus watches and says that this pathetic excuse of an attack wasn't going to take him to the highest level of swordsmanship. That's because all the other fragments of the path of the sword had already been lost. Unfortunately, his brother was an idiot, but still, that child. So you think you're Itachi now, huh? Sitting by the window playing the edgy villain, and when the boy gets close you pretend you don't like him. But you do like the kid, don't you, you sly dog? Russ is over there exhausted, focused, and yelling. And Usus from afar says he's a genius. Now I don't know if he likes the boy, if he doesn't like him, if he thinks he's a genius, or if he thinks he sucks. I'm confused. What I do know is that there's a Leopard out there in his cloak dude moving through the forest saying it's better to try and sneak in this time. What's making him angry is that damn Viscount has a gigantic castle. No wonder. That's the home of the guy who controls all the mines in the region. The poor soldiers were there like, shifts over, time to rest. And then bam, got smacked in the back of the neck by Leopard and went night-night. While the two of them are walking down the hallway, talking about the knights about the guy with the armor. What they don't notice is that there's a Leopard up in the ceiling dude, asking himself why he's suddenly living like a gecko. But he moves along going from pillar to pillar and realizes that the life of a thief isn't that bad after all. Maybe he was born talented for this. Already seeing the guys in front of the door, he knows the ones with the slightly better armor belong to House 10s. But the first one already takes an elbow to the gut, and the other goes down in a rear naked choke. He ties the suckers up, walks up to the door, and notices that unfortunately, it's got heat and motion detection. He can spot it easily. The bad part is that it's kind of hard to disable. On the other hand, if it's a magical barrier, it has to be powered by some kind of core. He sees a stone on the floor, and when he picks it up, he notices some markings. As soon as he destroys it, the barrier drops, and there he is inside the hall. Right away, he starts recognizing the harp and other items. It was all the stuff from that place. He notices the order and names are a bit wrong, right? Like whoever touched it didn't know what they were grabbing. He's zooming through the corridor, knocking everyone out, but the hard part is holding back so he doesn't kill anyone. The mages are casting some kind of fireball spell, man, and our boy grabs a dude and uses him as cover. The guy calls him a monster, but our boy knew that guy's clothes had magical protection. The guys rained down a volley of arrows, which on Lepin's body felt like someone threw water. The problem is, suddenly some kind of liquid-like chains hit him and start clinging to his body. Lepin's impressed. They already realized they can't capture him, so now they're just trying to immobilize him for a while. It was hard to admit, but these knights really were trained. That's when someone slams a shield on the ground. Russ comes running and says he's gonna make him suffer by the sword of 10s. Another soldier tells him to fall back, while Lepin wonders, what the hell does this idiot think he's doing? Man, the problem is, he's coming in hot with that downward slash dude. Strangely, Lepin seemed to know who Russ was, he just couldn't remember exactly. The steps were normal, the body was normal, but that downward slash was surreal. The attack looked like it landed clean, but my god, right dude? Lepin just used the chain to stop the sword and gave him one to the ribs, snaps fingers that sent the boy spinning. Our boy's confused. wondering how it's possible for someone to have such a powerful downward slash and at the same time be so bad at fighting. He was the most weirdly unbalanced person he's ever seen. But right then, someone starts giving a speech. Dude, you already know it's gotta be that damn Usus. Our boy defends himself, but the problem he didn't want to face shows up, the damn Golden Knight, who says it's strange that someone so skilled would be invading people's homes to steal. Lepin replies right that he has his reasons, man. Obviously, though, the guy says the reasons can wait till later. And our boy's already charging in. Dude, at the Academy of the Undefeated, they teach that whoever strikes first wins. Usus charges in too. Our boy dodges the sword strike and goes in for a punch. The knight manages to dodge it. The two of them pull back, and the army guys are wondering what Usus is doing and why both of them stopped in the middle of the attack. Seems like they both made kind of a suicidal move, but since both attacked, both would have ended up dead, and so both backed off. Suddenly, Usus starts chanting his whole thing and activates his shadow ability. But poor guy's using magic against Lepenhard, who knows them all. Our boy moves his cloak, disperses the shadows, and now the guy's already wondering how he knows that power. Our boy's about to say that magic is a new thing for him, but the damn guy is already coming in for another attack. Once again, he dodges, and now, dude, every time he rushes toward a spot, he's got to dodge an attack. And man, now he came back and landed one right in the chest. The blondie can't believe the blow actually did damage through the armor. But he shoots off another combo of magic, calling for the goddess of fire, goddess of ice, goddess of who knows what. And Lepin's realizing that the rate things are going, his life's at risk. Another explosion inside the walls. And from the middle of the smoke, where he is now, realizing he's gonna have to take this seriously. The guy have used a material destruction spell that's an extremely advanced kind of magic. And Usus, once again, wants to know how the hell this bastard knows how to deal with all the spells. The only way a human could fight him on equal footing would be if the person was an aura user. Then he activates a decomposition ability and a purplish toxic mist forms around Lepin. But he also knew that you could neutralize that with a simple air shift. One stomp on the ground, the attack breaks, and he's already face to face. Clean hit, he manages to block again with his sword. And the bastard is still thinking about whether our boy has aura, right man? But now he says things are going to be different. He's sure now the guy knows how to use aura, so he's going to respond accordingly. While dodging the attack, Lepin thinks that this damn magic really is dirty. In his past life, he always thought it was only fighters who use sneaky little tricks, but now he realizes that's not quite how it works. From afar, the other knights are just watching everything explode. Meanwhile, Usus wants to know why an aura user is acting like this. That's because our boy isn't even using all of his power, since the techniques are kind of easy to identify. He didn't want to associate this theft with his master's academy. And Usus starts noticing. He had the physical prowess and the power of an aura user. So why wasn't he using aura? If that was the case, he was going to lose there without doing anything. So then he calls for Eldrad and Eldrin to awaken. I think that's the armor and the sword. In the very same second, Lepin realized the danger had arrived, and the bastard's charging at him with everything he's got. Strangely, Lepin looks at it all and thanks the guy for being the Golden Knight. The attack looked like it was going to land straight on, but hit a barrier. Our boy had activated the spiral guard. Yeah, I remember he had learned that one, right? It took him longer to learn. It's what the teacher said. A blinding flash clouds everyone's vision while the brother is calling for Usus. Boom, explosion, and from the middle of the smoke, our boy was already out to there. The sucker is talking to himself like, that's impossible. How did this guy block that ability? And man, our boy did block it, but came out wrecked. The spiral guard activated too late. He jumped off the top of the building toward the river. One of the soldiers asks if Usus is okay, to which someone responds that they urgently need to find out which artifacts were taken. On top of that, they were supposed to deploy a team to track this guy down. They couldn't let him escape. The guy says right, that if someone jumped from that height, he'd be dead. But Usus knows that someone like him would never die from something like that. Suddenly, Cyrus wakes up in the room. She gets up startled, saying something's wrong, and Scylla asks what happened. She says she can't explain it, but she has a bad feeling that something happened to Lepin. Dude. Next day, they're already talking about capturing the two little bandits. And Cyrus is on the run, while Scylla is saying he's a real man, masculine, he can't be carried around like that by some ordinary lady. We see a soldier giving a coin to a guy. That's because the whole town's been tasked with tracking them down. Man, what is this attack on Titan going on here? Everyone on the rooftop shouting at the intruder to stop moving. She had nowhere to run, so she was supposed to drop her weapons. But man, Cyrus just pulled out that legendary bow and bam, right in the face. Usus asks what's going on, and the guy apologizes, saying that for some reason, all these bandits were very skilled. He says it's alright, he'll handle it from here on out. Cyrus calls for Scylla, right, telling him to hop in her arms again. And the poor guy is over there wondering when Lepin's gonna start his muscle training. At that moment, they hear someone calling for the Blade of Wind. Definitely must be the announcer guy again, shouting out all the powers. And Cyrus is already running off carrying Scylla. What is this? The guy has golden armor, golden sword, and he floats. And our bronze elf girl recognizes him right away, man. And Usus finds it strange that an elf was carrying such an expensive blade like that. Here comes the femboy buff dude giving him the courage of a lion. And Usus notices that this weird low group wasn't just some common bandits. Our femboy is thinking that Dan Lepin underestimated these guys and now dragged everyone into this mess. Man, in 1 second, Eustace was face to face with Cirrus. Poor girl managed to block but got thrown far. I didn't really get how we got here, right? But man, I imagine soon enough they'll all connect. We then see that after falling into the river, our boy woke up all bandaged up, and going up against that guy without using all of his techniques clearly was a stupid idea. But whatever, the result wasn't that bad. He managed to recover the voice of Elysium. What he wants to know is, where is he? A little dwarf then appears and asks how he's feeling, introducing himself as Ethos. Our boy says his name, and the guy asks Taylor to bring him a bit of soup. The story makes a point of saying that this one is an adult dwarf, okay? She's a marriageable age. Why the info matters, I don't want to know. What Lepin does find strange is that dwarves usually aren't this friendly, right? So why this? But that doubt quickly fades when someone else appears. A priest who follows the god Alport named Gelfried, who welcomes him and says their savior has awakened. Lepin, right, is staring at him kind of confused, and the old guy already says that 6 years ago, prophecy was given to the high priest. The one with a body of steel and infinite knowledge would emerge from the dark path. He would be brought by the tears of the north. They would follow him, for he was destined to change the future and bring salvation. The explanation, right? The big smart guy was going to float out of the river currents and save them because he's the badass. That was the explanation the high priest gave to the dwarves. Our boy realizes that the look on the dwarves' faces summed it up. Yeah, this Alport is the god that the dwarves follow, and he's the one who gives the prophecies. And apparently, a new one was given 6 years ago when he reincarnated in this world, which shows that once again this god is present in this timeline and is taking action. Apparently, the guy was willing to support him once again, even though he failed in his previous life. Truly a generous guy, or actually a generous god, right? So he asks if the dwarf healed a human just because of this prophecy, and the guy replies that he would never doubt the words of Alport. Sometime later, the little dwarf girl is saying that his recovery is amazing. He gets up and says it's thanks to the soup she made. The girl is staring at him all cute, wanting to know if she should call Gelfried again. I'm thinking this dwarf girl might have some interest in other races. He starts walking off to find the guy, and she's clinging to his arm. Unlike the orcs, the dwarves manage to keep their culture even as slaves. That's because, right, their roles are different from other races. Among the enslaved, they're the only ones who get specialized work that humans can't do. The knight tells him to say how to find gold mines, and the dwarf says it's easy. You just listen to the voice of the earth. Simple as that. Because of these non-transferable skills, they kind of kept a certain status and managed to keep functioning as a society. The little dwarf girls, though, were feeling a bit unsure. One commenting that they said he's the savior, and the other saying, but he's human. That doesn't make sense. Lepin asks how many are there, and the clingy one says about 60. Then she comments that it's strange. It seemed like there weren't any men in that place, and she says it's because the men are all in the mines and mountains. Lepin knows that actually that's kind of a tactic. Humans like to keep the dwarves separated, because if the men start a rebellion, right man, all they have to do is attack the women and children. Then we cut to the little dwarf guy welcoming him again, saying he looks like he's feeling better. Our boy asks not to be called savior, just Lepinhart is fine. Because Gelfried explains that he doesn't really know why the boy is considered the savior either, but at least he could see in his eyes that he didn't see them as slaves. Lepin says yes, he saw the dwarves in a good light, but that wasn't enough to place the fate of an entire race on his shoulders. The old guy, though, responds that he also has no idea why Alport chose a human as the savior of his people, but he clings to the belief that the god would give the best opportunity for the prophecy to make sense. Now how the boy would save them, that was a mystery to him too. His role was just to help him with whatever he needed. Besides that, when he called our boy savior, for some reason he felt like he didn't seem very surprised. Lepin's they're kind of like, yeah, true, since he's already been through this once before. Then he asks why the dwarf called him, and the girl says the high priest wants to meet him. He's the person who receives the oracles from Alport, known as Father Macallan, the spiritual leader of the dwarves. Lepin's already grinning. Macallan is the little dwarf who was with him back at the end, when they destroyed the kingdom at the beginning of the story. Then Galfed says he really is quite interesting. He didn't think the boy would accept such a strange story like this so easily. He was wondering how he was going to explain it and convince him, especially since, unlike the dwarves, he doesn't hear the voice of truth. That's why he's impressed. He's acting like he actually understands everything. Lepin's just there grinning, but he knows, man, Antares fell in the past life. Following the same path as Alport in this life would only lead to the same story again. However, Macallan was a wise dwarf, and talking to him to look for another solution might be the best option. At that moment, they're close to the Great Forge, which isn't that far really. Galfa then says that he's going to be taken to the Great Forge, and along with him will go the guide, who is the last descendant with warrior blood in the dwarf clan. The little girl now introduces herself as Telestial Hammer. The Sixth Sense dwarf man says now that he felt when he mentioned the Great Forge, the guy wasn't surprised. I guess it's got something to do with this voice of truth thing, right? Our boy says he's used to it. The dwarf keeps getting surprised and wants to know how he accepts everything and knows them so well. Lepin replies that, unfortunately, for now, it still wasn't the right time. Right at that moment, the little fool opens the door calling for the savior. The elder asks Ethos, who's questioning our boy, if he has any companions. An elf and a young boy, real cute, real fine. Why did I say that? I was trying to make a joke, but I lost control. and he tells Lepin that both of them were taken to Viscount Kelburn's castle. The scene cuts to Eustace yelling, saying they have to find out what these bandits are trying to hide. They were to forget any chivalry and use the worst torture possible to make them talk. The guys at the door say he can count on them. Eustace is thinking that that strange elf had a magic sword that would only belong to a captain of the High Order. Not to mention the priest boy had the power of a bishop. He had to figure out who these two were fast. But apparently the soldiers aren't very good at torture. They're standing there asking like, how do you get info out of someone? The other goes, yeah, I don't know. Can't hit too hard or they'll die. But if you hit too soft, they won't talk. Then the door opens and one says it doesn't matter. In the end, they just have to get them to talk somehow. Varys says he got it, and Rento agrees, man, let's hit him on the head. Half an hour later, strangely, the guys are all red in the face. Apparently, they got stunned by Scyllane's endless rambling. And it's not just any rambling, no. He's already revealed absolutely everything. He already told them that Lepin is from the Martial Academy of Master Gerard. Like he met him in town. Man, wherever they want to know, he's spilling it. He's even talking about the training our boy went through and asking if they don't think it's impossible. Someone training for 6 years and suffering that much doesn't make sense, right? The guys are already on their knees like, tell us more. He's telling the old dude, the speech bubbles are massive. He starts losing his voice, and one of the guys even offers him some water. He thanks him and says he'll keep going, not to worry. One of them even asks, dude, are you sure it's okay for you to be telling us all this? Where's your loyalty to your teammate? Scyllane replies that he's got nothing to hide. The guy pushes, you sure, man? He's the successor to the Fist King. If people find out he's involved in theft, it'll ruin the team's reputation. But the little egg replies that if that bastard cared about reputation, he shouldn't have stolen anything in the first place. The guy agrees, yeah, that does make sense. Now that they've found out everything, they want to know where the stolen artifact went. That's when Scyllane says that, unfortunately, that info he can't give because he doesn't have it, man. They stay to the house and Lepin still hasn't come back with the items he stole. The guy thinks he's lying and says that finally the bastard didn't tell them something and orders him to stop hiding. They're sure the group must have had a backup plan in case things went south. But Scyllane just replies that they didn't make a backup plan because Lepin is an aura user, right man? He'd never fail at something as simple as a robbery. The two guys are standing there all confused, asking if this is really how interrogation is supposed to go. They thought it worked differently. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, there's Tyla, blushing hard, watching our boy saying he's impressive. That's because he already went, killed a boar, hunted, threw it in the oven. Dude set up the grill and is prepping the food for the two of them. Tila, however, wants to know if he's sure it's okay to hunt there, right? That's Kelburn's territory. Lepin replies that he doesn't really care anymore about such trivial things. She's standing there like, not sure why he's talking about this all of a sudden, while Lepin's deep in thought. If he wants to free the races, he won't be able to follow all the laws. After all, the very act of wanting to liberate the races is, in itself, kind of against the law. He takes a bite of the meat, saying he's gotta hurry up, recover his energy, and settle this. Meanwhile, Tila is just staring at his body, saying that he was healing way too fast. One movement of the arm to the side, man, everything goes quiet for a second and boom, a barrage of energy bursts out. The beast stands up, abs over abs, saying that now he's 100%. Back at the castle, there's Eustace, saying he knows it wasn't a coincidence. Out of all the artifacts, that guy didn't just happen to grab that one by accident. That young man knew something. Then we jump to a month earlier. Someone approaches and asks if he's Eustace the Golden Knight. He tells the guy to identify himself, who says that if he really is the heir of House Tens, he'll recognize that symbol. Upon seeing the crest, he knew it represented the Silver Sages. On the day Eustace became heir, his father revealed the secret passed down to all successors. It was exactly about these so-called Silver Sages, powerful beings capable of destroying nations. They carried all the world's knowledge and wisdom and had technology and magic far beyond what exists today. But they were few, live in hiding, and never revealed themselves to mankind, except during times of crisis. Within the Silver Sages, even the king of a nation was considered someone mid-rank, and Eustace drops to his knees and salutes the guy, who hands him a scroll and says he'll trust that Eustace will explore the ruins of Elysium in the name of House Tens. He could keep all the artifacts except for one, the one he desired, the voice of Elysium. However, he better know that if he failed, there would be consequences that could affect the fate of House Tens. Eustace is there sweating bullets, man. That's when someone knocks on the door. It's Varys and Rento saying they finished the interrogation. They seem to be telling the truth, but it was kind of weird. While they explain, we're shown the guys talking at the gate. The guy is shaking, saying he's scared of what happened yesterday. He was calm when suddenly, boom, he took one out of nowhere and blacked out. When he woke up, he saw that guy destroying everyone with just his fists, mowing down 30 soldiers. And the problem is that now Eustace brought in that guy's companions. He's scared that bastard's coming to rescue them. Suddenly, the guy looks to the side and feels a chill run down his spine, man. Oh snap. Walking across the bridge is Lepin. He's already arrived, activating the Horn of Calamity. At that moment, Eustace's face is full of fear inside the room, asking if that guy really was a student from the Academy of the Indomitable. Why would a Silver Sage want something that belongs to someone from the Academy? Keep in mind, right, that Scyllane probably already told them what our boy said, how his master left that item there for him to retrieve. And I think, yeah, he told all of this. And now we're at that conclusion. Got it? I think so, right? Eustace knows there's a chance it's a false claim, but still, that boy was a bishop with power like Philinus, and someone so young with that level of sacred power surely didn't have the knowledge to fake this kind of stuff. To Eustace, those two were just pawns being used by that guy. And the problem is, they were now going to be abandoned without a second chance. How was he supposed to capture the Dan Lepin if he already escaped? He could use the power of House Tens, but even then that would be meaningless, since the voice of Elysium couldn't be recovered anymore. In the middle of that thought, dude, everything is interrupted by the explosion on the bridge. As soon as he looks out the window and sees it, he recognizes the energy man. The bastard was back. And our boy says he heard that his companions were being held in this place. Half the castle was already in flames, and the knights were shouting to show this arrogant fool the power of tens. The guys shout that today's fight won't be like yesterday's, and our boy says the same thing, dude. Today, he wasn't going to hold back. The guy sends Rento and Varys, yep, the same guys who did the interrogation. But one attack from our boy, and the poor guys come flying back like pieces of trash. Our boy warns, armor is useless against any strike that uses aura. At that moment, the priest over there starts asking the gods for blessings, preparing some magic, and now everyone's coming and buffing left and right. But Lepin just dodges, lands a punch to one guy's face, then calmly decks another in the face, one stomp on the ground, and everyone goes flying. The bastards don't stop though, man. Ice arrows, fire arrows, lightning bolts. Lepin's thinking, mages really are damn scum. One day he's gonna have to deal with these guys once and for all. He punches upward, kinda reflecting the attacks, and the guys go flying back. Lepin knows very well, mages lose focus easily, even from small injuries. With that dealt with, he moves on to handling the priest man. It's a little slap on the back, a light chokehold, a gentle smack on the cheek. The guys are calling him a coward while he laughs. The bastards were 50 against 1 talking like that. Lepin also knows how to deal with priests. You have to make them pass out as quickly as possible. That's because most of them start receiving more blessings the more hurt they are, so it's kinda bad to keep hitting them. The guys keep attacking with everything they've got, but there he is, standing still with arms crossed like a rock. The bastards already noticed. This time, he was completely different from the night before. Then the commander turns around and asks why the hell Russ is just standing there. He was supposed to help the team. The guy's pissed. This brat always charges in when no one tells him to, and now that everyone's giving the order, he just stands there. But Russ, man, he's standing still because he's kind of in awe. That was the sight of a radiant light guiding the flow of strength. Sometimes it would expand and strengthen. Sometimes it would move as one. That was what was known as aura. Now he could see why he moved like that and why his power expanded that way. Finally, everything was as clear as crystal, and he naturally understood. Something that had never been taught to him, or maybe could never be taught. Only those who reached the pinnacle of martial arts could understand the true movements. Now he understood what the behavior of a true master was, and the only thing he could do was admire. Then came a barrage of attacks. Our boy dives to the side, looks up, smiles, saying he took long enough. Eustace declares that in the name of House Tens, he wouldn't tolerate any more rebellious behavior. Look what you've done to all these knights. Lepin tells him to stop pretending to be surprised. He'd been hiding and watching for a while now. Eustace is stunned, wanting to know how he noticed, and Lepin already sees it. The guy has the magic armor that gives him power comparable to an aura user, but he's ignorant when it comes to sensory circles and aura expansion functions. He says he knows Eustace wanted to test his abilities, but sending his subordinates like that, man, that's harsh. The rumors said he was a noble and righteous knight, but it turns out he had a shady side too. The soldiers around are saying that Eustace would never do something like that. Lepin tells him to explain then, what took you so long? Were you in the shower or something? The poor guy's all twisted, saying he was just napping and woke up groggy, and that's why he didn't arrive right away. But he's already drawing his sword, saying it's fine. He would pay the price for tarnishing the name of House Tens. And here comes the bastard again in his Power Ranger transformation. Tornado right in front of Lepin, who says that this time he better not hold back. As soon as Eustace jumps in, right man, he's already firing off his magic. I'm gonna read it once so you get an idea of how long this guy's spells are. The eyes of the assassin pierced through shadows, and the leopard's cry empowers his limbs. And with the dragon's sense, I gaze upon the world. It's like that. Oh man, I hope that wasn't it. The flow of purity form in the world shall empower my blade. All of that. For one attack, dude. And Lepin's just standing there waiting, bam, punches the sword. Way easier that way. Aura activated, straight up brawling, punches flying back and forth. The problem for our boy is that even with his body reinforced, he was still taking damage. Eustace seemed to notice some hesitation and launched more attacks. Thank God, this time without another speech. And off goes Lepin with that spiral defense, whatever it's called, man. At the same time he defended, he was already moving forward, clenched in. Meanwhile, back in the prison, you got the two waifus of the story wondering what the heck is going on. Styra says that it's probably Lepinheart coming to save them, and Scylla replies that she likes to act all distant and cold, but she's pretty convinced he's coming for her. Kinda shy, she answers that she's not really sure how Lepinheart's mind works, but it seemed like he treated her a little too well. Scylla says maybe he really likes a little elf girl. To which Cyrus replies that she also thought at first it had something to do with race, or maybe he just liked a bit of adventure, who knows. But when she looks into his eyes, she can see something more. Sillin says that really, women's minds change when they fall in love. They all start thinking he's different, special, that he has something no one else does. And then after marriage, they go around saying they were fooled. At least that's what he learned back at church. Then he throws himself against the wall saying this Dan Lepin, he should have stolen the thing properly. Why did he drag everyone into this mess? Cyrus says that up to now, he's handled everything pretty well. And the little redhead replies that he only accepted it because he should have stopped Lepin, not let him go and do something this dumb. Besides, he knows that there are situations in life where you can't follow all the laws. Cyrus says he's actually quite a mature little guy, and the rascal replies that he's turning 20, so obviously he's only a little younger than Lepin. Shocked, she answers that she thought he was at least 20 years younger than Lepin, not 3. They're in the middle of that whole back and forth when suddenly, Tila opens the door and asks if that's Cyrus there. She steps in, introduces herself, and says she's there to help Lepinheart. Cyrus asks what's going on, is she a dwarf? And Tila just says they'll talk later, alright. First, let's get out of here. Stillin, however, comments that for a dwarf, the only thing different about her was the ears. Already heading up the stairs, Cyrus asks if that's really the only difference he could notice in a dwarf. Seems like he's a pretty innocent little guy. Right then, a soldier shows up on the side asking how the hell those bastards escaped. Man, in a second, Cyrus lands a thick-thighed knee right in the guy's face. While Tila comes rolling in totally chill, blocks the human's attack, grabs his weapon, and throws him across the room. Sillin comments, damn, she's strong, huh? And she says it's normal. Dwarves are like that. Then she tosses something through the window and tells him to hurry up and go. The flare explodes in the sky, and our boy already knows that Tila pulled it off. At the same moment, Eustace realizes everything up until now was just a trap. And our boy is there, aura activated, saying, of course it was. Why would I enter through the front and draw so much attention otherwise? But that just makes Eustace lose it even more, because Lepin still wasn't using all of his strength. He comes at him with another sword strike, our boy dodges to the side, and now moves in to land one right in his face. The bastard still manages to defend and swears he won't be defeated like this. But now Lepin is advancing, without giving him any time to breathe. One more punch, it looks like it hits the ground just as the guy comes from behind. He launched an edge attack, but our boy takes one step to the side, comes up from below and lands an uppercut right in the gut. But Lepin quickly noticed the sensation wasn't that of a normal body. The guy turned into a bunch of shadow, and several clones started popping up around him. But our boy, being a magic expert, knew that these illusions were simple to deal with. All he had to do was sense the presence of the real one. As skilled as Eustace was, he really didn't know how to fight someone who had aura. All the clones throw their swords into the air and start reciting the same speech. But in 1 second, Lepin's already face to face with one of them asking, you the real one? The punch lands clean in Eustace's stomach. He's shocked. How was he found? But to Lepin, man with aura and mage experience, that was easy. Still, the bastard doesn't give up. He prepares another attack saying he doesn't know how, but the House of Tens will not fall. Fires off another one of those speeches while our boy just activates Spiral Guard. Another speech, Spiral Guard. Another speech, and you already know, right, dude? It's Spiral Guard, Spiral Guard, Spiral Guard. My god, when is this going to end? Eustace wants to know what the hell that ability of his is that reflects everything. Lepin says other aura users can't use this ability. Not because it's hard, but because it's extremely risky. Every aura user can expand their barrier in a uniform way around themselves for protection. The difference with the Spiral Guard is you spin your own aura together with your body. Normally, it rips a person's body to shreds, but his, right man, trained like steel, stays completely intact. The only problem is that it burns through a massive amount of aura. The upside, it blocks anything. Eustace wants to know who's backing him. Lepin steps aside and says, that'd be my assistant, over there. Obviously, that just pisses off the poor guy even more, and he instantly calls for Eldred to awaken once again. Man, now the guy comes in with the final boss move, the Light of Eldril. Even Lepin tightens up, he knew that wasn't a move to joke around with. To counter that, he'd have to use his strongest ability too. Oh snap, he called in the Horn of Destruction. This time, he was going to counter it with an actual strike. And bam, here comes the punch of the 4 layers of the Horn of Calamity. The entire castle shakes. The fist that hit the sword shattered the armor. Eustace can't believe a skill like that exists, man, but he's still trying to resist. He realizes that the attack created a kind of explosion pattern, like a rock falling into a lake and sending out ripples. But instead of letting them fade, he gathered them into a single point. Even so, he was refusing to lose like that. Hoof, man. But the fist went straight through in the entire place. The mountain of muscles' clothes were already all ripped, and now the sucker went flying. Normally we say someone exploded into the wall, but this time it was literal dude. And the bastard's just standing there like a total chad. Meanwhile, the rest of the army is trembling, wondering how the captain lost like that. The most powerful sword of House Tens had fallen. Walking toward the sword, Lepin comments that magical items do self-repair, though it'll probably take at least half a year. As soon as he picks it up from the ground, the guys yell that they knew he was a bandit. But he just hands it back to one of them, saying he had no choice but to destroy everything. That's when the soldier realizes he wasn't there out of greed. Lepin was thinking about taking that sword to Cirrus, but he knows there's another sword, the one she used in the past life, and it's way better. He waves goodbye to everyone, until someone points a blade at him and tells him to stay put. There was that bastard Russ saying it wasn't over until the entire house had fallen. His buddies are asking, like, what do you think you're doing? That guy just beat your brother. The soldier's already thinking of kicking the bastard out, but Russ just walks forward. Lepin, watching, knows as the same guy with the downward slash. At least he didn't seem like much to worry about, until suddenly the guy's blade gets completely surrounded by blue energy and Lepin barely dodges. Worse still, the slash actually affected his body. The only explanation for that was that it was an aura blade. The guys asked Russ what the hell he did, and he says he simply reclaimed the Sword of Tens. At that moment, Lepin recognizes the color of that mana, a blue like the sky itself, and remembers the swordsman Cyrus, who came to defeat him, saying he would bring an end to that dark empire. When he says that name out loud, Russ asks how he knows it. Because yeah, his real name is Cyrus and Russ is the nickname. That name, Cyrus Montens, was given when he first began becoming a knight. But since nobody wanted to recognize him as a real soldier, they gave him that nickname, Russ. Lepin wonders how he didn't recognize this bastard sooner, since he knew he was from House Tens. Even though right now House Tens is known for the Golden Swordsman, 30 years from now it would be a different story, because they would have produced the legendary Stellar Swordsman. That would erase the old belief that House Tens relied only on magical weapons for their honor. Strangely, the rest of the group is all shy, wanting to know how he knows Russ's real name, and what's this business about calling him Stellar Swordsman. He's not that amazing, they say. The guy is totally red in the face, but the girl tells him to calm down. He must have been mistaken for someone else, don't worry. Obviously, none of that makes any sense, and Russ knows it. Meanwhile, Lepin realizes, this guy is very different from the one he met in the future. Truth is, age changes people, but the recklessness was still the same. The bastard charges again. This time, Lepin has to activate Spiral Guard, jumps into action, defends, and bam, punches him in the gut. But the bastard lands on his feet and reactivates his aura again. Lepin says that being able to use aura like that to defend, right after awakening, is impressive. The fight begins again, and now Lepin's the one being pressured, forced to dodge. And the worst part is it was hard to read his pattern. That's because in theory, every martial art has a foundation, a system built over years and years by martial artists. Even the technique Lepin learned from Gerard, right? It has its own manuscripts. Russ, though, was a wild beast, a classic swing and pray technique. What Lepin found strange is that even when someone fights like that, they usually leave openings, but that wasn't the case here. His attacks moved cleanly, but still didn't break any known logic. A genius like this shows up maybe once a century, and it's no wonder he was called the Stellar Swordsman. And it was with that talent man that Lepin suddenly remembered. Cyrus saying that Filthy Orc didn't stand a chance against his sword. That was the bastard who killed Tacid, one of Lepin's subordinates, and his friend. At that moment, Lepin loses it, says this guy is Tacid's enemy, and lands a clean hit on the sword, which instantly cancels Russ's aura. Man, looks like Lepin's about to take this seriously, but Russ still wants to charge in the same way. Right then, he prepares the move he's practiced millions of times. Lepin knew this was a guy who would become a sworn enemy. He had to kill him now and prevent that cursed future. Man, boom, hits him in the gut saying, glad I got to meet you this early. And bam, my dude, explosion sends the boy flying far. Swagged out right there in the flames. But then the expression changes. Russ rises once more and says that he is from the House of Tens, and they would never fall. Lepin can't believe it. That punch was really meant to kill him. Unlike his fight with Usus, this one man had zero intention of the other guy surviving. But even so, not only did he not die, he didn't even fall. He might as well be a corpse standing, but he was still standing. Lepin now asks himself, should I kill him or not? Logically, he wants to kill him. But there's something inside telling him he shouldn't. And it's not because Russ hasn't done anything wrong yet. He knows that even at this very moment with the strength Russ has, there's already a chance he could kill someone Lepin values. Getting rid of an enemy at a time like this would be perfect. But he also knows that Tacid, who had the soul of a warrior, wouldn't want something like that. He'd be furious to know that the one who defeated him had been killed and he didn't even get the chance to take revenge. So he says out loud that Tacid really would be mad. He turns around and says he's going to give him the chance to be spared, because Tacid will want that fight. Cyrus asks what he's talking about. Lepin just tells him to survive and get stronger. It was for Tacid's sake that he's walking away alive. In the past life, those two had fought multiple times, and every time they fought each other, their skills rose to even greater levels. You could say Tacid became the great orc warrior he did thanks to the battles with Cyrus. And if Lepin kills this guy now, he'd be affecting his friend's future too. With that, he just walks away, while the kid stays there frozen, watching. But, whoa man, he clenches his teeth and screams, bursting his aura and slamming his sword into the ground. The scene then shifts to the forest. That fight was intense, man. So much happened, Jesus. Now in the forest, the tiny dwarf girl says it's good to see he came back in one piece. Lepin thanks her right that everyone's safe, while Scylan says it's thanks to them that they had to go through all of this. He knew a pilgrim's journey was full of adventure, but he didn't expect to end up in jail. Lepin apologizes, and Scylan tells him he needs to think straight. Cyrus is an elf and a woman. He had to start imagining the kind of things that could happen to her. Right away, Lepin approaches and asks if she's okay. if those bastards didn't do anything. She tells him not to worry, that it was a surprise, but the knights were all well behaved. So now he's there thinking that he better start being more careful from here on out. Everyone now wants to know, right? What was it that he wanted so badly? He shows them the cube and Sillin says that thing doesn't look like something from martial arts. Lepin apparently fakes it and says he doesn't know what it is either. The master just told him to grab it. But whatever, it's time to get out of this place. Back at the castle, now everyone's got to start rebuilding after the destruction, right man? One guy carrying a beam asks his buddy if it's true. He says yeah, he saw it with his own eyes. Finally, an aura user appeared in tens. Whoa man, the news reached Usus. Let's see how big bro's gonna react. Yikes, I can already tell it's not gonna go well, cause he's asking how someone with that filthy blood could awaken something like that. He says it's the fault of that damn father who always favored Russ. The elders praised him for his skill with armor, but behind the scenes, everyone was begging for the birth of someone who could use aura. And now the Tens family had that person. A knight who, all by himself, could elevate the entire family's status. But what does that mean for Usus? He looks at the items that are still slowly regenerating. And whoa man, he picks up the sword and says that he will forever be the sword of House Tens. The scene cuts to the edge of a mountain, where Russ is just standing still, laughing, all happy, a smile on his face. He already knew now that he'd awakened, the entire world had changed. He might not have gotten where he wanted, but now he sees the path. Except right in the middle of that celebration, the bastard shows up behind him, wanting to know why he's so happy. As soon as Russ turns around, Usus says, I heard you awakened your aura. Why don't you show it to me? Russ, all innocent, just shows off his power. Man, Usus looks at it and says it's a wonderful power. Oh my god, I have a feeling about this, girl. Russ is standing there all happy. Finally, his brother was recognizing him. But then, his face changed mid-thought, and the sword had already been driven into his stomach. Seeing his brother's face, he can only ask himself why. And the bastard's still going on, giving speeches and activating his powers, man. At that moment, Russ realizes the guy's trying to make sure he dies. And the bastard says the House of Tens only needs one sword, and he would be that person. Man, I don't know how, but Russ manages to defend himself from the second attack. From afar, people start yelling, asking what that explosion was and what happened. Russ takes the chance to throw himself off the edge of the cliff and falls into the water. Usus knew life was unpredictable. There were countless stories of someone jumping into the water and coming back for revenge. And that's exactly why he had to prepare. He drops to the ground, kneeling, and the guys ask what happened. Right away, he says that Russ attacked him and tried to take his place as the knight of the house. The soldiers immediately believe him and say, yeah, that's expected from someone with filthy blood. As soon as he gained power, he wanted to take everything for himself. They ask where Russ is. He says the bastard threw himself into the lake. For Usus, now everything was perfect. Even if that guy survived, it wouldn't be a problem. Now the whole house would be against him, and he'd never stand a chance against Eldrad. The soldiers are already leaving, saying they need to find that bastard now. And Usus celebrates, saying being seen as a good person always pays off. It's a shame, but that was the farewell to little brother. The scene then cuts back to the forest with our boys' group. Stillin wants to know where he met Miss Tila. He says he fell into the river, passed out, and when he woke up, he was in the dwarves' home. Stillin finds that weird, right? Why would the dwarves save a human? He explains that apparently the dwarves had a prophecy that involved him, and that's why. Tila confirms it and says yes, he's the savior of their race, and that's why she's following him. Stillin thinks it's strange, he didn't even know dwarves worshipped any god like that. To which Lepin explains that they even have priests just like he is. And Tila pokes the guy, saying humans always assume other races don't have anything as organized or sophisticated as religion. But Silent, curious, asks our boy if Alport is an evil god. What did Alport do wrong? Apparently, humans believe in 12 main gods. Outside of them, there's the goddess of the elves known as Eldia, and the goddess of the dwarves, which is Alport. And Sillin's there thinking he just assumed Alport was a bad god because that's what he was told, but he actually has no idea why. Suddenly, Cyrus calls to our boy and tells him to look to the side. She's not sure, but it looked like someone in the water. And who is it, man? It's the Dan Russ. I had a feeling he'd end up joining the group, and Lepin's already wondering how that kid ended up there. Sillin asks if he knows him. He replies that it's kinda complicated. He does know him, but not really. The problem is, he's not sure now. Is it destiny? A change in the prophecy. Why is this guy here? Sometime later, Russ wakes up in the carriage, wondering where he is. He immediately remembers the sword to the chest. Usus had always been the kind of knight too good for anyone to hate. He worked hard every day because he at least wanted not to bring him shame. Deep down, he believed that if he proved his worth one day, Usus would eventually acknowledge him. But now it was clear, the brother never had any intention of doing that. He laughs like a madman all by himself, and Lepin asks if he's finally woken up. Russ steps out a little awkwardly, wanting to know if it was them who saved him. Our boy says he was about to die with a hole in his chest. It had already been 3 days since they left that place, and now they were in the bad region. He was lucky Sillin was there. Those injuries weren't something just anyone could have healed. And Sillin says he only survived because he's also an aura user. Otherwise, for sure, he'd be dead. Russ can only feel anger toward Usus. And Lepin, man, says that, well, he doesn't want to overdo it, but the guy should at least know that his life was saved. He's not expecting a thank you, but also no need to be that awkward about it. They even had to rent a separate carriage just to haul that body of his. Russ starts bowing down, saying that it's all thanks to them that he's even able to breathe right now. Our boy, though, says that he's broke as hell, and the one who paid for everything was Sillin, so he better be thanking him. Meanwhile, he's thinking to himself, now the future stellar swordsman owes me one. That's a card that could really come in handy. Even if we become enemies, maybe he won't attack me so easily now. That he asks, now that Russ is awake, what's the plan to go back to the castle? Right, our boy still doesn't know what happened. Night falls, and after telling the story, Russ says returning to the family isn't an option anymore. He's probably already seen as a traitor by everyone, a guy who attacked the hare. Lepin knows that in the far future, this guy was supposed to awaken Aura a bit later, and then challenge his brother to a proper duel. That's when he'd win and earn the right to succeed the family. Looks like this time, Yus has found a way not to lose his title. Lepin asks what his plan is now, and Russ looks thoughtful. If he goes back to House 10's, he's marked as a traitor. Then the obvious happens. He says that if it's not too much to ask, he'd like to travel with our boy. Everyone's looking at him wondering why. And he says that obviously he was saved and he's a knight. At the very least, he wants to repay that debt. But since he's been cast out of the family, the only way he can help now is by serving at his side. Lepin clearly isn't too into that idea. He says there's no need to go that far. Russ can just take some gold coins, rent a room somewhere, and disappear. Besides, they don't even know each other. But the kid just says he knows Lepin is the successor of Geared, and that's enough. Lepin knows that in the past life, Cyrus used to travel across all continents challenging Aura users to get stronger. But now that he's been branded a traitor and lost all his titles, that's not exactly an easy thing to do. That means he has no choice but to like this. And do you remember how the last chapter ended right after they saved that poor guy in the water, and he said from now on he wanted to follow the protagonist's group? He makes this big speech like, until the day my sword finds its place, I will follow in your footsteps, while Lepin is sweating bullets wondering why the hell his old master Cyrus wants to follow him. At the same time, that guy is supposed to be some future legendary swordsman, so he is going to be insanely strong. Turning enemies into allies is not a bad thing, but there were heroes like Alex von Howland or the Saint who were not even born yet or were still kids. Tesseran was the exception, and the only one left was the great mage of Jade Light. That is one person he would rather not have anywhere near him if he can help it, because Jade Archlight was the bastard who killed his elf friend. So he crosses his arms and says, fine, then go ahead, I do not need loyalty, but we can be partners. And the poor guy is shocked when he finds out Lepin is 23. The scene switches to a castle where someone is apologizing to the Silver Sage. A purple shadow says it is disappointed. It had all the information it needed, and it did not even ask for much. Was giving him that mission a mistake, or was the golden knight of this place really that worthless? The boy starts sweating cold because he never imagined he would have to take those insults and not be able to do anything. So he apologizes again. He knows even a powerful mage cannot cross space, but that being can send an apparition straight into his room. That only proves how terrifying the Silver Sage really is. So he asks to be punished, but to spare his family. Then the mage says at this rate, the future of the Tennis family is not going to be peaceful at all. He keeps begging for forgiveness, but his soul falls apart. Obviously, the one behind it was Tesseran, in our protagonist's body, thinking he never should have trusted that half-baked magic swordsman. No wonder, in the end, that idiot lost his position to his brother. Then someone says Duke Eilenard is looking for him. When he enters the room, he asks why he was called, and Duke Eilenard says he wants to know why he used the seal. He knows the boy has potential since he was the first mage to awaken that much mana at 20. On top of that, his mastery of countless spells was impressive. His ability to foresee things was unmatched, and he has been a huge help in protecting humanity. That is why, even though he is so young, he received the title and the recommendation as Silver Sage. In other words, the position he has right now is not because of what he can do, but because of what he will be able to do in the future. Tesseran apologizes, and the Duke says since there were not many consequences, there will be no disciplinary action. Still, he should be careful because he could lose that position. Then he tells the sage Restum, or rather Lord Tesseran, to leave. Did he change the name for everyone, or does this Duke know he is reincarnated? So we learn about the Silver Sages, the order of guardians of humanity that protects the continent from the shadows. A terrifying power that can wipe out extremely powerful nations. The problem for Tesseran is that right now he is still low in the rankings. He realizes that even as a member, the road is still long. But he knows that cursed demon king that gives everyone chills has been reborn. With a body of steel and the intellect of an archmage, he is insanely dangerous and nobody is going to beat him. Still, he has to be stopped before he gets all his power back. Losing the voice of illusion really was a problem, but he still has hope. No matter how powerful the demon king is, it will be hard for him to relearn everything he had back then considering the brain he has. Wow, you are really putting yourself down, calling yourself stupid. Either way, he has to get stronger, and the voice of illusion is the first step. Those artifacts of the four gods, according to Jade, the demon king gained power because of those items. He's going to get them all and finish that damn demon Lepinheart. While he is there alone getting lectured by the old guys, the protagonist is in the carriage sleeping, while the cat girls pull the wagon and the sucker is outside. Rescan is confused because he thinks this group is weird. He knew from the start it was not normal, but even things that anyone would normally just hand to the elf slave were being decided by drawing lots to see who would do it, and Lepin always seemed to lose. He is walking up front saying, "Hurry up, Rescan, we have to wash this bowl." Rescan says, "Lepin, why are you washing everything? Make the slaves do it." Lepin says, "They might be slaves to the world, but that is not how I treat them." To him, they are valuable companions, and now and in the future, he will always treat them that way. Rescan starts washing the bowls, not understanding and thinking this guy is seriously crazy. Still, who knows what goes on in his head, and he is not going to get too involved. They say among people who reached awakening, a lot of them are kind of odd. He swore to follow this man until he finds his own path, so until then, whatever he says he will do. What he really wants to know is what the man he swore to follow is doing in there right now. No way he is meditating to reach some martial awakening. Look at the kid sucking the cube. Mana recovered, so it was time to try again. He starts messing with the cube, and when it opens, it starts the first amateur stage. Suddenly, he appears in a purple room and taps on a screen saying the place needs to look nicer. "Hey, what is this kid? That one on the left looks like the dwarf." "Lepinheart, I am learning more about your tastes." He says the creators of the Silver Temple really lived in a blessed era. Then the magic beat starts, and all of a sudden, a bunch of cards start appearing, falling from the sky. The protagonist starts firing air projectiles, blowing everything up like it is some mana aim challenge. He is trying to blow it all up, but the amount keeps increasing and he realizes his casting speed is not keeping up. The girls, instead of cheering, are mocking him, saying, "What is that, you weakling? Is that all you have?" While he is thinking, "Damn it, stop mocking me, I brought you here to cheer." And the worst part is a bunch of plates are hitting the ground because he cannot destroy them fast enough. But after pushing himself a bit, congratulations pops up and he clears it. Lepin explains this thing looks full of useless features, but the Voice of Illusion artifact is basically an educational school. That is how many mages in the Silver Era learn to get stronger. The place is perfect. You can pick the background, have a bunch of women cheering for you, and the games are all rhythm-based. It almost feels like a fun world, but the truth is, as you clear challenges, your magic mastery goes up. What he is sure about is that people in the Silver Era must have hated studying to build something like this. It is sad there is only one of these in the world, and now he is fired up. With this, maybe even Tesserin can reach a high level of magical skill. Of course, he knows he will never compare to what he was as Lepinheart. Then Selen calls the kid, asking what is going on. He points ahead, saying they arrived in Strassen, a commercial and strategic region located at the northern intersection. A man hands over a sheet saying it has the information he asked to buy. Lepinheart wants to know where his body ended up. He finds out his old body at 16 had some unknown mental illness and then went insane. Apparently, he kept insisting his name was Tesserin, not Lepinheart, and he ran into the forest. Even though Lepin was already sure, this makes it completely clear Tesserin is in his body. He says he wished the result was different, but it really is what he expected. Tesserin became an exceptional mage at 20 and went to the Delphia Tower. Since then, nobody knows what happened to him. In a way that is impressive because Lepin himself only became a true mage around 28 or 29. Not because he lacked talent, but because the tower bosses would not let him leave. So what did that damn Tesserin do to get away from those people? He needs more information and to hire someone even more competent from the Union. Rescan asks if they are leaving already, and the protagonist says yes, tomorrow morning they will depart. He looks back thinking it is time to tell them the real destination. Not long after they get inside the house, Salen starts talking like, "I thought Lepin was just some country bumpkin, but then he showed up with those skills and then they seem like they are having fun." Meanwhile, Lepin is thinking whether he can take these people with him to the Great Forge. He looks at them thinking they are all his allies. That is why he says he has something to talk about with everyone. From now on, the place they are going is not the ruins of the old Silver Era. Rescan asks if they are not going to the Cyril-led mountains, and Lepin says yes, the route is that way, but they do not know the real goal. So before he answers, he needs to talk about his dream, basically what he wants to do with his life. He says he does not want to see elves, dwarves, and orcs as slaves. He wants others to see the world the way he sees it. The goal is to create a world where slavery does not exist, and that is his final destination in life. Rescan is confused like, "My friend, slow down, you want to just let elves and dwarves loose in the wild world." Lepin says they are living beings just like humans, and they have reasons and emotions. The word wild is only for animals. Rescan says, "Fine, yeah, I guess that is true." The protagonist notices Rescan, who always treated other races as different from humans, saying they should be equals is strange. Selen smiles, saying that is something Lepin would say. Does he really want to change the world? He says yes, and she is like, "My god, him again, it is impossible with that red hair." He says his goal goes beyond freeing slaves. Lepin says yes, it goes beyond that, and he is willing to fight the whole world to make it happen. That is why he has to ask if they will follow his cause. Selen says yes, and then he is like, "Damn, what the hell, how is that possible with that face too?" He agrees, saying he will follow Lepin. Surus is confused, asking if he really means it. Salen explains he agrees with Lepin's dream, but he thinks it is impossible. Still, like he said, he also thinks it is wrong for other races to be treated as slaves. And what interests him most is that it is rare to find a companion with such a big vision when you walk through this world. Then he starts hyping it up, saying elves, dwarves, and orcs also have lots of women, and he wants to spread Filiani's knowledge. What is that, Selen? Come on. Sorry, I did not know your game was that advanced. Lepin warns that trying to spread that knowledge will make everyone hate him. Silence says if Lepin says it is necessary, then it has to be done. They will face anyone who stands against it. Rescan says he has no idea why, but he already swore loyalty, so he will support whatever path it is. The protagonist thinks that is exactly what a knight would say. Then he says, fine, then all you have to do is keep your mouth shut because what I am about to tell you is a secret. We are going to the Great Forge, the sacred land of the dwarves, and the place where they have the temple of worship to the divinity to the fortress. Then the scene cuts to the middle of the mountains with the dwarf charging forward, cutting everything down. Rescan charges too, yelling for those disgusting monsters not to attack someone blessed by the gods. The protagonist is proud, seeing that mere ogres and creatures cannot stand up to his group. They are getting torn apart, necks crushed, and even three-headed hydras are not giving them trouble. The bears are crying out. The protagonist throws a punch, sends another one flying, and they keep pushing forward easily. Silence says this place is wrecked. It is the worst ruins he has ever seen. The protagonist says that is why no human has ever managed to reach it. That is exactly why the dwarves hid in this place. Rescan asks, but how do dwarves live there then? The protagonist punches to the side, killing a harpy, and says, just keep going and you will understand soon. That creature is a clone griffin. It always looks like there are two, but there is only one, and you have to hit the real body. The protagonist casts an illusion annihilator, wiping out everything around, leaving only the real one, and he kills it. Rescan blushes, saying no matter how many times he sees it, he cannot believe this guy is actually a mage. Silent agrees, saying lately his skills look even better and something weird is going on. The only thing that does not improve is that his spells do not last 10 seconds. Cirrus is blushing, loving Lepin's potential while asking how much farther they have to go. Looks like they still have to walk all day, and Rescan says we are getting ambushed every 10 seconds, so how are we supposed to get there? The protagonist says they are not going that way. The dwarf is confused and he says he knows a shortcut, so they will not have to travel that much, so she can stay excited. The scene changes to the next day. Yeah, we really made it. He points at the door and says it is right there, come on everyone. Rescan goes first. Wow, it really is a Silver Era ruin. And of course, Cyrus asks Lepin, how do you know a place this isolated? He says, I heard someone mention it here and someone else mention it there. Obviously, they are getting suspicious. Now Lepin wants to know what this girl thinks of him because his reputation is dropping since he never explains anything. Rescan, acting all tough, says he will clear the front and the protagonist can stay in the back. But Lepin already finds what should be the opening device and says they are not going straight inside, they have to pass through the nearby area first. Before Cyrus can ask, he says that is what his master once said he did when he explored. So that is what he is going to do. From now on, he decided that anything they ask, he will say his master said it because apparently nobody questions that. Still, Cyrus noticed he said he heard a story, but he is way too precise for someone who has never been there. He stands there looking back, telling them to come. Everyone is surprised, saying this place is very different from what they heard. On the wall, the protagonist sees the ancient language of Halkril. He is about to say he misses this and he punches the wall. There is an explosion and a golden glow and everyone is confused. When the smoke clears, the dwarf is bright red. They really did find the hall of the Great Forge with a bunch of dwarf statues everywhere. Everyone recognized it. This was the famous temple of Halfort. Rescan looked totally confused. Wow, so we really did not have to travel all day and we got here in an instant. Sillin pointed at the broken tablet and said, Lepin, you did not break this on purpose, did you? I did, yeah, why? Are you out of your mind? Why would you do that? Lepin said it was fine, it was just prophecies. Then it hit him. He came to the Great Forge with memories from his past life. Back then, he damaged the forge and nothing happened, but at that time, Halfort had already delivered the prophecy. Now it had not happened, so all of a sudden, a bunch of dwarves showed up yelling that the temple was under attack and there were intruders inside. The protagonist realized the prophecy was not complete, so they were still guarding the place. Now he got nervous because he had no idea how he was going to explain this. Some dwarves rushed in holding ballistas and started firing bolts while the protagonist muttered that this was bad because they broke into the dwarves' home without warning. Silence snapped that he was a bastard because he knew this would happen and still did it anyway. The protagonist figured he did not really have a comeback, and yeah, these dwarves showed up way too angry. Rescan drew his sword and told the lesser creatures not to threaten humans. Lepin told him to drop the killing intent. He spread his arms and said he did not really want to fight. Then a bunch of bolts hit him and he did nothing. More bolts again. The dwarves shouted, it is the monster. The arrows do not work. Use magic. The protagonist kept shouting, calling out to the children of the earth who could hear the voice of truth and saying they were not enemies. He knew dwarves were insanely good at detecting lies, so they would figure it out that he was telling the truth. One dwarf up front with big puffy cheeks asked, wait, you are saying you are human and not an enemy? The protagonist said yes. Then they asked what he was doing here. He knew it would be embarrassing, but he said he was their savior and the one who received Alfort's prophecy. Silent was standing there basically dying of secondhand embarrassment while he yelled that he came to save everyone. The protagonist kept going, saying he was guided by the Steel Hammer clan and that he met the priest Makelin. Rescan was like, yeah, right, do you think they will believe that? But the dwarves lit up. Wow, the savior is here. Nice to meet you. How did you get in? Silent could not understand it. How did that dwarf switch up in 1 second? The Great Forge was an underground city 30 meters below the mountains. It was a huge cavern about 2 kilometers wide and over 50 meters tall, full of hot spring waterways and rare stones. Even the heat coming from above came from those stones, not from the sun. The The dwarf was proud and said, "Yeah, this is our forge district. This is where all the master smiths gather." Rescan was stunned. This place is insane. The amount of work it would take to build something like this is almost impossible to imagine. How do they build something like this and still have other races being enslaved? Silent commented that it looked like he was starting to think the way they treated other races was weird. He did not get what Silent meant even though it was obvious. Silan said he was starting to question it because something about the whole situation felt wrong. The dwarf explained the forge was a ruin from the Silver Age. They basically remodeled the inside and made it their home. Lepin said that either way it was still dwarf land just from the Silver Age. Reskin asked how he was so sure and the protagonist pointed out the door height. It was built for dwarves. At the same time, it was proof that during the Silver Age dwarves were strong enough to build their own cities. If they were really a race born to be slaves, that would be impossible. He kept laying out the facts, hoping Reskin would catch what he was trying to say. The dwarf told them to come in and said he would make food for everyone. Silent was annoyed because he was the only one who did not have to duck to get through the door. While they ate, the dwarf said it was basilisk liver. Sirius immediately wanted to stop eating and stood up saying elves are often vegetarian, which was obviously an excuse. The dwarf said it was good to eat. It did not taste great, but it was extremely rare and had good effects on the human body. Silan was scarfing it down, trying to beat his wife at eating. Then a dwarf woman showed up and called for Fulbart, telling him to take Lepin to the central hall. When they got to a huge staircase, Lepin asked if nobody could follow from there. Fulbart said they could, he was just lazy, so go on and climb up by yourself, idiot. The protagonist went up past the statues and reached the hall. What did he find? Of course, a dwarf. This time it was Makelin IV. Seriously, are they all named Makelin? He greeted the great savior of the prophecy. In the next chapter, it cuts back to the fight inside with Tezarin and Lepin right when Lepin says the king of the fists really is powerful. Tezarin tells the damn demon to give up and says today it ends. He will free all the creatures from the evil magic he created and return them to their natural forms. That is when Lepin started casting a spell saying he would trick the eyes of fate. Tezarin jumped and now we are back with a different expression. It was him. He'd been dreaming about the fight. The kid was working so hard he fell asleep sitting up. Still, it was not enough. For the last 6 years, he had not taken a single day off. With the cursed body he received at 20, he at least managed to awaken magic and used that advantage to threaten the masters of the Mage Tower, saying he would disappear from the place if he did not get the title. After adventuring and building connections with powerful people, he finally became part of the Silver Mages. Everything was going according to plan, but awakening a 5th magic circle was still nowhere near enough to beat the Demon King. That bastard would be way stronger, especially because his body was powerful, and Lepin had no idea how much magic the Demon King had recovered. On top of that, he was still searching for his old allies. He needed powerful allies to kill that Demon King. Back in the meeting with Makelin, the protagonist remembered this was the most loyal subordinate he ever had and the closest companion, and often the mentor he respected most. He said it had been a long time since he saw the High Priest of Alfort Makelin. Makelin glanced aside and said the savior greets him sincerely, but it is strange. Have we met before? He had not left this place in 50 years. The protagonist did not try to hide anything and told the truth. You will not believe it, but I met you 10 years from now in the future. Makelin freaked out. My god, the savior is mentally ill. How are we supposed to be saved by this guy? The protagonist sighed and told him to listen. He was someone who came back to the past. Then he explained everything. Traveling the continent as a great mage, searching for the secrets of other races, arts to reach the 10th circle. Everything he learned and everyone he met. How he protected the races and fought against human forces. He even talked about the final days when he was the Emperor of Antares with wars across the whole continent. He finished by saying, I know it sounds insane, but I only told the truth, and it is up to you to believe me or not. Makelin said it was hard to believe even for an elf like him who hears the voice of reason and truth. If it were not for Alfort's prophecy, he would be sure the kid was just crazy. Then Makelin said, fine, I have to test you to see if you are really a sage beyond time or just a lunatic. If I was one of your subordinates as one of the 4 heavenly kings and we were that close, you will know this. What color is my beard? The protagonist laughed. A test like that. You do not even have a beard, old man. How would it have a color? You have been wearing that thing for 30 years. Take it off your face already. Makelin took it off and said, yeah, it really is sad. He told Lepin to explain why he had no beard. The protagonist said it seemed connected to Alfort's blessing. For dwarves, the beard is the real symbol of masculinity. You can be bald, but you cannot have a bare chin. But Makelin had this weird condition since he was young where his beard would not grow. The stronger his divine power got, the smoother his chin became. Since a beardless dwarf would not be respected, he hid it. Makelin smiled and said, not even the dwarf beard masters can tell. So he could believe the kid. The problem was he was supposed to give guidance to the savior, but if Lepin already knew what would happen, there was not much he could do. Makelin bowed and said, in the name of all dwarves who serve the fort, he swears an alliance to Lepinhard of Antares. The protagonist wondered if in this life he could ever repay that loyalty. He told Makelin to stand up. Those words were not right. Right now, he needed Makelin's advice more than ever. He had failed once. He tried to solve everything with power, became an enemy of humanity, and in the end, everything died. This time, he could not make the same mistake. Looking out from beside Makelin, he said he wanted to free the races from slavery, and the main part was introducing them to human knowledge. The plan was to make it profitable to teach slaves, schooling, and all kinds of knowledge. knowledge. Maiklin said he understood and that many humans would probably start to have more hope in the other races. The problem was something like that takes at least 100 years to make a difference. Elves and dwarves live a long time, but you do not lord Leppenheart. When you are old, what will you do? Leppen said that was the problem. Little by little, he was recovering power and gaining strength he did not have in his past life. At this pace, rebuilding the empire and becoming a terrifying demon king would not be hard, but that would just rebuild the Dark Empire. Once again, he would become humanity's sworn enemy and the bloodshed would happen again. He asked if Maiklin understood the dilemma. Maiklin said it was clear the kid was underestimating the world. The protagonist did not get it, and Maiklin said he did not fail because he tried to rule with power. He failed because he tried to rule with only power. Leppenheart, you are thinking I failed to save the world with strength, so I have to try something else. But you will not solve the world's problems with something that's simple. Do you hate humans? The protagonist was like, what? And said no. Maiklin asked, then do you like humans? He said, not really. Maiklin said, now it is clear. In the story he told, he had no human companions. He respected countless races but hated one. The protagonist still did not get it, and Maiklin said it was obvious. He did not include any humans in the Antera's empire, not even in the military. Leppen said that would not make sense. Would they fight their own race? Maiklin asked why he did not put them in administrative roles then. Leppen said he could not trust them. Elves and dwarves live long lives and are not as easy to corrupt, and he kept throwing out excuses. Especially dwarves who hear the voice of truth, they are hard to fool. Maiklin said that was funny because there were humans in the empire, but they had no role in the army or administration or politics. It was basically saying they had no rights. Leppen said everything worked better without humans, so why include them? Just keep them out. Maiklin said, well, there you go, you really did act like a demon king. Leppen said, me a demon king. Maiklin said the life of an ordinary human in society looked fine, but for the talented ones, being a demon king is not just bathing in blood, stacking bodies, and laughing like a maniac. You were a powerful being who ignored the world around you and only listened to people who agreed with you. That is what a demon king is. Still, it is hard to deny that sitting on the throne with an elf at your side, you had style. Maiklin said he had no doubt Leppen was a benevolent king, and no doubt he was also a demon king. What Maiklin found strangest was that he himself did not say these things to him in the past life. Leppen explained that when Maiklin joined, the atmosphere was different because the elf massacre had already happened. He also warned Maiklin that half the political power and lawmaking in that empire came from Maiklin. Maiklin said if that is true, then he cannot criticize too much either. Leppen lowered his head and asked what they should do. Maiklin explained the biggest problem was that in the past life, Leppen turned it into a war between humans and non-humans. Humans are competitive, even alone they compete with each other. The other races only had to stand in the background. For now, the only thing he could say was that Leppen should not be too ambitious from the start. That was the best advice he had. Leppen thought he would leave with a plan and instead left with emotional damage. Outside, a dragon roared and all the dwarves were holding it with 50 ropes trying to capture it. Reskin jumped in and used the 7-cut destroyer on it, but it did not seem to do much. Even copying his brother's techniques was not helping. Cyrus fired a Nihilin arrow and it was beautiful, but the dragon was way too massive, and even though the impact was strong, nothing happened. Then he heard someone calling out Catamite. A dwarf with a huge axe charge leapt up and from the air split the dragon in half. Talk about the kid. Size is not everything. Reskin stood there with his mouth open because there was an aura user that's strong among the dwarves. Silent agreed and said, not just one, 3 of them over there use aura. The human was in shock because that was enough power to threaten a small nation. A month had passed since they started living in the Great Forge. There were cultural differences, but a month was more than enough to get used to it. What still surprised them were the 3 aura users and the blizzards that kept getting worse. Growing anything to eat was getting harder. The scene shifts to Silent celebrating because he grew a whole centimeter. Everyone congratulated him, saying, congrats, Silent. He said, yeah, I know I am amazing. Meanwhile, a dwarf in the corner said that is weird. Why are they celebrating getting taller? What strange people do they think being taller is better? Phyllis says it is the same thing for a dwarf to grow 1 centimeter wider as it is for humans to want to grow 1 centimeter taller. They are looking sideways trying to figure out what he is still doing there. In the middle of the Great Forge, there is a gigantic steel tower. That is where the Eldermar stones are, and they keep this whole place running. And way down at the very bottom, there is what they call the sun, known as Magrum. The protagonist is standing right in front of it, saying the technology from the Silver Age really is unmatched. Even with slavery, a lot of elven and dwarven technology got lost, yet at the same time, this place is proof of everything they managed to build. And he did not come there for no reason. His biggest problem right now is that Tazran's body, the King of Fists, is insanely resistant to absorbing magic. No matter how much he tries, the capacity just will not increase. So the plan is to use Magrum to make that body more adaptable to magic. In his past life, after a lot of suffering, he managed to master this thing people said only a god could control. And during that process, he created 10-circle magic known as the nuclear explosion. And yeah, it was messed up that he used it to wipe out the entire kingdom of Basel. At the end of the day, Magrum is basically a mass of concentrated energy. He has to go in naked so nothing interferes with the magical resonance. So there he is naked holding Magrum, saying it is a good thing nobody is watching. Except someone is watching on camera. It is the dwarf women talking about how insane his back muscles are and how insane his butt is. The girls are bright red, and it might not look like it, but they have been married for decades. Everyone there is basically an ant. Seriously, did they learn this from Japanese and Lawless? They think they are going to dodge the FBI with that. No, officer, my girlfriend is 1.5 meters because she is a 176-year-old dwarf. Another 40 days pass in the Great Forge. Everything is all digital and purple, and I have no idea what it is, but the protagonist is getting stronger than ever. He starts saying weird lines like son of mist of cold of existence, of the will of the north, and I swear I do not understand anything. The man is trying to summon the element of cold on top of the sun. Looks like he finally pulled off a 5-circle spell. Now all he has to do is keep coming back to improve his mana. Maybe it is time to start hunting the artifacts of the 4 gods. The problem is spring is almost here, so maybe he should visit Chatham first. According to Maitland's advice, he also needs to stop by the Kingdom of Kobrans, and he can use the trip to check out some ancient ruins too. While the protagonist trains, look at poor Silent trying his best. The protagonist asks if he put on some muscle, and Silent turns all red like you noticed. Lepin, look, check out my biceps. Lepin says, yeah, I notice you are actually getting bigger, kid. Then he puts on his cloak and asks why Lepin is there so early today. Lepin says he finally finished. Silent clearly does not want to leave, so the protagonist asks if he likes being a dwarf that much. Silent says no, he did not like it. It is just that he is spreading Philinez's knowledge and he has to make sure it sticks. Also, Reskan is in some secret training, and it looks like he is doing the same thing, stuck in one place with a week of supplies practicing something. The protagonist is surprised because the guy barely awakened his aura, and he is already having some kind of epiphany. Meanwhile, some dwarves are playing around with little axes, and Cirrus is watching. She looks cute and calm, remembering her elf friends too. Then she gets mad that she even remembered because she thought she would not think about that anymore. The protagonist shows up asking what she's doing, and she says she is just watching the kids. The people living there seem carefree, but they do not even know a life of hardship is waiting for them. Out of those kids, only a few will make it to adulthood. The protagonist notices she is down, and she says it is fine, she is just remembering people from her town. He remembers the eastern region in the Kingdom of Grime, a dead desert where nothing grows and where her family, the Darheim clan, once lived. In a way, he is thinking they are basically family. He is thinking she's going to be his girlfriend, so they will be his family one day, so he should visit at least once. So he asks Cirrus, why do we not visit your homeland? She jumps up excited, then says, no, it is too far, 2 months of travel, are you sure? He says the forge is being taken care of and everyone is getting stronger. They can go just the 2 of them and come back later. Yeah, sure, a trip alone with the elf. Then boom, teleport. With a portal like that, anyone would offer trips to whoever wants one. She asks, is this really the land of lamentation? He says he told her they would get there fast, they just used Damon's portal. She is confused because she heard activating Silver Age portals requires a high-level mage. He says a 6th circle mage can handle it if he understands how it was set up. Then he asks, did the Master of Fists, your master, teach you that too? He is one of my master's close friends, he was a great mage. I do not know where he learned those big spells, but I learned from him. She stares at him. Then a Tyrannosaurus comes charging and gets punched in the mouth. Okay, it is just a lizard, but still basically a dinosaur, right? Science agrees with me that lizards are mini dinosaurs. ChatGPT probably thinks I have issues. I asked, are lizards mini dinosaurs, and found out no. The only descendants of dinosaurs are birds. My god. At least crocodiles are cousins of what am I doing? Back to the story. The protagonist says this is going to be perfect food. He makes a darkness barrier that blocks sunlight, then roasts the lizard, pulls out water and blood for emergencies, while she says she will cut the meat. It is ready fast. She tells him to eat, and he asks how far her home is from here. She says if they walk until sunset, they will get there before the day ends. Is this the city where we are going to find another elf? We already have one, but people get greedy. Lepin tells Cirrus not to get her hopes up because sometimes there might be nobody in the city. You never know what life is waiting. She does not get it and says, what are you even saying? Are you out of your mind? Night falls and they reach the city, and it really looks empty. So yeah, not finding anyone here. Walking around, Cyrus remembers her mother telling her she had to grow up, protect the clan, learn to use a sword, but she already knew. Honestly, she should not have come. It is obvious nobody would be here. She can barely remember her family's faces or her friends' voices. Everyone used to call her by some name she cannot even remember right. She wants to cry, but her tears dried up more than 50 years ago, just like this desert. She is deep in it, while the protagonist is thinking this is bad. But what he wants to understand is what is going on. In his past life, at this time, the clan should still be here, so why did everyone vanish? It cannot be that he did something that affected this place. He did not change fate that drastically. He says, Cirrus, do you not think this village is weird? She says, what, you never seen ruins? He says, no, something is off. You said it was destroyed 50 years ago, but if you look around, it feels like someone was cleaning and hanging things up and fixing stuff like 2 weeks ago. Then Cirrus hears someone calling for help and turns. The scene shifts to elves being carried off by a bunch of men on horseback. The mother tells the kids not to show weakness in front of them. The men are still angry, saying, damn, we came all the way out to this desert and this is all we caught. We are going to lose money on this. and that is the guy who already clashed with the protagonist before. Looks like that guy from early on who was hunting the ogre or something, I do not remember. Someone in the back says, Mage, Klonto, do you not have some spell to help with the weather? It is too hot. He says magic is not some kind of cure that fixes everything. Everyone is pissed. In the end, they captured 3 people. Seriously, they brought 56 people for that. And the guy complains it is not just that it is only 3, one of them is a man. Then one of them feels something weird looking to the side and warns that an elf is running in out of nowhere. But the scene cuts to another house where someone asks if they can come in. They are going to talk to Tesserin. He tells Felina they already agreed about this stuff. She is his childhood friend. And she covers her shoulders but shows everything else what a look. And she is from the church wearing the church cloak. Wild. Looks like she has been helping him since the moment he came back to this body. Without her, he would not have awakened his aura because of the strict rules of the magic tower. Normally, she would have been a friend of the demon king Laufenheart. She says, Tesserin, when you smile like that, it reminds me of the old days. He is confused, old days. She says, yeah, back when your name was Laufenheart. He does not get it and just asks if she brought what he asked for. She has a scroll and says, like expected. The reputation of the King of Fists, Laufenheart, is spreading. It is interesting because that guy has the same name he had as a kid. He says his name is not Laufenheart anymore, and she says it used to be. Is that funny like fate? He says, no, it is not funny at all. He is clearly not here to joke around. Now he found out about the Golden Knight who got humiliated by an aura user. All of that is boosting the King of Fists' reputation even more. Philena says she does not get why he is getting so famous. He explains, strength alone is enough to pull countless people in. What surprised him is that the Golden Knight simply said, if you want to defeat the King of Fists, I will follow you. And just like that, he gained a strong ally. Felina also says she found someone who matches the conditions he wanted, a guy named Stefan von Alchen, the second son of the Marquis in the Kingdom of Basile. Tesseron is not excited because it is an unknown name, but whatever, even if he is not useful, if he has potential, Tesseron can turn him into something. Then he hugs Felena, and yeah, she eats well, she is built wide, but he is the villain smiling like a menace saying, damn you Laufenheart, everything you took from me, I will take back from you. Back to the fight, Cirrus is still going at the men and they are pulling out axes, but she is locked in and slicing through. Everyone yells to get ready because this is not just any elf. Look at that leap, all graceful eyes glowing blue and the men are already falling in love. Better focus because you are getting cut in half again. One of them is freaking out asking where this bastard came from and the mage starts throwing flame magic that wipes enemies out. Look at the size of his circle. Explosions everywhere. But when the smoke drops, Lepenhart is there asking why she ran ahead like that. Do you not see I have to protect you? He tells them to stand still or everyone dies. They freeze in fear while he smiles and says, do we know each other? This time you are playing slave hunters. They remember the day Lepin smashed a plank into their backs. One of them says he will never forget. Lepin rubs his head, saying he did not want to remember trash like them. But fine, since they are here, he has questions. He asks if those are the only elves still alive. The guy yells, you think I have to answer you? Lepin points and says, if you want even a little mercy, you better answer. The guy starts shaking and says, yes, that is all that is left. Lepin asks how many they killed, but the guy looks confused like he does not get it. Lepin is furious, saying, so you killed the whole village, at least 40. Then he starts flexing like they are going to pay in blood. They try to defend themselves, shields, spells, another barrier. The mage cannot understand how this muscular guy has a magic level higher than his. Lepin starts casting something else, some words I cannot even follow. Basically, it is a light chain spell that summons a purple dragon. Then it is over and they are all burned on the ground. The guy tells Lepin to take the elves and do whatever he wants. Lepin says he tried to burn everyone. It is just a shame his mana ran out first. The guy grabs his hand, begging, do not kill me, I will give you the elves. Lepin pulls his fist back again, saying it is too late. The mage begs one last time, asking at least tell me why I am going to die. Lepin says, I already told you you are covered in the blood of those elves, that is why. The guy confused says, what, but I did not see any humans among those elves. Lepin freezes. The guy tries to understand, wait, were those elves your property? I thought they were just wild elves. I figured they belonged to nobody. Lepin says through clenched fist, I told you I came to collect the price for elven blood. The guy still refuses to accept it, asking he is really going to die just because he killed some elves. What kind of logic is that? That is not helping Lepin at all, so he asks, do you really think you did nothing wrong? The bandit says, Lepin is insane, none of this makes sense. Then Lepin asks, since he is a mage, he should know what separates a person from a beast. The bandit says, a person is someone capable of independent thought, someone who can question their own existence and seeks values beyond instinct. Lepin asks, then why do you think elves should be treated like animals? The bandit says it is not what he thinks, it is just that no human treats an elf like a slave. A race born into slavery like elves obviously is not going to be considered people. Or are you trying to deny slavery exists? Do you think you are wiser than the whole world? Lepin remembers Maitland's words that he was underestimating this world. He decides to talk. He says he does not want to live as a slave, and if he feels that way, he believes others feel it too. The bandit says he should not judge everyone just because he believes that. That is extreme arrogance because nobody in humanity thinks like that. Lepin moves in to finish, saying, yeah, it is extreme. That is because this society is rotten and they want him to do something even though he knows it is wrong. Then boom, he grabs him by the neck while crushing him and saying he would rather be arrogant than live any other way. Meanwhile, the family is just standing there with their mouths open and all the elves are in shock. Cyrus shows up all sweet. She frees them and asks if they are okay. Then she asks if the girl is someone called Shaylin. Shaylin freezes for a second, looks at her and asks back if she is Serendi. That is probably a name she did not even remember she had. Then she remembers other kids calling her Serendi. That was the name everyone accepted and that was what they called her. Serendi El Aralafiana, my god. She grabs her friend's hand all happy even though the other one does not look happy at all. But then the girl slaps her hand away and Cyrus just stands there confused. The boy asks if they know each other and the mom tells Light not to talk to her. Serendi was disgusting, someone who had become a toy for humans, an elf who chose to live with no honor and no pride. She is standing there not understanding anything and then Lepin shows up behind them and says she is his companion and she is not a slave at all. Shaylin is confused. How does this big brute know the elf language? The main guy just says he will not tolerate her, calling her a slave even if it is family. Then he tells Cirrus to be clear she is not a slave, but Cirrus looks totally confused. I am not a slave, she asks him. She stares at him hard and he looks back, then asks if he has ever treated her like a slave. She says no. He asks if he has ever done something without asking what she wanted. She says no. So why does she keep humiliating herself like that? She answers that Lepin Hart never explicitly said she was not a slave. Wait, he never said that. He looks awkward, looking off to the side, then forward. Then he says, fine, you are not a slave. You and me since the beginning, we are equals because you are a free elf. The relationship is still messy because even after he says all that, she looks away and says she knows he does not treat elves like slaves. He really sees every race as equal to humans. She already noticed that, but at the same time, she is sure of something else. The person he talks to when he talks to her is not her. It is like he is seeing someone else. He is shocked because he thought he did his best to save her. But she says for her it never mattered because from the start she always saw herself as a slave. And if that is really the case and he is thinking of her as some other person, then maybe he should treat her like a slave after all. Lepin gets hit hard by that. He felt proud that he saved her from the fate waiting for her. But the truth is, it was an illusion because he only saved the series from a past life. In this life, she was just a slave he bought with money and nothing else had happened yet. He was a stranger who bought her with money and was kind for reasons she could not understand. She lowers her head, saying she will not accept sincerity that was not meant for her. He says, okay then. From now on, she Serendi Arelfiana is free to do whatever she wants. If she wants to stay by his side or leave right now, she is free to choose. Whatever, she decides he will respect it. And now that he said that, she is like, wow, so I am supposed to leave. He is fighting for his life, trying to explain, no, that is not it. I just do not want you to feel trapped, so whatever you want, you can do it. Now she goes full drama, okay, give me some time to think. Damn. Then the main guy asks if the women there can help that child reunite with her family. Because like he said, she is not his slave and he will never give humans the location of this village. He says he will wait, but Shaylin is already their ears bouncing, saying no, he can come with them. It would be shameful for the clan if they did not repay what he did after saving everyone. He asks if she is sure it is okay. She says of course they would not have made it out without him. He thanks her for thinking rationally and she says elves are always rational. On the way, Charlene apologizes to Serendi, saying she would have done the same in her place. Serendi agrees and her friend says she got lucky meeting a good human. Then she says she realized he is a good person because the moment he learned her real name, he used it. And only now Serendi notices he called her Serendi Arelfiana. How does he know the name? Even I forgot, even though someone literally just said it to her. Anyway, then the scene cuts to the middle of some caves where an elf is warning the village leader that they are running out of water. The elder asks if the scouting team came back and he says yes, it looks like the humans finally gave up looking for them. And of course, their warriors' bodies are now sleeping under the sand. The elder asks Raguel to bless their souls and embrace their spirits. This is Elder Railhard and he is only 343 years old. The guy in front says they cannot stay there much longer. With the strength they need to get the village back safely, it is better to leave while there is still some water. Railhard says, fine, prepare everyone to leave at dusk. He thinks there is nothing they can do, the village has been compromised and soon this place will be too. Then he gets surprised. The kids show up. They recognize Shaylin, the granddaughter, and Light, the little boy. But he panics when he sees they brought a human and he orders them not to let him get close. The elves pull out slingshots. They start firing, but it is not working. The little stones hit the ground and Lepin does not even react. He picks one up and says they are shooting melted glass, a kind of item that contains a magical element. Because without the world tree, the elves cannot summon spirits for battle. And after living so long in the desert, they started connecting more with fire creatures. And she has the blood of this place, so she is the same. That is why her tan skin never changes even after years away from the desert. She asks who told him all that. Was it the master again? He says yes. yes, the master had an elf friend, he is well informed and told him everything about elves and dwarves. Then suddenly he changes expression, he shouts to the elves, saying he has to prove he is not an enemy, and he gets pelted with rocks. And like the dwarves, they are thinking, oh crap, our attacks are not working on this monster. He shouts again, calling to the descendants of the great spirits, saying he may be human, but he is not an enemy. He knows the elves' history, and he is here as a friend. Since he is speaking their language and using the right etiquette, they get confused. From above, one of them yells that his words are convincing, but not enough to trust him. Lepin starts preparing something, saying he expected this. The elves freak out. Serenity asks what he is doing, and he raises that horn of calamity. Lepin knows how elf minds work. Humans would see it as a threat, but elves are rational enough to realize that if he had that kind of strength, he would not fall for a trap, and he would already be up there if he wanted. The leader says the trap would not have worked anyway, and he really came willingly. Lepin calls for Serenity, saying it is settled. Inside one of the tents, Charlene introduces her as the daughter of Erolf and Piana. Relhard recognizes her and says she is the child who got lost on that day of nightmares. It is incredible. They really got a member of that family back. He thanks them, saying Lepin truly did something good this time. So the elves return to their village, Diro Elde. They are dancing around the fire, music everywhere. Yeah, they are in the desert and they built a bonfire. Fine. People forget the desert gets freezing at night. The only problem with these desert folks is they all look way too similar. Everyone introduces themselves, and to me, they all look like Shaylin. Meanwhile, the main guy stays in the background watching the conversations. He notices Saren looks really happy, and now he wonders if she will actually stay near him. Either way, he still has something to handle, so he goes to the leader and says he has a request. He wants to experience the elves' power. Relhard knows he means spirit magic. The main guy says he can use a little spirit magic, but nowhere near the level elves can. He forms a spirit in his hand and says they also need to teach Ceres. Relhard summons a flame in his hand and says the tribe has a duty to teach. But it goes out and he explains they lost the world tree and cannot do more than that. It is only good for lighting fires and useless in battle. It would be better for her to learn magic from someone like him. He says he will teach her as much as she wants, but it is too sad for an elf to never be able to communicate with spirits. The leader says he understands. If she decides to stay there and he wants to, he can stay with the tribe too, and they will accept him. From now on, he is a brother to everyone there. After that night, morning comes and he stays in Daesdaru for 4 days. All that time, he waits for Ceres to make her decision. Right now, she's in a lesson on how to communicate with spirits, and she looks completely lost. Shaylin, who is teaching, thinks it is a shame it will take years for her to learn. But of course, she is not normal, and in an instant, she starts glowing with spirits flying around her. Her friend is stunned, asking how she has such a strong affinity. No elf should learn that fast. The story says the reason she learns so fast is because she was forced to live in the human world where you do not have much time, so you learn fast. That is why the way she thinks about learning is closer to a human, and she also has natural talent. The main guy shows up asking if she is enjoying it, and she says yes. Then he hits her with a question, so are you staying here with them? What are you going to do? She says yes, she wants to stay and help. He starts shaking until she adds that she knows deep down it will not really change anyone's life. Maybe if she goes with him, she has a chance to truly change their lives. He says yes and swears on his life that his goal is to change that. She says she will go with him for the future of the clan. He is smiling, laughing, thinking he will change the world with the woman who chose him. Then he says he will show her the clan's future. They are on the edge of another mountain, and Relhard asks why they came back there. Lepin says you said this was the old emergency shelter. From now on, this will be your new village. Relhard says that makes no sense, there is no water there, how can it be a village? The main guy tells Ceres to take the Nile, and he gave her that bow and mentions she awakened spirit affinity in 4 days. She says yes, she did, but what does that have to do with anything? He explains it only happened because she is the rightful owner of that bow. She was recognized, and it is like she signed a contract. So she carries the name of the item and its power too. He plants it into the rock and starts chanting something nobody understands. He is calling the seed of the world tree, and a sprout appears. Wind everywhere, everyone confused, and he smiles as it grows. Relhard cannot believe it. In a second, a tree is born. Not just a tree with a faucet under it, and suddenly water starts pouring out. Relhard does not understand, while the main guy says he should at least be able to feel the warmth around the tree's body, that insane feeling of abundance inside every cell, a powerful sensation that wakes up any soul. Relhard is ugly crying. He has an instinctive certainty that this is Elvenheim, the world tree. Lepin just dropped the elves' world tree like it was nothing. Of course, it was only possible because the Nylon bow was made from a branch of the old world tree. When awakened and connected to the ground, it can amplify mana gathering and pull the energy it needs. Basically, it is some insane complex elf magic that makes it happen. Relhard is crying, asking if Lepin is the savior sent by the gods. He says no, he is just a friend helping a friend, nothing special. Then he apologizes to Ceres, saying, I used your bow, we will get another one later. She is in shock, asking who he really is. Yeah, he is not going to be able to hide. Then it cuts back to the forge. They arrive, cross the portal, and there she is, their fanboy showing up. Where were you two? The main guy compliments Silen, saying his shoulders got broader. Silen is like, you noticed, look, the old man is back in shape. Meanwhile, the main guy is thinking, wow, he is so dumb, it is so easy to fool this guy. Then all the dwarves come running, desperate, missing the master, saying they should have told more stories, they wanted to come along. The main guy asks if they made progress on what he asked. Looks like he taught the dwarves magic and now they are all firing air shots. He says that is excellent progress, nothing to criticize. While he is there, he decides to establish the mage unit of the Great Forge dwarves. The 20 most talented ones got picked, and he trained them in all the basics. He is there praising them, saying they have been working really hard, controlling magic, and for just 1 month that is incredible. He wrote a few books so they can keep practicing in a disciplined way. Then Reskin shows up and the protagonist is already like, hey idiot, did you find out anything? Did you get stronger? Reskin says a little bit, but honestly in that moment he is noticing something. Lepin was actually insanely huge. Something is off, did you grow or what? The protagonist says, no, I am normal. I did not grow, what is it? Reskin tells him to stop lying because there is no way he looks 23. He looks like he has at least 10 lives in him. The protagonist wants to know if this bastard became a stronger swordsman or got some random enlightenment. Then Silen asks if after leaving the forge they are going to explore new ruins. Lepin says yes, but they also need money since the goal was not only the ruins. Now they want to go to the kingdom of Krobans. Is that the kingdom where the big elf that shows up in every short clip I see from this story is going to appear? The story says that while Lepin was finishing his work at the forge, something was happening in a much farther colder land in the far north of the whole kingdom known as the ever-frozen land. In the middle of the shacks, the guy with the dirty nose on the left asks if there is no way to increase their combat power because he says, unfortunately, they can only keep the fire burning. They need to save as much magic as possible since they arrived with 30 people and now there are only 10. Even so, it is undeniable these Sakania ruins brought unimaginable funds. His friend agrees that this time they managed to surpass everything they have ever achieved in their lives, especially that tome they found during this expedition with extremely important information from the Silver Times. The old man knows that showing this at any academy would cause total chaos. He has wisdom, but he cannot decode the advanced parts. His thoughts get cut off by a sudden scream and he wonders if a monster is coming. His expression changes and look who showed up. Damn Tezrin and his gang, and right away he looks back and tells them to kill everyone there. Look at the little crew he put together. There is a buff guy up front, the tired-looking blonde guy, an elf on the left, and another wild one on the right. I am already into it. He starts cutting everyone down because we need a group fight, and I already want Lepin's group going head-to-head with this one. Then the old guy holding the book says if they want the artifacts, they can take everything. He just wants to get out alive. Tezrin answers, sorry Mage, but the reason we came to this remote place was because of you. He kills them with no mercy. Felena asks if they really had to do that. He says those were orders from the Silver Sages. These people opened a door that never should have been opened. The history inside those books needs to stay hidden forever for the good of all humanity. Felena says she understands. She has heard the Silver Sages are the protectors of humanity and they only want what is best. But those people looked innocent. Tezrin says sometimes innocent people have to die for the good of humanity as a whole. Then he asks Stefan if that berserker armor is good to use. Honestly, this guy even has a main character vibe. Stefan says yes, absolutely, Lord Tezrin, with something like this, you can put any arrogant aura type on their knees. The blonde punching bag asks what they are going to do with the artifacts. Tezrin says keep the useful ones close and sell the rest. On top of that, there is a list of things the Silver Sages want, because those people are the real guardians of humanity and items from this Silver Era are extremely dangerous. To prevent chaos and the destruction of the world, they need to be handled by the right people. Basically, to keep the right people in power and make everyone obey them, they need every bit of power they can get. The blonde guy says that Warming Necklace was actually effective. The harsh breeze of the coldest land in the world felt like a summer wind. Tezrin says yes, that is because it was an item exclusive to the Sages. But right then, his expression changes when he finds the Voice of Illusion. Wait a second, is this not the item Lepin has? Even he is confused, saying, hold on, the Voice of Illusion was supposed to be an artifact unknown to humanity, and considering how much the Demon King valued it, this is not just any artifact. Looks like there is not only one bastard out there getting cheered on by the whole world. Felena in her short shorts asks how dangerous these items are if the Sages have to kill everyone just because they were discovered. He tells her it is better if she does not try to understand. Only those Sages deserve that kind of knowledge. I am thinking he is going to get betrayed by his own group eventually because Philena keeps questioning everything. Then the scene goes back to the Great Forge and the door opens with Macallan asking what she wants this time. Actually, it is Cirrus saying she wants everything. She wants to know about Lord Loffenhart. She already noticed he has known her since the beginning. The way he looked at her, the way he talks, the way he treats her, everything felt totally normal to him and not natural to her. He even knew the name she had forgotten a long time ago. How was that possible? Macallan says he must be afraid she will not understand him. She asks why he would think that. He answers with another question, saying as someone older, he wants to ask her something. Does she trust him? Cyrus says she would trust him even if he said he was a god who manifested on Earth. Macallan says that is not the kind of trust he means. He is going to ask again if she trusts him. Wow, he just left without saying anything. Hold on, because my guy is over there, standing around, sitting there asking if she found out everything. What kind of reaction is this going to be? She looks at him and says, yeah, and that it is an unbelievable story. Makelin spilled it that Lepenhart is someone who came from the past. What a snitch. The addict told you his childhood friend's secret, so you could go around telling every elf out there. Now she knows the Jack Kid is a 10th Circle Archmage, the first one in history, the one who used to carry the Demon King title and wanted to change the world for the other races. He failed once, but now he is back to try again. And she was Ceres Valencia, the leader and guardian of the elves of the continent. Wow, when it grows, it really grows, huh. Master of the 7 spiritual elements and also an 8th Circle Archmage. Crazy, I had no idea. To the other races, she was the incarnation of the legendary elf known as Eldia. And to humans, though, she was known as the goddess of madness. Yeah, I agree. And obviously, she was Lepenhart lover in his memories. But then he went straight to the point and said, I almost wish it were possible to project something like the love from another life. Basically, I feel nothing. But at least now I understand why you acted that way. Now he is staring with one eye half closed, saying, are you going to forgive how I behaved? She nods a little and says she will follow him. That is all she can say for now. Then she turns away, saying, I am not the Ceres from your memories. Girl, I know there is an elf coming your way. When the competition gets serious, you will see that you. She turns back and says she does not hate him though. Look at that, he turned red like a walking bonfire. He cannot tell if she forgave him or not, but it does not seem that bad. Like we already know, the next destination was the Kingdom of Krobans, a huge fertile land so powerful it can change the future of the continent history. Looks like King Gotrin had a legitimate heir named Telion. He was legit by blood, obviously, but he died before he could secure anything. And once the son was gone, the father died too, and the kingdom turned into a mess. With the throne empty, the noble factions started splitting opinions, that same endless drama. Then the left and the right showed up the sides that oppose each other. One side is yelling under the red banner, saying in the name of Lord Karsus, they will oppose those usurpers. The blue banner side says they will rip their mouths open because they are going against the true heirs. The guy on the little horse was one of the options, named Eubel, 18 years old. Like always, the king ate well, so he was the king's son, but he was the concubine's son. On the red side, the heir was Duke Fernando de Carces. He was not the king's son, but he had blood close to the royal line too. And he was the real deal because he was actually the noble's son, not the concubine's son. And that is the city they are going to visit, buried in a civil war. Carces was 28, considered a master of martial purity and extremely respected by his subordinates. Meanwhile, Eubel, the most direct king's son, was famous for absolutely nothing, and everyone thought he only wanted fun and good times with women. It has been 6 months since the throne went empty, and the war keeps going. Nobody wants to let anyone take over. The scene switches to the Delphina region, where part of the nobles are, and a guy is sitting there with his hand on his face, wondering how long this is going to last. It is Eubel, full of anger, and it looks like not only are they stuck in a civil war, but the people are also going through famine. He is saying, who told me to be king? I never even wanted to be king, they forced it on me, and look what happened. Then a pointy-looking woman from far away asks if he really hates being king that much, and he says yes. But either he becomes king or he goes to the guillotine, so he better stay right there. My god, that is his mistress, basically his concubine. He picked a dwarf. I already know he cannot be king. Or maybe he can, because this world is like Lepenhart and nobody cares about other races, just because she is 101 centimeters tall. Come on, people. So outdated. She says he better not die, because if he dies, she dies with him. And right now, they should be more worried about filling everyone's stomach for the war that is happening. Eubel agrees he is living on borrowed time. Then she clings to him, talking about the 101 centimeters, saying, Eubel, let's run away together. He goes, me and you running away on a horse. She goes, yes. He is having fun, but Eubel is honest and says, unfortunately, Phinia, I grew up too spoiled to want to live out in the wild. She says she grew up in the wild and she will take care of him out there. He says it will not work. How is a guy supposed to live off a woman like that, 101 centimeters? Then she says there is nothing wrong with using a slave to make money. And in this world, she was just a slave, so whether he is king or not, nothing changes. Hold on, he is telling her, Phinia, there is nowhere in this world we can go where they will see us as lovers. See, I told you, he is like Lepenhart. While it is all hearts and rain, the knight is standing there. Then someone says, sounds fun. It is the knight coming closer. No, it is her grabbing the knight's axe, already pointing it. Then the big jack guy shows up saying, hey, my name is Lepenhart, I am a mage, and I am here to lend my humble strength to the next king of Krobans. Eubel is confused. This guy came all the way here to join his side. Phinia says not to believe him, but also says what he said at least is not a lie. Eubel knows dwarves can detect lies easily, and he says the person in front of him looks really imposing. Are you a battle mage? The protagonist is like, yeah, that battle mage. He put on this cloak to hide his body, but it did not work. That is the biggest problem he could have. The guy is so jacked you cannot hide it. It is impossible. Eubel asks if he is really here to help because it looks like he wants to have fun in this war. He says no, he came to help and he is not here to have fun. Then the dwarf says now he lied because he really does think this war will be fun. Yubel says he does not care if the guy wants to have fun in the war, and the protagonist realizes with this little cursed dwarf next to them, it is going to be hard because he cannot lie at all. So he says he has no judgment against Yubel and his lover is an elf too. Lepenhart forget it, in this life she is nowhere near that. But Phineas says the way he believes like some disillusioned guy, it seems true. Yubel with that worm brain says it is the first time he has met another weirdo. And honestly, the height difference between Yubel and the dwarf must be the same as Lepin and Cyrus considering how gigantic he is. Then the pair asks if he came to help, what kind of offer is he bringing? The protagonist says he will not be mysterious, he wants to provide 100,000 gold coins and resources. They freak out because that is exactly what they need since the army is starving, and it is an insane amount, basically what the kingdom makes in a year. With that much, they could buy enough grain to feed everyone starving for a few good months and still have leftovers. But the offer is so good it becomes suspicious. Then the protagonist asks how many aura users are under his command. Yubel says none, and the protagonist offers the help of 6 aura users. Now Yubel does not believe it because he knows the kingdom of Kroben has 5 users, so how can this guy mobilize more than the whole nation? But there are other places he does not know, so he asks the price for all that. The protagonist says when Yubel ascends the throne, he wants a fief. Yubel thinks that is too little, and Lepin explains the fief he wants has to be completely autonomous. His condition is it will be a place with rules different from Kroben. Then he makes that villain face and says he wants a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs can live freely. Hold on, now that I think about it, Lepin showed up right when Yubel was cuddling the little dwarf. He has no respect for people. That is messed up. Now he's heading back home and Cyrus asks if the talk went well. He says yeah, it was calm. The real problem is what comes next. Basically, in his past life, he wiped out this whole war by making a meteor shower. Now he has to set something up legally. And this is the guy who at the start of chapter 1 was like, why do you call me Demon King? Then you find out what he did and you change your mind. Lepin says it will take longer, but he wants to do it in a way humans cannot argue against. She asks if he knew Yubel in his past life and he says no, it is the first time he has seen him. Cyrus asks who was the last king in the past life. He says back then it was Prince Karsus, and poor Yubel ended up at the guillotine. Yeah, he really is on borrowed time. Cyrus asks if the same thing will happen again. He says if he had not intervened, then obviously yes, but this time he will make sure everything works out. The result will be good for Yubel, who like him sees slaves as friends. Friends, yeah, sure. Back home, Reskin asks how the meeting went and says things are moving along well. He says it has only been a month since they left the Great Forge and they already explored 10 ruins. Nobody in the world would believe that, and the pace really is good. He is bleeding, saying finding artifacts is harder than killing demons, while Silent All Buff says good thing he grew a bit. Now it is easy to handle. But he asks Lepin, did we really need to offer 100,000 gold coins? Lepin says the problem is not the coins, they needed a certain amount in grain. Remember that grain we bought in the Tauban Union? Normally without war and without this big famine, all that would be worth like 4,000 gold coins, but now everything is different. So he offered 100,000 to cover the grain because the price shot up. The little dwarf says, wait, you are lying to the king, aren't you? He says, no, I am not lying, I am giving 100,000 in grain. Then Riskan says, Lepin, but you said you would bring 6 aura users and right now there is me, you, and the 3 dwarves that makes 5. Who is the next one? The protagonist sits down and says, I know some elves who can use aura and I am not even included in that count. I just do not want to count on them too much because they are a bit harder to persuade. Reskin says if that is the case, they need at least 2 more people. The protagonist says it is fine, it will be the orc champions Kalkin and Stala, they are the ones joining. Reskin goes, orcs can use aura. Aren't they dumb and green? He did not say it, but that is what he is thinking. The protagonist explains there is a wild place 15 days on foot in the Rakiti Mountains, land unknown to any non-human species, and there the orcs keep their traditions. There are no cowardly domesticated orcs and not even the brutal gladiators. It is a tribe of proud warriors who mix intellect with the wisdom of nature. They are known as the Blue Bear tribe, and the protagonist remembers that orc from the beginning Tassid should be there too. Reskan still does not buy it, saying, look, I have seen some gladiator orcs who fight well, but being an aura user, I do not know if one of them can be that strong. The protagonist says in hand-to-hand combat, they were stronger than any human and any dwarf. Yeah, you lied because if I remember right, you got beaten by a human in your past life and had to reincarnate. The scene switches to some stones out in the middle of nowhere with green triangles appearing above them, and magic starts happening, and out of it comes an old man who congratulates and appreciates the effort of how someone handled the situation. It is that addict Tezrim thanking the sage Dawiz. The human must be talking about him recovering the relics, and he says, that's right kid, dangerous knowledge has to stay under our control. It is to protect humanity, everything is done for protection. Then poof, he disappears. Tezrim gets furious that addicts summoned me just to say something useless. But fine, I need to take part in this stupidity to gain some influence. Right now, I already want to talk about how dangerous the existence of the one seen as the Demon King is, but they will think I am some lunatic, so I have to wait a bit longer. Good thing I knew Duke Eilenerd was a Silver Sage thanks to my connection with Jade. That is how I found out that during the Silver Silver Era, humans were not the main race. The true masters of everything were the elves, who had the world tree, while the dwarves dominated absolutely everything that touched the ground. Less than 1,000 years ago, those other civilizations even had different names. The elves were known as Eldras and the dwarves as the civilization of Alatrani. Eldra meant blessing of Eldia and Alatrani, the grace of Alfort. The names of their gods were the names of their civilizations. But the Silver Sages have to hide all that because to change the truth you need a convincing lie. Tezrim knows their need to preserve humanity and dignity like that is what is making them weaker and more stupid. You can tell Tezrim is someone who likes absolutely nobody in this world. He wants to know how humans ended up winning because everyone was there. The elves were incredible, the dwarves too, and they still lost. Then the scene moves to the death desert of Destrandi. Reskin says the obvious, wow, what a desolate place. Yeah, what did you think you were going to find in a desert? Lepin explains that in orc culture, any weak child is abandoned in the wild and elders are expelled from the village. That is why for them leaving the village is a kind of honorable act. Maybe it is a survival method born from the harsh life they live, maybe to preserve the place. I am like the little dwarf saying it just sounds kind of barbaric. Cyrus says it is easy for a dwarf to say that considering she still has the great forge. She would like to see dwarves survive if you took away everything they have. The protagonist realizes the other races are starting to fight each other and thinks, damn, calm down. Then Silent asks how the protagonist is going to convince the orcs. I imagine his plan is, hey kids, let's get land, you are out here starving in the wild, you will have food and drink, come on. But he says he has a plan and he wants to see what happens. Cyrus thinks it is weird because he said he was going to use the same plan from his past life. He turns around and says that back then he had Tacit with him, so it was way easier. Right then, Rescan looks behind them and says something is coming. And yeah, you can see the chaos showing up because the orcs are dropping out of the sky all red and exploding and yelling their own words. Reskin asks what they are saying and he goes, they are saying this is Orcland, kill all humans. The protagonist tries to use his technique like Spirit of the Blue Heart Noble Warriors, but the creatures keep coming like those heat apocalypse zombies. Reskin is like, I do not think they are trying to talk this time. The first one swings an axe at Cirrus and she does this crazy flexible hop and slips out of the hit. The little dwarf blocks too. Reskin goes, damn, we really have to fight, but he's getting smashed anyway. He already took 3 to the chin. The protagonist is there like boom, boom, one less, and he says, yeah, they really are formidable. It is insane. It is just a shame that orcs have one critical weakness. He starts casting abyss sand magic and with a snap he throws out a mass sleep. And then all the orcs just drop asleep. Seelan is standing there confused like, wait, it worked instantly like that. Sleep magic is kind of useless in combat, is it not? The protagonist explains that is exactly why even though they are amazing in a fight, the orcs lost to humans. Their magic resistance is really low. Seelan says, hold on, but if that is their weakness, then they are kind of useless. The protagonist asks, sure, but what if you Seelan, for example, cast mental protection on them? Seelan says, well then it might work. And the protagonist says, yes, that is what you are not getting. The ones who attacked are not even tribal warriors, they are just regular citizens. The real warriors went out hunting creatures. These are just patrol orcs who hang around watching. Rescan looks at one of them sleeping all cute and goes, what the hell, this guy is not even a warrior. And the protagonist says the ones he was waiting for just showed up. Rescan gets tense when he sees the real crew arriving. And I cannot stop thinking these orcs look exactly like those orcs from Wu Blood, you know, from that Lich Orc cave, and those Fire Apocalypse ones too. And it is like, yeah, they are all red barbarian orcs, what did you expect? Saying they all look the same is like saying every elf is the same because they have pointy ears. In front of everyone there is a man in a cloak saying this is our land, no humans allowed. Then Lepin comes in with his speech like, warrior of the spirit of Obro, I came here to forge a bond with you. The guy answers, a bond. Humans are deceivers and liars, I do not trust you. Fair. Lepin says he understands and that is why he wants to prove his innocence. The guy says that is impossible, so what is the trick this time, human? So the protagonist says to the noble warrior, a true spirit shows itself through the sword, and to prove sincerity he proposes a combat ritual. It is a ceremonial tradition they do when forming alliances between orcs. They respect strength, so nothing beats a test where you prove your strength to each other. Lepin knows the orc mindset is basically the weak cannot oppose the strong and cannot become strong, so you have to trust the strong. If you are going to follow someone who will not let you die, which makes sense. The only problem is getting them to accept a combat right with humans. But he is offering a fight and the orcs are already smiling saying this human knows the perfect tradition. They accept and they want to see blades clash. The protagonist is like, wow, they accepted with more hype than I expected. The girls are like, what? And it is like, of course you said orcs love a brawl. Rasquin asks, Lepin, you fighting is fine, but do Sirius and Tila have to get involved? Lepin says get ready because there is no gender discrimination. Then Lepin is all nervous, like, do I have to fight too? The protagonist says, no, relax, you are not the warrior. That was brutal. I thought he was about to suffer in the next scene, but nope. So the leader says, fine, this will be a combat right. Whoever represents you, step forward and prove your worth. And here she comes introducing herself as Ceres Valencia. The orc introduces himself as Jalcato, basically 15 kilos of muscle, and he is speaking orc language, so she does not understand anything. Then he says in their language, I Jalcato fight you. The two on the side are confused because the orcs can even speak their language. Ceres rushes in and he pulls this knife that looks more like a sword and blocks her first strike. The orc is shocked. How does a woman with such a small body have that much strength? She gets pushed back for real. She is thinking he is strong, but it is nothing compared to her training. She goes in again, blades meet, he blocks, she cuts and knocks his arm down, she dodges the next hit, then spins and lands a kick right in his mouth. The orc is stunned, tries to recover, swings from above, and now she has to defend. She realizes Lepin was not lying when he said they are the strongest in raw physical combat. The orc attacks again, forcing her to guard, and she can tell his swordsmanship is really skilled, but his weapon is not good enough. So she suddenly strikes his blade. The orc screams a name like Satar Iskabash, which is the name of the blades, and it activates and hits with a double strike, launching her up and away. She lands wide-eyed. He just activated his aura out of nowhere. Jalcato says a warrior weapon is his soul, and a soul never breaks. The protagonist notices the bastard is using a spiritual weapon and tells Ceres not to panic because that is the orc's secret technique. She asks what it does, and he says it makes the weapon harder and the edge sharper. That is it. She gets it right away. It is like Tila Earth Resonance, but made for orc weapons. She says she understands, and the protagonist says there is more to it, but it is too much to explain now. They clash again, and it looks like she is going to slash his elbow, and you think she is going to miss because she is too close, but she does not. She moves with that flexibility, slips under, and takes a kick behind the knee. She realizes she broke his balance, and comes in with an upward kick that knocks the orc's sword swing up into the air. He steadies himself while she notices her cut was not deep enough. The orc looks up, calls to his companions, and she freaks out when the swords start flying on their own, out of nowhere. Lepin says sometimes the sword moves by itself. She says that is something he should have warned her about earlier, but it is too late and the explosion goes off. In the smoke, the blades pierce through again, and it looks like Ceres got hit clean, but she vanishes too. She appears right in front of the orc, and he says she really is an incredible elf warrior. He did not expect he would need to fight with a friend to face her. Ceres thinks that makes sense. It is not like they would only have one technique to strengthen a weapon. Maybe she should admit defeat, and then another explosion hits behind her. She runs thinking she hates losing, especially because he's only winning with orc power. Then she remembers she might have a racial power too. Jalcato is using something only orcs can do, so what can only elves do? She activates her spiritual powers, and a soul greets her Serendi. The protagonist realizes she is summoning a wind spirit, and even back then, with Nyalan help, her manifestation was insanely fast. The spirit is getting stepped on and suffering, and she uses it like a springboard. She gets launched into the sky looking like a kite while the flying swords chase her, but she recovers and drops down behind him. She turns and puts a checkmate at his neck. She must have been insanely fast because of the spirit buff, so he could not react. The orcs start cheering, yelling the winner is the foreigner. Silen goes to Ceres, and she says she is fine. The protagonist praises her and she thanks him. Tila asks if it is really okay to step on the head of a spirit that was summoned to help because it did not look happy. The protagonist says, do not worry, spirits do not hold grudges like that. But he says it and turns away, thinking Ceres is screwed because he has no idea how petty that little spirit can be. Then the next one from the wide-hip women crew steps up. Dear Tila with her axe, and she gets defeated before she even gets introduced. The tribe leader, acting like a commentator, says the girl does not have much potential yet, but she has not been sharpened, and not giving everything in battle is disrespect. Then he basically gives a tutorial saying she saw the enemy was stronger and quit, but quitting means she underestimated the enemy ability to control their strength, so she has a lot to learn. She is totally confused. The protagonist explains he is saying it is good you did not overestimate yourself, but you did not need to hold back either. Either way, the result is positive because he acknowledged you, and now it is Reskin's turn. And the protagonist tells him it is better not to show any intent to kill, because yeah, this guy wants to cut the head off anything that breathes. Now he introduces himself as Cyrus von Tennies, heir to the Tennies sword, and he is here to prove his worth as a warrior. Then an orc from above sends a Karuga down and jumps. Boom, she crashes into the ground and introduces herself as Estala Langar Beta, and she says she will personally face him. People start cheering, saying she is like the mother of the gods and she has the champion title. So yeah, she is a woman, and she is the Karuga champion. But wait, she jumped in with one name, introduced herself with another, and the tribe calls her something else. The protagonist explains Karuga are the most exceptional mana users among the orcs. They are calling Reskin Karuga too because he uses mana and he already showed up with his mana active. Reskin is thinking if they are impressed by me, what happens when Lepin shows up? And that is it. A woman is in front of him, the blue bear matriarch ready to fight. Reskin can tell she is strong, and just the presence of both is making their auras clash like an explosion. He throws a slash, not too impressed, and she rushes in and they trade clean hits. She closes in, pulls a dagger from her back, and now he has to defend. Instantly, he realizes she is on a completely different level from every other orc. Astala compliments him, saying he is a talented young man, but he does not have enough experience. She keeps talking, saying he might be skilled, but she has time on her side. Rescan does not get why she is talking so much and wonders if it is a strategy to lower his guard. Then she steps in and says, enough, they are here to fight. Midair, she drops the daggers, calls each one by name, and sends them at Rescan. He raises a wall of stone blocks, attacks coming from every side, and realizes it is the same spiritual weapon thing. Someone who can control weapons like that is hard to deal with. The problem is while he is defending, she closes in and loads a punch that lands clean. Rescan has to brace with both hands to tank it, thinking she is strong, but he already took Leppin punch, so this is nothing. The real problem is while his hands are locked, the knives slip through and slice his arm. The protagonist with arms crossed sees his friend is experienced but not used to fighting people with aura. If he focuses too much on Astala, he will get hit from every direction. So how is he supposed to win this? Astala puts a hand on her hip, saying she won, but he says not a chance. He has not mastered this technique in real combat, but he will try. His mana starts surging and his eye turns blue, and you can tell the killing intent is about to spill. Astala looks confused, and then damn, the human uses Phantom Division, creating a bunch of flying little swords. He jumps in to attack, and Astala notices they are phantom swords. She can sense 3 presences, so the rest are illusions. Energy sweeps through, destroying the weapons while she yells that he actually has potential. But then she takes a cut across the abdomen. He really passed through like a ghost. Leppin is impressed because he used aura in an insane way, a technique that separates presence from reality. Astala praises him but says it will not work twice. He laughs, asking if she really thinks that was a mistake. And right then, she rushes again and he activates the phantom thing again. She moves through the blades, realizing if you keep your awareness on the real blade, it is easy to avoid the rest. But again, he appears at her side out of nowhere. She is surprised, but that one is an illusion too, and it breaks apart, and now he appears from below. Before she can react, he lands the cut. He celebrates because it worked, and she realizes he managed to swap the presence of a fake sword with the real one in an instant. The protagonist is like, damn, he already learned the essence of the void sword. No wonder he is considered a legend. I forgot that. That famous Cyrus technique is the one where he creates illusions of countless swords, but that is only the basic level. The real value is when the user can teleport through the fake swords by activating aura. That is the true foundation of the void sword, and for a long time it was Cyrus' main technique. Leppin feels weird because he knows how many people that technique killed in the past life. One thing is certain, Riscan did not waste the time they spent standing around at the forge. Astala sees Leppin in the back and knows that Giant has to be blessed by the battle spirit. If she has to face him later, she needs to end this now. So she suddenly pulls out a bunch of daggers, saying it was fun, but it is time to finish. She draws the 12 sisters and activates aura on all of them. Rescan freezes and she sends everything at him, but the attacks only seem to hit around him. After that storm of cuts, he raises his hand and says, I surrender enough, I am done, get out of here. Right away, Stella starts celebrating, saying this means the Blue Bear tribe won again. Then Leppin says next time they fight, he wants Rescan to use that technique too, and Rescan says it makes no sense to use it on Leppin, since Leppin never bothers dodging any attacks. The protagonist says that just means there is no reason not to use it anyway, just to get a little practice. He wants to experience it once. Then he drops it because now it is his turn. The Giga Chad is about to step in, and the girls are already losing it. Duda is blushing like she is in love, saying he does not even need to go through the rite because she is already impressed. Stella is there like, listen ladies, skipping the rite is not an option. The protagonist is yelling, my name is Laughing Heart of Antares and I am taking part in the rite. Then a guy shows up behind Stella and asks his wife if it is okay if he goes against that friend. The protagonist is wondering when this guy appeared out of nowhere because he did not even notice him. Stella turns around asking the same thing, and he says he was hiding behind that rock because it looked fun. The protagonist realizes the guy's crazy eyesight. He was like 300 meters away watching everything. Stella asks if he gave up on capturing the Snake King, and he says no, he already caught it, cut it in half, and came back, so that is why he is here. Then he takes off his cloak, and it is the village champion named Kalkin. The protagonist gets ready because it is the first time he will face someone that big since his master. He says, perfect, this is exactly what I wanted. Kalkin rushes in, drawing his sword, saying that is the spirit. The protagonist uses Sleep Drop, a spell that puts you to sleep mid-charge, and the guy face plants. Kalkin looks all soft and cozy, and everyone is thinking, yeah, that was kind of anticlimactic. Stella is yelling that this is not the hero way. The protagonist says she can wake him up. He just showed he is both mage and warrior, since that makes the duel fairer. Kalkin wakes up like, wow, why am I so tired? And Stella says, my husband, you just took a spell to the head. He is like, wait, that ripped guy is a mage. The protagonist says, yeah, he has this body, but magic is his weapon too. Kalkin says, fair, if magic is your weapon, it would be dishonorable not to use it, and he thanks the human champion for the consideration. The orcs start talking like, wait, magic is not a bad thing. Someone answers it is bad, but not using a weapon would be even worse. It would disrespect the leader. The guy thinks about it and agrees, but it still feels like a cheap trick. The protagonist gets ready and says, enough, they they will settle it the right way, they will trade blows. There is an explosion and the scene cuts to a big beast with its head up. It is Tassity out hunting, saying they will not go hungry for a while. He looks at the dog and says, "What is it, little black king? Here, take this piece of meat, Gray kid." Then an explosion flashes on the horizon and he wonders what that light is and decides they should head back now. Back to the fight, the protagonist charges, Kalkin charges, and there is a sword strike to the wrist. Lepin is even more straightforward. He pulls his fist and punches right into the sword swing. Kalkin blocks the punch with his great sword, which impresses Lepin because of course an orc would treat that blade like it is nothing. The protagonist chains explosive linked punches and Kalkin keeps batting everything away. Lepin feels he has already proven his worth as a warrior and throws advanced sleep magic again. Kalkin seems to fall asleep, but it feels way too easy and the protagonist moves in. Even while asleep, an aura flares around Kalkin and he comes in to smash him in the stomach. The protagonist thinks the spell did not work, but Kalkin is fighting with his eyes closed. Sylvan is confused. How can someone fight while sleeping? Reskin says he is learning a lot today. Kalkin used some kind of artificial aura manipulation and Reskin says he needs to practice that too. The protagonist starts firing off a bunch of spells, thinking he never saw this technique in his past life. Back then, they did not need it because he handed out a bunch of mental protection talismans to the orcs. Then he uses another spell, hard as stone, literally paralysis. A magic circle appears under Kalkin's feet and it is obvious he has no resistance. But now he is in automatic combat mode and will defend against any attack, basically covering his mental weakness with aura control. He comes at him celebrating and the protagonist praises him, saying it really is an impressive technique. He knows he could end it with magic, but now he wants to show his value as a warrior. They keep fighting and they are smiling more than the protagonist ever smiles, even with Cirrus. Whip-like strikes the ground, cracking. The orcs are staring with their mouths open and Kalkin says they need to finish this fight. The protagonist thanks him, then stretches his fist again. They lock eyes and he throws the quadruple calamity punch. Kalkin charges up a thunder explosion. Rocks fly everywhere. Smoke fills the air. Fist hits sword again and now the calamity shoots up into the sky, sweeping the whole area and clearing the clouds. Next scene, Sylvan is easing the kid through healing and Lepin is suffering, saying, "This crap hurts so much. When is it going to stop?" In the end, Stella declares it a draw, saying their skills were like warriors born from the same mother on the same day. Tila asks if Philin's healing is always that painful, since Lepin is complaining. Sylvan explains it is because the opponent's aura is still mixed inside Lepin's aura. Every kind of magic has a different nature and some do not blend well, especially when Lepin already has a lot of magic inside him. Then Red Sylvan offers to heal the chief too, and the chief says no need, human child wounds heal on their own, that is nature. They say they recognize Lepin as a warrior they can trust, and from now on they are brothers. Finding someone like him in this world is a happy occasion, so today they have to drink. Soon there are tents, a huge bonfire, everyone drinking wine from horns, cheering, yelling, cursing. Sylvan says he is sure everyone is having fun, but it looks like a little too much. Kalkin goes, "Come on brother Lepinheart, drink with me." The protagonist is sure it tastes awful and smells even worse. Then he tries it and likes it and thinks, wait, are my preferences different in this body? Kalkin laughs, saying, "Looks like you liked it. I thought humans would hate it." He is smiling, saying he cannot believe he found a human brother who likes this drink, and he yells, "Bring a barrel." His wife says that sounds like an excuse for him to drink. Then he downs the whole barrel and the orcs are like, yeah, this guy is the real deal. Some orc girls look at Cirrus and say she is a really fat elf. She wonders why they are staring and Lepin explains they are calling her fat because to orcs any muscle is basically fat since they have no fat at all. Then nobody can believe Sila is a man. They are like, wait, that is a boy, he is so skinny he is going to die when he leaves here. Sila is already getting chubby, saying he ate enough, that is it. Meanwhile, Riskan is watching. Then Kalkin says the hunters are back. From the green hand they know who it is, and he says it is a miracle to find the one who saved him. Lepin looks and remembers that skinny guy with a 6-meter spine he met once. Now the guy is even bigger and ripped. The protagonist calls out to Tacit, and Tacit is shocked he recognized him because he looks totally different, so how did he know? Kalkin asks, confused, you know him, Tacit? Tacit explains this is the guy who saved him and guided him this way. Kalkin says that is an insane coincidence, but asks what brings him to this wild place. The protagonist tells the truth. He wants to find a more prosperous land for the Blue Bear tribe to live, and he hopes they will lend their strength. Kalkin asks, wait, you are saying if we join the fight, we get the land? Lepin says that is simplified, but basically yes. He wants to take the lands of Geophane near the Great Mountain of Gloaton. Kalkin asks Tacit what he thinks since he grew up around humans. Tacit says he trusts no human, but he trusts Laughingheart because it is impossible the man who saved him would lie like that. Kalkin says he already knows Laughingheart is not lying, the problem is the tribe's safety will be at risk. Tacit says then he should seek advice from the mother of the earth Mukiabi because they need that wisdom too. The scene shifts to another hut where the person introduces themselves as Grata Mukiabe. I look at Scylla and cannot tell if he is a woman or a man, and now with orcs I cannot tell if it is a man when I see a woman, so it is getting complicated. But I think this time it is a man and he introduces himself as Grata. Kalkin says fate brought them a new brother with the spirit of battle, and right now they need to make a wise decision for the good of the tribe. Next day, Reskin says everything worked out. The protagonist says the tribe will relocate to a safer place and 100 orc warriors will join them. People ask why that guy is coming too, and the protagonist explains they need Tacid because he will be the messenger when the other orcs find them. Reskin says, wow, we already have an elf, a dwarf, an orc. Imagine if one day a troll joined, what a coincidence. Lepin says, yeah, that would be some coincidence. A few days later, they are in the Termenia region, one of the most used trade routes in the kingdom of Krobins, and it is packed with people trading. Meanwhile, a group is watching from the forest. The guy in a hood says there are only about 100 soldiers guarding it. Prince Yubel might be a woman-obsessed idiot, but he is not stupid. He knows how important this food is. The friend beside him says he knows, but right now they are short on forces, and what makes it weird is they are not even resisting the mage sight skill. The old guy with the mustache insists it is way too strange, too much food, too little defense, something is off. Also, all the soldiers look tiny like a kid gang. The guy says, I get it, they are using a bunch of kids in cloaks to pretend they are soldiers, it has to be that. Looks like Yubel's situation is worse than we thought. Then he calls the gang and says, yeah, they are doing that trick, putting hoods on kids to scare us. So take it easy, but we still have to take all those resources, so charge with the cavalry. But suddenly, the hooded figures rush forward and the hoods fly up and everyone panics. It is not kids, it is the dwarf gang showing up. Now they are like, what is going on? Why are there so many dwarves? Too late, because the first one already jumped from the sky. While they are thinking about taking it easy, the dwarf goes all in. The guy is in shock, not even sure what hit him, and it is over because the dwarves are all aura users. It turns into a one-sided massacre. The captain pulls the army together, yelling that the ones who died up front were just the distraction squad and they should keep pushing. The dwarves realize they will have to face infantry with 8 times their numbers. The one in front says they have to hold back and not show their aura yet because Lepin told them to stall for time. Then they go in and it is supposed to be a fair war, but it is not fair at all. The dwarves are slaughtering the soldiers. Watching from far away, the protagonist thinks even if the knights have high morale, they have no chance. Sylvan is surprised he did not expect the dwarf crew to dominate like this. The protagonist explains they fell into a trap and got distracted while the dwarves knew exactly what to expect. Also, there is a huge difference between 3 dwarves who can use aura and 800 humans. The captain screams, what kind of shame is this? How are our knights dying to disgusting creatures? The dwarves do not like that, but they say there is no point hating someone with no manners. Then an orc charges in saying Talcutta will kill him. The leader rushes saying he will kill the filthy orc, but boom, one sword slash and the guy gets completely shredded and it is done. Then someone reports, Lepin, my lord, we killed the enemy and took his head. The protagonist thinks it is weird being called my lord. He has not changed since his slave days, but half the plan worked. Then the scene shifts to the barony of Delphina. In a meeting, Yubel's grandfather, the blonde guy who's into the dwarf girl, says he is grateful for the help, but that request is clearly unacceptable. Lepin says they have to recognize the dwarves and the orcs as part of the army. They want to refuse, but the protagonist says he will say it again. Their participation and recognition was part of the contract for him delivering the supplies. The old man sits down saying it is hard to argue with mages, they are always stubborn. The mustache guy says that request is unrealistic idealism. How does he dare ask something that makes no sense? Even if those creatures can fight, what can 100 soldiers do? Lepin says it is 126, and soon the Blue Bear tribe will join too, and he is speaking as a representative for all of them. They keep arguing saying they are dwarves, the others are primitive elves, those dumb orcs clearly mocking every race. The protagonist asks, so you are saying you do not trust them? The old man says, obviously. The protagonist smiles and says, fine, then we will prove it to you. We will take Fort Sinai with our own strength. Fiaman stands up, scratching his beard, saying, hold on Fort Sinai. Lepin says yes. The guy cannot believe it, saying he must think it is a bandit hideout, and just because he won one battle, he thinks he is some great commander. Fort Sinai is where Lord Tetzvald is stationed, and he is the strongest knight and aura user. Lepin says they might have more total force, but they have a strategy to bring victory to Prince Yubel. The knights mutter, what a bunch of idiots. These mages really do not understand how war works. Then the dwarf lover, who I only now notice is in the meeting, says enough. He knows everyone is stressed, but what is the problem with the offer? Someone says, Lord Yubel, you are sending a bunch of slaves with some value to die for nothing. But Yubel says the priority for everyone there is supplies, not slaves. He asks Lepin, are you leaving the supplies with us? Lepin says, of course, we are only able to take 1 week of provisions, which is what we need for the war. Yubel smiles and says, perfect then. What are we even losing? We will have food and they will still be fighting without putting any of our people at risk. When you put it like that, everyone is like, damn, Lord Yubel is really smart. This deal is amazing. Then as the heir, he asks them to take Fort Sinai and prove their loyalty. Lepin thumps his chest and says the order will be obeyed. The scene switches to the forest at the camp. The protagonist shows up wanting to know if Tacit is ready, and they say yes. He left a little while ago with his little black dog, and it looks like the meeting went well. The protagonist says yeah, everything is going according to plan. Reskin says he is not really on board with the plan. To take a fort, you need 3 times what they have on defense, but they are going in with way less. The protagonist says the people of Korriban are not weak, and they are going with other warriors to the Great Forge and the Blue Bear tribe. With the best warriors from 2 races, there is no way they do not win this. All of a sudden, Reskin's eyes light up and he says he agrees. On top of that, they have a bunch of aura users. That kind of force is rarely seen on this continent. Silent, all cute over there, is trying to charm me and he is with. Wait. He says that soon the status of the orcs is going to rise across the continent. Someone walks up and it is the elf Hellard, saying the elves are not staying out of this either. Thanks to Lepin, Elvenheim was revived and now they do not have to be treated like a weak race anymore. Hellard makes a fire spirit. It is huge. I thought it was going to be a tiny one, but he straight up summoned an Ifrit. He says the more time passes, the more the elves will connect with nature and the stronger Elvenheim will become. His wife tells him to dismiss that spirit because it is going to set everything on fire. Then out of nowhere, the dwarf lover shows up asking what all that noise is. Obviously, with his dwarf girl at waist height, Prince Welbel says Finia wanted to meet the other dwarves. She went to chat with everyone while Yubel talks to our protagonist asking what the chances of victory are. Lepin says he feels good about it even though it is always best to be ready for anything. Yubel says seeing Finia this happy makes him happy too. As long as Lepin's wishes stay the same as his, he trusts Lepin more than anyone in that castle, so he can do whatever he wants. The dwarf lover says just seeing her smile is enough for him to be in Lepin's debt forever. The protagonist says do not worry, the old man does not disappoint. A few days later in front of Fort Sinai, warm spring weather is arriving along with a war. Inside, someone is yelling that an enemy army is advancing. The leader Tedisvald is up on the wall saying I heard there is an army, but what is that coming over here? A guy behind him says well, it is the enemy. From far away he sees a group coming, but he is seeing elves, orcs, and dwarves. He does not see any humans, so why are they being attacked by a bunch of slaves? Something is off. He is sure the flag they are carrying belongs to Prince Yubel. What he does not get is these slaves are worth more than the lives of normal humans, so why are they burning money like this? He says bring some mages and about 50 soldiers and wipe them out already. Someone thinks 50 is overkill, why so many? Tedisvald says sometimes they have traps, you never know, better to be safe. The plan is to kill all the dwarf males and the elf males and capture the females. Any elf woman carrying a blade must be a rare type, so it is better to capture them because they are worth a lot. The soldiers move out saying they cannot believe they have to defend the castle from such a pathetic attack. Then their faces change when the first man in front gets blown up and his horse goes flying. A huge hammer wrapped in aura shows up and someone asks if it is okay to use that this time. The orc activates his aura too, saying today they have permission. The dwarf final boss charges in and the soldiers are in shock. Something is wrong with this army full of aura users. Now they are staring at a giant dwarf right in front of them. The dwarves cheer, saying it has been a long time since they used aura for anything other than monsters. The green hammer guy jumps in too, and from up on the wall, Tedisvald is confused. Why are there so many dwarves using aura in front of their castle? A mage appears beside him and says, Tedisvald, if those guys are aura users, we are really in trouble. Tedisvald says, yeah, and orders the defensive measures activated. The mage throws his arm up, starts chanting, and a massive barrier seals the whole castle. The protagonist watches and says, as expected, even this rundown fort has strong defenses. The cylinder says now they are at a disadvantage, so what are they going to do? The protagonist says they are sticking to the plan. Then the elves awaken and they summon like 70 fire spirits. The army fires arrows, but wood does nothing to spirit creatures. The soldiers are standing there with their mouths open, saying it looks like magical spirits straight out of a fairy tale. The old guy says that is ridiculous, like elves have any connection to spirits. While they argue, the spirits keep pounding the barrier and it starts cracking. Another dwarf already inside keeps pushing forward aura on his axe again and the main gate explodes. Everyone is stunned, the castle is being invaded from the sky and it looks terrifying. The dwarf crew with the spirit crew on their backs. Tedisvald charges with his army, yelling for everyone to go in. You have to respect it, he went first with pure guts. A dwarf leaps forward asking for protection from some Malayoid. He knows the guy coming is an aura user and Tedisvald comes in fast, saying it is ridiculous for filthy trash to imitate true aura. But now he has to deal with that dwarf swinging an axe. Their weapons clash, energy goes everywhere, and Tedisvald realizes it. He is sure his skill is better, but the other guy is younger and clearly not weak. In theory, no race should evolve as fast as humans. The rest of the army is terrified, because not only is that guy an aura user, he is actually pressuring Tedisvald. Meanwhile, Leppenhardt is outside thinking, when are you going to join in, kid? He knows everyone awakened their powers, but the elves, for example, are not used to it, and their energy is going to run out soon. Raskin asks if they really have to stand there doing nothing. The protagonist says this battle is meant to show the strength of different races in the world, so the two of them should not interfere. Raskin agrees, but says if they lose, it will be the biggest humiliation. The protagonist agrees while wondering why it is taking so long. The orcs are taking forever. Right then, he looks to the side and the tribe arrives with Tacit. The protagonist says no introductions, the castle is right there, attack. Tacit just steps forward and stares and everyone starts marching toward the castle. Inside, the dwarves are already deep in the fight and the soldiers are struggling. Then they look back and it is over. The full troop of warriors arrives, tearing through everyone. The soldiers panic and scream, fall back to the castle. One brave guy stands there telling them not to fear those beasts while wondering what kind of swords those barbarians are carrying. The protagonist thinks separating themselves from the other races was a weakness. They do not have information on how they fight anymore. It is always the same. Elf uses a short sword, dwarf uses an axe, trolls use bone weapons, and orcs use the biggest weapon possible. That is exactly why in close combat, they are the most destructive force. It was already bad for them, and now the guys with spirit swords show up and the blades start flying around, slicing everyone up. Silent watches and says, yeah, this is completely unbalanced now. Look at them, even Kalkin is in there activating blade aura, while Tedisvold is trying to understand what is happening to this world. Lepin asks Seelen if he likes watching humans die because he says he does not since he is human too. The protagonist explains it is no different from fighting for the right of humans to live. It is just war like any other. Then the commander gets killed. Someone tells everyone it is already over and now it is just cleaning up the rest. The scene switches to the kingdom of Krobans in the capital Crotum. A man at the table asks, what kind of stupidity is this? The people in front tell Lord Karsus it is true. He says it makes no sense. Wait, Tedisvold is dead. The man beside him says, yes, based on the soldiers who survived and saw it, there is no doubt. Karsus cannot believe his mentor and the Empire's great knight was killed like that. That means the other 12,000 units they have here in Crotum are in danger. He needs to contact his father and grandfather immediately and gather the troops of all the nobles and bring them to the capital. If they lose this, they will not have any chance left, especially if Yubel holds a coronation inside the capital and places the seal of possession. Then all the nobles claiming neutrality will start supporting him. They need to concentrate their strength in one place. The others think his judgment is perfect for the city. He really deserves to be king of these lands. Fine, then we will see if he becomes it because we are now one day after the fall of Fort Sinai. The dwarf lover is already on top of the wall, unable to believe he is really there. It feels like a dream even though he knows it is real. Lepin said he was not going to disappoint the prince. He laughed and said they really were brave warriors. He just hoped they were getting rewarded and getting some rest. Lepin said yeah, everyone was pretty comfortable. Yubel asked how the local nobles were reacting. Lepin said they were mad, sure, but what were they going to do? Yubel agreed and said in the end all the credit would go to Lepin and his warriors. He asked how many died and it was 17 dwarves and 9 orcs. Luckily no elves died, you little punks always hiding, you pointy-eared elves. Yubel said compared to the enemy, the losses were low. Still, with how few soldiers Lepin had, it was a brutal hit. Lepin was surprised. He had only been using Yubel to get the land he needed, but the guy was not as bad as he thought. Now he felt guilty for supporting Karsus in his past life. Like, come on, he machine-gunned Yubel's army with meteors and sent him to the guillotine. Now at least in Yubel's army, there would not be anyone disrespecting or looking down on other races. Then a general came up like, hey kid, you have some amazing slaves in your army, sell me a few please. The protagonist snapped back, you bastard, they are not slaves to be bought or sold, they are allies. The guy went, yeah, you are not easy to deal with, fine, when you feel like selling, let us know. The protagonist walked off furious while the guy kept whining, I just wanted to buy one little slave, what is the big deal? Of course, the rumor that Fort Sinai had been taken by a non-human race spread through the capital. Nobody believed it. Hold on, a dwarf warrior beat Tetsval. Some nobles were trying to figure out if that was good or bad. Others said if Yubel accepted it, then it was fine. Others still saw them as slaves, though little by little that started to shift. Then the scene moved to an inn where an orc was carrying firewood, saying he had prepared today's fire. Obviously, he was getting mocked and called an idiot. Seeing that the guys nearby said that rumor is nonsense, there is no way strong orcs exist, look at this one dumb and useless. But I guess the rumor about some bishop from Philanes who is a master at using orcs and dwarves is true. Now Silent was catching heat too, getting called a manipulator. Someone said, but the church is not supposed to use slaves like that. Another guy said, yeah, I know, but it is the kids' power it is making them all stronger. Then someone went, wait, is that not the 2-meter tall wife who wants to hear more about this story? The guy freaked out and said, hi, can I help you with something? The girl was standing there like a tower right in front of him, wanting more info about this bishop or priest from Philanes they were talking about who was helping the races. What is the story? The guy said, well, it looks like he is commanding an army of non-humans. That is what I know. They say he is really young too, like 15 or something. A cute little kid that most people mistake for a girl. Right away, she started coughing and chugging her drink like crazy. Then she was practically drooling, saying she finally found her dear Seelen. Next chapter, we are on the Central Plains with Karsus's army facing Yubel's army. 10,000 on Karsus's side and 3,000 on Yubel's side. The protagonist said, yeah, as expected, Karsus has has the force of a future monarch. He gathered the whole army with a single signal just from Sinai falling. Then the Bang soldier said today the idiots who do not recognize the true king would be killed and challenged to a duel. He was calling someone out for a one-on-one. Nobody stepped up, so he asked if they were really that cowardly that they had to use a trick to kill Tetzvolt. Everyone could tell there was a rumor going around that Tetzvolt was killed in some dishonorable way. Now the dwarves were arguing among themselves about who would get to kill this guy. Then his expression changed and he asked, "Who are you?" Cyrus from House Tennis said he stood with Prince Eubal and it would be an honor to face the legendary knight Spurius. Spurius charged, saying it was ridiculous for someone not even 30 to challenge him. Cyrus flared his aura and said this would not be easy for him. Then the greatsword slammed and it was pure trading blows. Even the horses were shining and dancing side to side, clang after clang, and everyone was stunned. 2 aura users, my god, that is insane. Karsus was furious. Damn it, why does Eubal's army have more aura users than the whole kingdom? Having even one was enough to lift an army, and that was why Spurius had to crush their spirit in this fight. The old man praised him, saying his skills were impressive. Cyrus answered, "Yeah, you are just as formidable as the rumors say." But inside, he was already thinking he could actually win. Even if his swordsmanship was weaker, the combat experience he got traveling with Lepin made all the difference. He went in again and they locked eyes, then boom, it turned into a mounted one-on-one. Lepin watched closely. He had sent him as a test, and he was doing better than expected. Before long, he would be called the Lord Star within a few years. Spurius said he would not lose to a kid and activated a gigantic blade. Ruskin, who we are going to call Cyrus because let us be real, that is his future name, activated the Phantom Blade division. Spurius could not understand what kind of weird illusion technique that was. Too late, he thought too much and got cut down. His allies were in shock that their warrior got dropped like that. He was face down licking dirt and boots. How can a kid that young be that strong? His eyes were almost closing and that was it. Ruskin looked sad and said, "I messed up again. My Phantom Division technique is too weak." With no real choice, Karsus told them to charge since they still had the numbers. Eubal shouted to the troops and said it was going to be a straight-up war. Look at Rosquin coordinating the orc warriors like he owned the place. The orcs were desperate anyway, they did not even need orders. The poor knights were yelling to attack the mounts, but the orcs were riding wolves, so it was way harder to cut legs before getting bitten. Karsus, watching the start of the fight, realized the rumors were true. Said's army really did lose to these warriors. The knights faced the dwarves and could not get close without dying. They were wondering how they were supposed to get past that wall of muscle. And the elves would not stop growing those Ifrit things, they kept getting bigger. Karsus ordered the mages to shut down those spells, but something was blocking their mana flow. What he could not understand was, if there was a mage who could block everyone's magic, then why not just wipe everyone out instead of playing these games? The protagonist said he did not have the mana to cast something that would end the war, but he did have the talent to mess with every mage there. Meanwhile, Ceres came charging and fully armored. The fight barely started and Karsus was already ordering a retreat. 3.5 minutes of fighting. The dwarf lover celebrated, saying the victory was theirs. Of course, this battle went down in history. Prince Eubal's troops pulled off an overwhelming victory and crushed huge numbers of Karsus's army. Then the scene moved to the Hendrik region where everyone was shouting, "Long live Prince Eubal." Eubal laughed. Everyone who supported Karsus yesterday had switched sides today. Fionin beside him told him to get ready because it looked like Karsus was still hiding in the royal capital preparing a defensive siege. Some counts and barons were asking for a meeting with Eubal to swear loyalty. Eubal laughed and said, in the end, they were all a bunch of traitors. Fionin said they were nobles, so that was expected. The problem was some aura users were still staying neutral. They should try to bring them over in the king's name. It would have been impossible in the past, but now with the troops they had, it was an option. Eubal said they did not need to panic like that, they were already winning and they just had to stay calm. The old man thought, yeah, that is one way to look at it. Eubal thought he wanted to become king, but a king who served the people. He did not want to destroy the nation to do it, and that was why he would try to cause as little damage as possible. Then the scene moved to the castle in the city of Hendrik, where 2 guys pulled out their axes and told him to stop right there, asking what he thought he was doing there. A soldier commented that the face was beautiful, but also threatening. And of course, who showed up? The final boss for poor Silan. The scene cuts to inside the castle where Cilindro is there pushing himself, giving it everything he has. The main guy tells him to give his chest a break because now they are doing squats so he can work his legs too. And it looks like after that war, he ended up getting the title of the young saint because of Eubal's forces. People were talking about this image of a young girl fighting bravely in a field of blood, throwing healing on everyone. Silan says he's going to do squats now, but Lepin is telling him to slow down too and rest. But he is like, I am going to check the chip here. This thing is growing way too fast. I am not stopping. That is when he notices what is Cirrus doing here. The main guy sees her down there talking with Espirito and says she is socializing. And she is there talking, saying it was a life or death situation and she cannot stay mad. Lepin from far away says, I told you she was going to be mad. I said it. I made it very clear. Cirrus tells that idiot to stop lying. He said he was going to forget because he has the memory of a goldfish. The main guy thinks it is weird because he does not remember Cirrus from the past life talking like that with spirits. Either she was always like that and hid it, or her personality changed. Then a soldier shows up like, "Hey Lord Lepin, there is a magic girl out there who came to visit you." The main guy is confused and the guy says she said she is looking for the young saint, but I do not know, I think she is looking for you. The main guy still does not get it. Then it cuts to the guest room where the paladin Christina introduces herself as a servant of the gods, and she is like 2 meters tall. Like literally all I can see is her legs in one shot. Dude, she is basically the same size as the main guy standing there. Wait, Tezo had a younger sister and I did not know. He does not understand why a holy knight would come to see him though. Then she says, "I am not looking for you, Lepin. I am looking for the cleric of feelings, known as Cillian. Looks like there is some misunderstanding about why you are here." Lepin is like, "Well, I guess they thought the visit was for me because of her height, I do not know." Lepin goes into protect the fanboy mode and asks, "What do you need with Cillian? Can I know?" Right then, Cillian shows up at the door asking who is looking for him. The crazy one smiles, all happy and shining, and he is already yelling Christina, but she walks right up wanting to know how long her love is going to run from destiny. He is freaking out saying it is not love, but she says there is no way to run, their destiny is to be together forever. Lepin steps in and says, "Hold on, what is your relationship with Cillian girl?" But she stares all red and almost bouncing and says she did not want to reveal it, but they are husband and wife engaged, something like that. The church path really is the solution for short guys because Cillian, with his 120 height, is out here landing a 2-meter giant. Or not, because in another room he is panicking, packing everything, saying he has to get out of there as fast as possible. Lepin, confused, says, "Relax, I told her to wait in the room, just calm down, Cillian. What is going on? Are you really engaged?" He yells, "No way, obviously not." He explains her name is Christine Silvestana from a prestigious family in the south of the continent of Hallane. Since she was young, it was basically guaranteed she would grow up insanely beautiful. And yeah, she was amazing, but at the same time, she grew a bit more than normal, and she is literally 2 meters tall. Then the church announced she was the daughter of the gods, born to live as the sword with the will of the mother of some great individual. She was destined to find the right partner because she would cross paths with the man of the Sunday. She got the title of paladin of the church and started brutal training to improve her skills, until one day she was sent to the kingdom of Basel, and that is where she met him. Those 2 little shining stars, his eyes all semi-giga Chad, and watching Cillian move gracefully on the battlefield healing wounds perfectly convinced her he was the ideal partner. She basically fell in love at first sight, and the moment she got back to the church, she announced the prophecy was complete, she found the chosen one. The order went into chaos because unlike Christina, they were thinking like normal people. Nobody was going to accept her marrying a 12-year-old kid back then. That was how old Cillian was. They are like, "My girl, you are wrong. How are you saying that boy is the chosen one?" But then another oracle showed up in the church and said it is him. So the Philian's order, even though hesitant, accepted the prophecy under certain conditions. They would only allow it if she won his heart. And Cillian says that is when the nightmare started. Lepin gets it. Basically, it was like a political marriage, except this time between church orders. Cillian says, "Yeah, pretty much." The problem is Christine had a fanatical level obsession. No matter what battlefield he goes to, what place he goes to, what country he runs to, she eventually shows up. The real truth is he started following Lepin using the excuse that he was a pilgrim just to disappear from her too. He figured it would be an easy way to stay away or make her give up if he was always moving. Lepin asks if the whole muscular body thing is related. Cillian says it became urgent when he started thinking maybe if he got jacked she would stop liking him. Lepin says, "Come on, compared to Christina's height is not everything, you can love her the same way." Cillian says, "No way, her personality is what is scary. She listens to absolutely nobody and only does what she wants. She already named the kids, decided what they will do, picked his future career and everything. If it is a boy, the name will be Stein and he will be a war paladin. If it is a girl, the name will be Eileen and she will be a priestess of the worshippers. But if he is the father and he is a Philian's cleric, that makes no sense." The main guy says that is terrifying, but then he notices something and asks, "Wait, Cillian, what is your daughter's name again?" Cillian hesitates, then says the name is Helem. The main guy is wondering who that is, but I remember. Helem is that priestess from the beginning who attacked the throne of the demon king Lepinhart. So in the past life, he really did end up with Christine, and that girl was his daughter, the famous Saint Helem, who walked into the room saying those dwarves who hated evil gods have returned to the right path. The divine power she had could even resurrect the dead. She surpassed even the high priest Macklin, and that is what ended with him dying by her hands. She was basically a nightmare that haunted him in the past life. Not only did she have insane combat ability, but the blessing she put on armies of 10,000 men was ridiculously hard to deal with. Even a 3-year-old kid would get an arm strong enough to cut a knight's head off. And now he finds out that cursed woman was Cillian's daughter. But he is sure this situation that looked funny is not something to joke about anymore. The absurd divine power Helem had was not natural. It was created through a forbidden ritual of the order, something about a plan called the Holy Grail plan. Hold up now, it got brutal. In that plan, a man and a woman conceive a child inside a special barrier that turns the child into a sacred vessel. The child absorbs the father's life at the moment of insemination and then the mother's life at birth. Yeah, no, forget it. Better to stay single, Cillian, because I do not know if those 10 seconds of happiness are worth it. 10 no, I exaggerated those 5 seconds of happiness. Lepin says, Cillian, if you go through with this marriage, I think you are going to die. Cillian is like, you think, it is a sin too, Lepin. The main guy is just thinking he has zero doubt. Cillian is Helen's father because he is absurdly powerful as a healer, but he never heard about this kid in the other life, which never made sense. Lepin keeps saying, I came to the conclusion, you really should not marry that woman. Cillian starts crying all emotional like finally someone is on my side. But it is over, Lepin, it was good while we were together, this is my end. The main guy asks, where are you going? The soldiers are wondering the young saint was getting ready to leave, but did something happen with that mage girl? Cillian asks if Lepin does not understand what will happen if he stays. Lepin says he does, but now he is thinking too, he cannot keep treating this kid like a walking super potion. Clearly, he is one of the few people he values and who supports his dreams. So he says, let's talk about this. You think running is going to get you away from her. She followed you all the way here. Out of nowhere, Cillian gets all soft like, what do you expect me to do, Lepin? What are you going to do? Stop her for me. Now it sounds like romance. Lepin asks, if I do this, Cillian, will you stay by my side? The soldiers are like, what is going on? Cillian says, I do not want to leave Lepin, but the situation is hard. I cannot ask others to run away with me in the middle of all this mess. Lepin says, calm down, Cillian, there is something we can do. We will convince her she cannot force her love. If it is not mutual, then the marriage cannot happen. Cillian says, Lepin, if I could convince her with words like that, I would not have run from the Filane's order. The soldiers are still like, what is this vibe? What is happening? Then the 2-meter woman shows up, all happy and weird, saying it is wonderful to see he is already ready to leave. Come on now, it is time for the wedding. Damn, look at the size of those thighs, that is deadly. He jumps like, what I was talking with Lepin, I got ready to leave. She just ignores him like she is not even listening, smiling, saying it is time for them to go home and live a wonderful life. They just need one little boy and one little girl. She tells him to stop being shy. He is yelling for her to get lost while Lepin notices she does not listen to a single thing he says, not even for a second. So Lepin asks, hey, what exactly do you like about Cillian? She says, I like him because our kids will grow up at a reasonable height. He thinks her reason is weirdly normal. She clearly wants a short husband because she is too tall and she does not want the kid ending up like 180. But then she says, Cillian, you are not passing this curse to our children. He says being short is not a curse. She tells him to stop lying. He does not like being short and she does not like being tall. That is why they do not need to worry if they are together. The kids will clearly have the perfect height. They are destined to be together. Now let's go, because the goddess herself decided it. Cillian is like, Lepin, help. The main guy is like, I want to help you, but how am I supposed to stop this? Then Cillian panics and says, sorry, Christina, there is someone I love. She freezes shocked. And then he grabs Lepin's arm and says he is in a relationship with him. He cannot accept her love anymore. Christina's face and Lepin's face. The soldiers are all like, huh, what is happening? Cillian, holding his little arm, says me and Lepin were destined to be together by the red order of destiny of the Filanes, that is it. And honestly, it is not even a total lie, because Cillian says they were connected through the power of the goddess pair bond, that power he used that basically lets him always know where Lepin is when he got lost in that city. The soldier on the left says, I knew something was off. The one on the right says, yeah, I agree, but you cannot deny they make a good couple. Lepin is like, why me of all people, Cillian? Cillian explains the series is out of the question because she is human and she would never be respected. The main guy asks about all the other girls. Cillian is like, where are all those other girls then? There are only women from other races, and besides, it cannot be someone weak. The main guy hugs him, saying, yeah, it is crazy how things happen, my dear Cillian. Cillian, hugging back, says it is a hard choice, but we have to reveal this relationship. Christina says now she understands what is going on. Cillian gets excited, thinking she will give up, but her expression changes and she says true love always comes with challenges. Yeah, we already know what she is about to do. She says in the name of true love, Paladin Christina challenges him to a duel. The soldiers are all commenting this romance is intense. Then Ceres shows up, not understanding anything. Christina pulls her sword, points it at him, and he's wondering how he ended up in this situation. A duel for Cillian's heart. She says if you really love Cillian, you have no choice but to accept this duel. He says it is weird for a wizard to fight a knight, but Cillian is cheering like, go Lepin, show the power of our true love. Lepin is still confused like, wait Cillian, you want me to actually duel this woman? Cillian says of course you are going to win anyway, so just save me. Even Cyrus is watching like they really are a perfect pair. Are they really dating? The main guy is trying to explain like no in his head, obviously. Christina already draws her sword and says as a paladin of the order she will strike first. Mage, get ready to fight. He clenches his fists and says looks like there is no choice. Actually, she lets him make the first move, so here he goes, activating a thunder spell with Ladante's power. Christina flinches because she did not expect he was a mage at that level. He apologizes, saying he will have to end this fast and rushes in with a storm of lightning. He knows it will be a problem if he kills her, so he holds back, but it is still enough to make her pass out. Except it is obvious she defends herself pretty easily. If she is the mother of that girl, the woman who is ending the whole war, there is no way she would be weak. The soldiers are in shock because not only is she an aura user, she is also carrying the divine sword. The main guy is impressed because only 1 in 10 paladins in the order can use a blade like that. She really is a real threat. He starts stacking spells, shield power, wind step barrier. It is like that skeleton Ains from that anime. The man chained all of it in one sequence, but she is reflecting everything, saying he is ridiculous if he thinks that is enough to take down a paladin. Cillian is yelling for Lepin to take it seriously, asking why he is only using magic. Lepin wants to say because I am a mage, but we all know Cillian wants him to just punch her already and mix magic with fists to finish her. Lepin is pushing himself, thinking this idiot has no idea how precise his control has to be to cast all this. He keeps spamming smoke, prison, sure, kill, ice storm, and then one of them catches her foot. Damn, does the protagonist realize it's going to take her at least 30 seconds to break out of that ice, like seriously almost half a minute. He's ready to end it when she says that's enough. She has no choice. She's going to have to use the power the church guarantees. She closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, holy crap, her teeth smash the ice. The protagonist is stunned. With pure physical strength, she just shattered ice made with high-level magic. Wait, actually, Silent is stunned because she doesn't even have an aura, apparently. She says no, she still hasn't been blessed with the ability to sense aura, but the Lord blessed her with a body that matches the strength of an aura user. The protagonist wants to know where she learned that breathing technique that breaks everything. She says when she was a little girl and still hadn't sworn to become a worshipper, she met an old man who taught her that technique, saying it would make her strong and healthy. Back then, she didn't know it, but that guy is the one who guided her into becoming who she is today. So yeah, it really was the old man Lepin's master. Looks like the old guy's techniques really do turn anyone into a 2-meter tall giant. And now the protagonist is sure the master made the poor girl 2 meters tall and basically wrecked her marriage potential. Gerald probably taught it with good intentions, thinking bigger is better, but she clearly has no idea. She's standing there all curious, asking what is it, and he goes, nothing. It's amazing. It's good that you learned that technique. She steps forward smiling, saying, all right, then let's finish this duel. He fires another magic bullet and she reflects another attack. Then the protagonist says the breathing technique she used is for the unique body of growth method, specifically meant to increase height. And judging by her height, it's obvious she's been practicing it diligently for at least 10 years. Even Lepin himself didn't practice that specific method that much and spent most of his time focusing on magic. But it's not some kind of magic technique. If it were that easy to make it work, the Indomables Academy would have sold it for millions. The fact she pulled it off shows she has unmatched talent. And she's yelling, asking why the bastard won't just lose already. He says, why would I lose? We're in a duel. She says she already noticed Lepin is full of sweet talk. He must have used that smooth mouth to seduce poor innocent Silent. He tries to explain, but she just charges, saying now he's gonna learn what true love is. The protagonist can't tell if she really thinks love is supposed to be like that, and then boom, she blasts him in the chest. The holy girl goes flying far away. He just looks and says, all right, looks like I won, so are you gonna give up on Celan now? She gets up totally wrecked, saying for now she has to withdraw. Then she says, sorry Celan, right now I don't have the strength to rescue you from that villain. Just thinking about your delicate little body getting violated by a brute like him. Celan is like, hey, stop with that talk. Our bond is spiritual, okay? Isn't it, Lepin? The protagonist says there's no bond at all, let's just leave it like that, okay? Silent tells the bastard not to mess up the plan, and he grabs him and goes, yes, Silent, we have a delicate bond, almost crying. Christina runs off crying, saying, I swear one day I'll come back to rescue you, Silent, and she leaves. Now the protagonist asks, so Celan, how are you going to fix the problem you just created? Celan says things solve themselves naturally in this world. Next day, nothing got solved because Fianan is there scratching his beard, saying, I get what happened. Lord Lyfin and the young saint really make an amazing couple, I agree. Everyone is happy and smiling. Weirdly, the rumor is having a positive effect. The dwarf is like, I never imagined the savior had those preferences. The knight next to him says, yeah, my dear Catamit, it's unexpected, I'd say. But they both agree there were signs back in the city. Everyone already noticed something weird. The orc asks, human, do men love each other like that too? Someone answers, yeah, sometimes something like that can happen. The orc asks why, and the knight says, sometimes the boy has such a delicate body, he looks like a girl and it can kind of work. He says, just look at the young saint. The orc says, oh, now I get it, that's really true. Then Arqui goes, Cirrus, are you gonna let Timor take Cillian away? What is this, agreeing like that, and you too? Cirrus is agreeing though, saying the race has found a point where they all agree. It's another step toward Lepinhart's dream. While Lepinhart right now doesn't even want to get out of bed, he's stuck there. Cillian asks what the problem is, and he yells, the problem is the rumor he spread. Cillian says, stop complaining. Lepin complaining won't help. Then Cirrus says, hey, why are you worried? Lepin, the rumor only spread because Cillian has a really pretty face. Lepin stares at Cillian and they get an idea. From now on, they're going to start making Cillian's body more masculine and powerful, and then the rumor will disappear. Taste watching says they look weirdly connected, so those rumors really are true. Enough messing around, back to the war. In front of the gates, the army demands the traitor Karsus pay for his sins for defying the will of the heavens, that he kneel before the true king, and that they open the gates. The soldier on top of the wall answers that this is stupid. How can monsters and slaves claim they respect the will of the heavens? Yubel allied with demons, and he's a stain that will forever dirty the history of the kingdom of Krobans. They order Yubel to disband the army immediately and go pay for his sins to the royal family. Lepin is just thinking they talk too much since the fight is happening either way. Yubel raises his sword, telling the warriors to show courage for the true king. Arrows start raining from the castle while they shout, "Hold positions, raise shields." Yubel orders the troops forward, and Kalkin calls for his wife, and the two of them charge in with the wolves. The dwarves are getting dizzy because they're not used to riding horses, while Eskim tells them to stop whining because they're doing fine. Up on the wall, they realize the aura users will be the first to push. Yeah, for real, there are like 7 aura users charging. Might as well give up the castle already. Karsus is furious, saying, "Damn, they're coming full force right from the start." He orders all archers to fire. He'll pay 100 gold coins to whoever kills one of those demons. But Kalkin just raises his sword, and his aura is enough to disintegrate any arrow that gets close. Eskim is working hard, smashing swords with an arrow midair, and then the spearmen pull into thrust. But those little spears aren't doing anything to aura users. Now I'm calling him Cyrus. I'm already giving him the title Sword of the Continent, here you go. Cyrus gathers his aura, and it erupts into a blue flame across the whole blade, and the soldiers up top freak out. That was the giant sword technique from Spirius, the guy he fought, and he copied it, and Spirius is in shock, wondering how this bastard is using the same power. Too late. Cyrus slams the sword into the middle of the gate, and it shatters completely, and the soldiers run in panic. Meanwhile, Kalkin's huge wolf climbs the wall, ignoring gravity, and gets to the top. "You should have surrendered." They get hit with a thunder crash right in the head. The gate is destroyed, the top of the wall is taken, and the two just stare each other down with that swagger, while the poor soldiers realize against an aura user they don't have much of a chance. Stala moves up front, praising them while remembering Lepin said the goal was to destroy the walls so the enemy would break. They didn't even need to kill soldiers, they just had to crush morale. She activates her magic and throws out 78,000 daggers, and everything starts spinning and exploding, and the stones get pierced and shockwaves roll out. Holy crap, she's really gonna bring the whole wall down. Karsus is getting protected by that old man who already got beaten up. Yeah, I don't think it worked. Stala is leveling up like Kalkin, and he knew she could do something like this. The dwarves are shocked. Her demolition technique is insane. Cyrus just watches, saying that's another technique to learn. This guy is a skill copier, I'm noticing it. Karsus says he didn't expect them to do something like this. That's why he wanted to avoid the circus. His soldier even apologizes, saying he could handle it if there were fewer of them. Sure, like he got wrecked solo by Cyrus. Then he says there's no way they can win this. They have to go to the royal palace. But suddenly, a soldier points and tells his majesty to look. Yubel's army is pulling back. Karsus sees it confused, like, wait, why are they retreating? This place was already lost, so Yubel must have some plan. From below, one of Yubel's soldiers shouts that if they wanted, they could march to the royal palace right now. But how could the true king endanger everyone in the capital? So if they really care about the people's well-being, they should raise a white flag and surrender. Karsus realizes they're trying to paint him as the villain. Now it's even worse because nobody will want to defend him in the castle. Who came up with a cruel tactic like that? I'm not even gonna tell you. There he is just watching, saying Karsus must have gotten the message. Yubel praises him, saying he's very wise. Victory is within reach. Finan says they can return to the state of Zedrins. They showed the drastic difference in power, so they'll surrender soon. No need to spill a single drop of blood. But at night the meeting happens and everyone wants to know, so Karsus, is there any way we can win this? The guy shaking is his father Fernando. The old man beside him says, I don't know what trick those horrible creatures use, but it's clear they have aura power. Fernando can't believe it. Where on this damn planet did they find these people? The friend on the left says, well, at least they were arrogant enough to lift the siege. Maybe if we retreat now and plan for another day, we have a chance. But Karsus says it's impossible, they'll come back soon, and the seal and the crown are there. If they abandon the main city, Yubel will go there and do the coronation ceremony. The moment that happens, it's over. The capital is lost. This war is lost. One of the friends asks, what if we ask nearby kingdoms like Basil for help? Karsus says if they allow foreign intervention, that's basically the end of Krobans. But the advisor fires back, it's the same thing, because if we don't intervene, it's definitely the end anyway with those forces. Everyone is just sitting there, stunned. Nobody has the guts to suggest anything. Karsus knows what they're saying, but the truth is the kingdom would still stand. It's just them, the nobles who sided with him, who would be ruined. And the problem is neither his father nor his grandfather are willing to give up anything. Now they start talking about the past, saying they should have killed that prince, and he says they already tried hundreds of times. Then his father asks if Spirius couldn't secretly kill Karsus. He answers that no matter what evil he did, he still carried royal blood, and as a knight, he couldn't be that disloyal. The nobles glare in anger. Then he adds that on the other hand, he agrees with assassination. Not Prince Yubel, but that mysterious mage named Lepin Hart. Yeah, that's the hard mission, my friend. So Yubel's army sets up in the Hendrik region around the capital, a wide open area with room for countless tents, and they're already holding a celebration banquet. Someone in the hall shouts, thanking everyone who gathered there for the future of the kingdom of Krobans. Glasses go up, everyone toasts, and Lepin thinks for nobles, this kind of event will always be necessary. Yubel off to the side says those nobles don't help with anything, but whether you like it or not, they're part of the empire. Lepin says that's exactly why they're here, because they didn't do anything. They stayed neutral and didn't support Karsus or Yubel. They just waited to see what would happen. It looks neutral, but at least they didn't hold resentment or jealousy toward the other races. They just sided with the winner without caring too much. Lepin keeps praising the nobles, saying idiots only praise the ones who shine in battle, but you also have to recognize the wisdom of people who see the bigger picture. The nobles go, oh Lord Lepin Hart, you're making us blush, praising us like that. Yubel is impressed. Lepin actually has solid political skill even though he's a mage. He really needs to learn more from him. Fionin praises him too, saying for someone so young, he's impressive at dealing with people. Meanwhile, someone is introducing Kalkin to the nobles and they're all in shock. Or maybe it's a dwarf. I don't know, he's so short next to the guy it's hard to tell. And so they can communicate. Lepin Hart already made the communication necklace, which does exactly what it sounds like. A noble says your soldiers are incredible, totally different from what I thought orcs were like. That's more of an insult than a compliment. The guy is basically asking to get killed. But the wife says that's how real orcs act. We're warriors of honor, and we don't like cowardice. The noble thanks her and asks what she thinks of him while Kalkin is ready to kill the guy. What kind of weak bastard calls himself a warrior? She just tells him to stay calm, drink, and stay quiet. Remembering what Lepin said, don't expect much from humans, just nod, drink, and that's it. Basically, he thinks of this gathering as a chance to free all the oppressed races, nothing more. He watches from the side, thinking it's a good start. Eventually, the atmosphere will calm down once the war settles too. Last time he failed because he tried to mediate everything, but this time he'll let everyone live together. Humans and orcs get to know each other, fight each other if they have to, but learn from each other. The one doing the most work, honestly, is silent non-stop. Hey human, this is the dwarf. Go meet the dwarf, talk to him dwarf. The elves are pretty chill though, they already have natural internal harmony and a rational mindset. Meanwhile, Spirius is obviously getting praised by all the nobles. Everyone wants to know how he got so strong like that while he is still so young, who trained him and how he did it. He's just standing there saying he trained and swung a sword and that is it. The humans are kind of confused because why does Spirius look like he is in a bad mood? Did he not like the banquet? Even Lepin is confused. He did not expect Spirius to be that reserved. As he is leaving the hall, though he knows the real war starts after this victory. The challenge begins when Yubel takes the throne. But where is Cyrus? Where is that girl? Then he looks to the side and sees a weird guy there with a sword. Something is off because he cannot feel that person's presence. Either it is a ghost or it is someone masking their aura with perfect control. Man, that poor old guy. They sent Spirius to come kill him. He is there apologizing, saying he has to do it for the future of the kingdom. He rushes in, but Lepin recognizes him right away and asks if he is Spirius. The kid defends himself barehanded, and the guy starts thinking he is using some insane steel skin magic. You really react fast, my mage. He has no idea, though, and he is beating him with sword strikes, all confused, saying this steel skin is really tough. What a crazy power. Lepin is thinking the guy does not even realize it is his actual skin. Then he activates the flame of destruction and fires a shot of fire. Spirius blocks and says, just as I expected, someone who commands that many slaves would not be some ordinary mage. Lepin is worried because he was the one person he should have expected to become a target. Now he does not know what to do. Run and call for help. Spirius comes at him again. The blade is already at his face, so he does not have many options. He drives a punch into his stomach. And then wait, what is that? A battle mage. Looks like Lepin is trying to hide his power. He does not want to use aura, so he is going to pretend this is all it is, that he is a battle mage. Spirius backs off, thinking with how muscular you are, that class makes sense now. Lepin warns him there are 6 aura users and they will notice his presence soon and come closer. Spirius powers up his sword and says Lepin will not survive until they get there. The protagonist insists he wants to fight and activates his aura, and Spirius comes again, saying now is your turn. It looks like Lepin's arm exploded, but it did not. When he opens his right eye, there is that muscular body. Now it makes sense. Nobody had really seen Lepin's body properly because he is always wearing a jacket. Spirius is confused and goes in for another attack while wondering if that body is strengthened by magic. A bunch of slashes. The protagonist dodges, jumps, spins over him, lands behind him, turns, and drives an elbow right into him. But it does not stop Spirius' attack, and he keeps coming, so he has to block another one on his bicep. This time there is no way around it and the aura activates. Spirius is shocked. Lepin says it is a shame things never happen the way he wants. He will not make the same mistake again of trying to beat another aura user while holding back. Worse than that, Spirius recognizes the golden aura and knows that is only possible if he is Gerald's successor. How is the successor of the King of the Fist a mage? The buff protagonist says life is full of surprises, and if he gets shaken by something like that, he will not survive long. Spirius cranks his aura up like crazy, saying he felt bad about killing a mage like that in a sneaky way, but now he can do it without hesitation. The protagonist sets his fist and tells him to come with everything he has. Spirius stares with his sword raised and activates a gigantic blade. The energy swells and blows apart the castle roof. But now the protagonist charges and throws a punch straight into the flames of the blade, and concrete flies everywhere. They are up on the roof while Spirius says it is ridiculous. He pretended to be a mage just to show his true colors now. The protagonist says the ridiculous one is him for attacking from the shadows. Spirius charges again, saying enough, he will finish him now. But Lepin activates the legendary Spiral Guard. Spirius sees something coming. It is the protagonist's kick bomb, and it looks like he teleported in an instant, and from the sky, Spirius is coughing blood. The soldiers outside are asking what is happening while the protagonist throws him away. He crashes into a wall and smoke goes everywhere. He is wrecked and broken, saying it looks like the assassination failed. But he cannot die like this. He was the last aura user from the home of Karsus. But Lepin walks up, and it is like, yeah, you really died, my friend. And he literally farmed aura right on top of him. The soldiers all recognize the golden power, the light of Gerald. Everyone had heard rumors about that man, the King of the Fist. The dwarves are confused, like, hold on, nobody knew Lepin was an aura user. Someone says it looks like he wanted to keep it hidden. Everyone thought the only thing he was hiding was that mountain of muscles. Even Ubel did not know. Wait, is that guy the King of the Fist of this era? The heir of the Academy of the Indomitable was clearly not normal. Nobody who carries that title is weak. The protagonist realizes there is no way to hide it now. Soldiers are all around chanting King of the Fist, King of the Fist, King of the Fist. Of course, the news of Spirius' death reached the capital fast, and they know the one who killed him was the King of the Fist. Spirius died a humiliating death. The knight Tetzvalt was also killed by a mere dwarf. Silence says even after seeing all that, people still look down on the other races. Lepin says it is not even prejudice, they are scared to admit how strong they are. The truth is, things are moving exactly the way they should. After the last fight, the barriers of Croce Castle were extremely weakened. Ubel's troops entered with barely any trouble, while Karsus' army gathered only at the Imperial Palace. In front of the Gate of the Two Lions, Ubel is acting all princely, saying he never thought he would see this place again. It is unbelievable they have been waiting 3 days for an answer, but they refuse to surrender. As far as he knows, Karsus is not the kind of person who would do something that's stupid. Lepin says he agrees it is probably the subordinates. They followed him because he was the guaranteed winner, but now opinions must have split. Fionin asks for the order to attack, but Lepin gets off his horse, saying he will go alone. Cylon says it is weird because he said he did not want any public appearance. The protagonist says the cute act is over, everyone already knows, and he realizes he does not need to hide anymore. He walks forward while the soldiers whisper like that is really the King of the Fist, he's going alone seriously. Meanwhile, the defenders on the castle walls shout not to fear. He is a man like any other. All archers fire. Of course, the arrows do nothing. Even gum would at least stick. They load the catapults, and he says this just itches a little. Fire arrows do absolutely nothing. They pour boiling water, everything they have, but nothing happens, and he just stands there. He pulls back a punch and tells anyone who values their life to get out from behind him. Everyone recognizes the bright golden aura expanding, while the protagonist thinks it is the same action as his past life, but the reactions are totally different. We go back 2 days earlier when the humans found out the mysterious man was the King of the Fist. Others say it was expected it had to be someone of that level to create such a crushing victory. Now the humans agree that if the King of the Fist chose those orc warriors and those dwarves, then they must be powerful, or they would not be at his side. Now everyone thinks the dwarves and orcs are disciples of the King of the Fist, and that is why they are different from the enslaved races. People are even jealous of them because they got to learn directly from the real King of the Fist. Lepin notices it is different now. When he was seen as the Demon King, powerful people from other races were basically seen as corrupted and evil. Cyrus explains the way people react to warriors and mages is different. Anyone can want to be a warrior because swinging a sword is something anyone can do. Magic is a gift only a few are guaranteed, and most people cannot even imitate it. To them, the Demon King had unimaginable power and felt scary and unnatural. But the King of the Fist fights with hands and muscles, so it is easier to understand where the strength comes from. The protagonist asks if she means it is easier just because he is fighting with his body instead of magic. She says yes, and also because now he is the King of the Fist Lepinheart. Back to him winding up the punch, he realizes the mana he has was always rare and unique, but these muscles are something everyone has. This is a state anyone could dream of reaching one day. So he uses the 4th level of the Horn of Calamity, knowing that in that moment everyone would be watching him with admiration, not fear. But behind the gate, some knights still raise their swords and tell everyone to die as heroes. Today they will perish with honor and give Karsus a long life. Yeah, you really should not have done that because you just got completely massacred. Lepin shouts that the result was decided a long time ago and they should stop this stupid resistance and preserve their lives. Inside the castle, Karsus is standing alone when the dwarf lover shows up and tells him to stop this now. The villain smiles and says it has been a while since they last saw each other, while the protagonist wonders if he had the same expression in his past life when he came to see Ubel. Ubel asks where everyone is, is. Karsus says his father and grandfather fled. He could not let the family line face extinction. Fionan warns they have been marked as traitors and will not find a safe place in this kingdom. Karsus says they went to the Excitan region. As long as his bloodline continues, that is enough. The prince asks why he did not go with them then. Karsus tells him to answer why he thinks he is still here. Yubel gets it. If Karsus ran too, they would have to attack Zadin. Karsus would rather die there than live as a slave of the king or be hunted with his family. Yubel is impressed. Karsus was more worried about the people who serve him than about himself. He was willing to die there to protect others, and that is respectable. Karsus points his sword and says that unlike the rumors, Yubel seems interesting. But can he take his head? Yubel gets ready and says even if he is a traitor, he is still a cousin with royal blood, so he will kill him himself. Fionan says, Yubel, you might not know this, but you are the dwarf lover, not the Empire's fighter. Yubel says he knows he has no chance against Karsus, but he has to show courage at least. And with an aura user watching him, he feels confident. He tells Lepin to jump in when he thinks the time is right. Karsus tells the useless guy who only got here by luck to come at him already. At this point, you kind of have to agree with Karsus. Their swords clash and the fight starts. Karsus talks trash, saying you ran from night training to mess around with dwarf girls, but it looks like you still hid some skill. Yubel keeps pushing, saying he never had a reason to use the strength he has. The fight is surprisingly even, and Fionan is wondering where Yubel got all that power. Even Karsus is confused. Karsus is furious that this guy is using a shield and says it is shameful for a warrior to fight like that. And Yubel does not help himself because he says he is this strong because he has to train literally every day with Finia. Finia turns red, asking why he is saying that. Lepin pulls out his phone and says, yeah, surviving a strong dwarf girl makes any man powerful. He has to train every day for sure. Karsus says that confidence he found will not be enough. It is ridiculous to think that is enough to face a knight. The story says all of Yubel's martial techniques were taught by Finia and were based on dwarf movements. For a human with a different center of gravity, they were not a great fit, so he looks back and says, Lepin, help me out. The protagonist charges, saying the prince is in danger, while Karsus shouts that it is wrong to interrupt a sacred duel, and how can he call himself the honorable king of the fist? The protagonist slams him with a shoulder and says martial arts do not care that much about honor in a situation like this. Karsus gets shoved and Lepin comes in with another punch. The golden aura blinds the whole room and the castle lights up. When Fionan lowers his hand, all that is left is a crater in the wall. That was brutal. It blew his body apart and left only the head, and Lepin says the traitor's throat has been cut. He just says it like that. Yubel flinches but then steadies himself and walks to the throne. A stylish ring, a king's crown, and the dwarf girl cheers, telling everyone to worship the new king of the city. Everyone kneels before the dwarf lover. That marks the birth of Yubel, the second king of the kingdom of Krobins. Of course, the news about the result and the end of the war spreads fast across the continent. Everyone thought Yubel would lose, so the outcome leaves countless people in disbelief. And of course, another hero's name starts spreading. The king of the fist, Lepin Hart, who defeated countless knights alone and stormed the royal palace, uniting an army of many races that showed insane martial power. A lot of people do not believe the descriptions of what the other races did on the battlefield, but it is undeniable they took part. Soon after, the news reaches Tezram in the kingdom of Graham, and he slams the table in rage. He is furious that that bastard demon king already gained that much power. How did Karsus lose like that? As far as he remembers, Karsus was wise, extremely strategic, and one of the allies he relied on most. But that vile bastard is wiping out opposition before it even has a chance to appear. The door opens and the news spreads. Even the blonde guy knows Cyrus is alive and beat the knight Spyrus. Everyone is cursing in anger and wants to kill those traitors. But as always, Tezram is not a man with many friends, and he is furious at his own subordinates who are calling others traitors when they were the ones who betrayed them. But for him, it does not really matter as long as they are against Lepin Hart, they are trustworthy. Then he asks Stefan if he is finally getting used to the berserker armor, and Stefan says yeah. All they need now is to face those demons. Tezram says perfect, the time to act has come. They are excited, wanting to know if they are getting out of that castle. He says yes, they are going to kill Lepin Hart. Damn, alright then, let us see, because right now we are in the capital of Croton. One of the nobles says he thinks this is way too risky. Their contributions were incredible, but how can they guarantee that much autonomy? Others say without their help there is no way they would have won, so the reward is fair. But it looks like most of the nobles are against Lepin having full autonomy. Yubel asks what else they can even give as a reward besides that. Who is willing to offer up another territory since land is limited? Then the nobles are like, no one wants to give anything, I am not giving up my land, no, and everyone backs off. Yubel sees the obvious now that they might actually lose something. Suddenly, there are no more objections. So he gives Lepin the title of Count and guarantees him the land and the autonomy to do whatever he wants. From today on, the region handed to him is known as the Empire of Antares, and from that day forward, a new empire was born inside the kingdom of Krobins. And we are already there at the White Palace in our boys' region. Look at the little castle, look at the road, look at the window, look who is sleeping in that bed. It is him, the dwarf girl enjoyer. Yeah, it even rhymed. Wait, no, it is not him, it is Karsus waking up. So the protagonist pulled out a fake head. I knew it, that whole blinding flash was weird. I said he was acting totally off. Karsus is completely confused, and then he sees who is next to him. Tila. Protagonist, are you really thinking that just because they are cousins, they both like dwarves? You also think it runs in the blood like that. She introduces herself as one of Lepenhart's companions. Karsus does not get it at all. Why is there a dwarf here? What happened? He was supposed to be dead. She just says he took a long time to wake up, so she started getting worried. It is funny. Lepen hit him so hard he slept for a day and a half. Karsus says something feels off. Why would Lepen save him? Yubel would never allow that. She explains that officially, he did die and his head is sitting right there in the middle of the capital of Croton. They decapitated a corpse that looked kind of similar and used magic to rebuild the eye color and other parts of the face and make it match. Then Karsus gets it, not even Yubel's own household knows he is alive. But how did he fool everyone right in front of them? Then he remembers that golden aura that blinded the whole room and he understands what happened. Stella is impressed that he is connecting everything without her having to explain much. Then she says they were waiting in a secret passage behind the castle watching for the bright light. Lepen blew open the wall they rushed in, delivered the head and carried his body out. He thinks it is weird they knew about the secret passage and she says it was obvious because dwarves compared to humans are the real masters of architecture. Karsus still does not understand why would the King of Fists save him. He asks, is he trying to rebel against Yubel? Is he trying to stir up trouble among the nobles? Is this some foreign nation plan? Antilla says no, it is none of that. He just said it would be a waste for Karsus to die there. She leaves telling him to sleep there while he calls after her, still not understanding what is going on. And the old region of the Gilfane Empire now has Antares sitting right in the middle of the whole map. Nice. Somewhere else in the city, Cyrus is praising our boy, saying now he is a king. The protagonist is acting all big like he is 6 meters tall, saying if Cyrus wanted, he could be treated like that too. Cyrus says he would be the owner of a small region, but not the king of a nation, and the protagonist says, nation is an exaggeration, it is just a small city. Cyrus asks, why did you not ask for more land? Then you could have taken a few baronies in the area and nobody would have objected. He says if he demanded more land, they would not have autonomy. And what matters now is not size, it is having their own laws being autonomous. Besides, the rest of the land he can take whenever he wants. Is that not what territorial disputes are for? Then someone opens the door and says the dwarves want an audience. Everyone is crouched down saying hi to the White King. Obviously, these are the slaves that belong to Viscount Gilfane. He tells them to relax from now on, they are all free. If they want, they can leave any time. If they want to stay, they are welcome too. Of course, he is not going to lie, the girls belong to him and there is nothing they can say about it. He can guarantee them mining rights, basically leasing the girls so they can work for a certain price, because that is how it works everywhere. He knows real freedom comes when you win it with your own strength. The dwarf is watching shock when he says he will let the ones who stay manage the girls, extract minerals, forge weapons and armor, and pay their taxes and rental fees. When they earn enough, they can even own a girl by buying her. He is generous and even lets them pay in installments up to 360 months. All he wants is priority trade rights on the equipment they produce. The dwarves thank him, saying it is just like they heard about the savior. While the protagonist is thinking compared to before, this land might look smaller, but the Antares Empire started way worse because of all the destruction. Then the scene shifts to a table with dwarves on one side and orcs on the other. The elves are there too, and the protagonist says now he's going to hand out land to everyone. He points at the map and says from here to here belongs to the Blue Bear tribe. An elf says hold on, is that not outside the county of Antares? He says yes, but it is also outside the kingdom of Krobans. There are the Glauton Mountains and they do not belong to any nation on the continent. That is why the Blue Bear tribe living there will basically claim that territory for themselves. Grout says that sounds risky. There is definitely nobody living there, but if he starts messing with other people, they might team up to hunt him. The protagonist says if that happens, they can fall back to the main base. And legally, all the orcs of the Blue tribe are now part of the county of Antares. If the mountain tribes attack them, they can request support and the county name will protect them. That is very different from being just some random nomad tribe because now they carry the county name. Grout sits down and says that makes sense, the warriors can leave their villages without worrying. Then Heliard points to the elf region and the protagonist says yes, everything there will belong to the elves, but they need to expand even more in the future. He wants elves from the whole continent, not just Dahain, to start gathering there. They do not really want to leave the tree of life that far behind. The protagonist says they will plant one there too. The elf laughs, saying the world tree is not a bonsai, you cannot just plant it anywhere. The protagonist says actually it is a tree you can plant wherever you want because the hard part is having a seed of pure essence. And our boy knows exactly where those seeds are. In his past life, he even fused 7 different trees together to create an even bigger one. Lepen asks if the dwarves are not interested in what is above ground since they like everything below and that will belong to them. The dwarf says for now no, but if the population grows a lot, it might be a problem later. The only bad part about this region is the trip to the Great Forge is really long. The elf agrees distance becomes a problem because the bureaucracy to cross human lands is a mess. But Lepen says that is exactly why he chose this region. In the Glauton Mountains, there is a dungeon called Chloe. The elf gets it immediately. It is an extremely hard dungeon, but inside it, there is a spatial portal. Lepin says if they combine the strength of all the tribes, they can clear the dungeon, and then having the portal will make life easier for everyone. The dwarf celebrates and says count him in, they will build the route. But other elves ask what that empty space is between the elf land and the orc territory. He says that area is reserved for people they have not met yet but will meet soon. And here we are in the northern part of the Glutton Mountains. Look at the little ear, that is, who we have been waiting for. My god, the video is ending and she is finally showing up. No, I am continuing, I want to see her. We are arriving in the mountains where a troll walks through the forest. Looks like it is the two we have been waiting for. I have been waiting for like 60 chapters. It has been a month since the War of Succession. Inside the White Palace, Cyrus is sparring with Cassidy, a fair fight for once. Cyrus attacks with his sword, pushing Cassidy back, and Cassidy sends the blade, flying trying to hit his head. Poor human gets pushed back, and you can tell it is hard to fight this guy even when you know all his tricks. What he still does not get is that sometimes Cassidy ends up with no weapon in his hand, saying he only trusts that weapon, so he cannot hold another one. Cyrus, confused, asks, hey, Jakar uses 2 swords, so what is the deal? Cassidy says that guy has 2 buddies, but he does not plan on having another. His wolf is being lazy, and Cyrus says they are really different from what you see in war. The orc wants to practice and asks him to show that blade aura thing again. Watching him use it, he just thinks that one day he wants to receive that blessing from the fighting spirits too. Cyrus says it takes decades, and Tacit says then he has to do at least 10 years. That is when he remembers that damn Tacit is 9 years old. Tacit says, what is with that face? If you compare race ages, we are basically the same age. While they are chatting from far away, Cyrus is watching, seeing them work hard. As always, Scylla is giving it his all, trying to get in shape. Tila is on a mission too. Who is that next to her with black hair looking all tough? It is Cyrus with dyed hair. I joke that they are trying to use the dwarf girl to seduce him just because he is the cousin of the other admirer, but I am starting to think it is true. She tells him he has to get used to living under a new identity. If Yubel or anyone finds out, it will cause trouble not only for him, since he will be killed, but also for Lepenhart. He looks off into the distance and says the weather is nice, but he wonders if she is not tired of always watching him. She says yes, but she is the second person who does the least out of everyone. He asks who is first. It is the idiot sleeping in there. Ever since the war ended, he has not left the room. Cyrus tries to wake him up, telling him to get out of bed or he will get fat. He says he would actually like a more human body that could gain fat, but that is not really what happens. She tells him to get up or she will start throwing magic. He notices she only feels like the old her when she is scolding him. Then she drops breakfast and he gets up immediately to eat. He asks if she cooked everything, and she says yes, because everyone is too busy with all the work to set up the city. While eating, the protagonist wonders if he is really that lazy since he does not even know what is going on. Eunice says when things settle down, they need to start moving again, find the fragments of the world tree and plant them in the elf forest. And the closest one right now is the sky staff of Azura Jarutinj. Cyrus asks if it is like a magic bow like Nylon. He says yes, it is a relic from the ruins of Elvenheim, and it was completely infused with the essence of the world tree. She says she really liked that bow, and he apologizes, saying he will build another one later. She asks if you can really make something like that. He gets cocky and says it is not hard as long as I have enough mana. You cannot tell, but I am a 10-circle mage. The only problem is he needs to raise his mana a lot, and this body is extremely incompatible with magic. Even after modifying it with Magrin, he cannot break through the 7th circle barrier. Then he says, alright, let us gather everyone. Since we are talking about it, let us leave already. She asks where, and he says they are going to the Setlard Mountains in the Matas region. There is a dungeon called Kelj, and Garudinj is located there. If they use Damien's portal, they will get there in about a week. The scene jumps to 3 days later in a bar where Tezrin finds out Lepin is not in the capital. Felina says, according to the merchants, they left the palace 3 days ago and it looks like they will be gone for a month. Tezrin is furious. They were about to finally meet that bastard. She asks, what do we do? Do we just wait for him to come back? Stefan is drinking and yelling, I was going to kill that son of a... But a guy next to them says, young man, I do not know what is going on, but watch what you say. Your opponent is not the famous King of Fists. The blonde guy in the back says, I do not think the King of Fists is even here. What are you scared of? The man says, it is not fear, it is just that the King of Fists ended a civil war in this kingdom. And his subordinates are different. They contributed a lot to peace and people respect him way too much. I am just worried that if you talk like that out loud, you will end up causing some kind of conflict. The blonde guy is pissed. These rumors spread way too fast for his taste. Suddenly, someone shows up behind them asking if they know where the King of Fists is. Hey boss, it is Paladin Christina, and she says it looks like you are hostile toward Lepenhart. Everyone stares with their mouths open, wondering who this tall woman is. She says she knows exactly where he is going and she can share the location. Bastard, her love life is really causing trouble. Tezron immediately realizes she wants a trade. She says yes, she wants to join because she has her own reason to kill him. He stands up and says, fine then, there is no reason to refuse since your goal is the same as ours. Felina is thinking, yeah, but my goal is not to kill Lepenhart. Lepenheart. 8 days after the group left the Antera's empire, south of the Settlard Mountains, they are deep in the Kelgi dungeon fighting a green creature wrapped in chains. The monster casts a spell, but both of them dodge and everyone is having fun in the dungeon. Seelan praises them, saying everyone is fighting well together. The protagonist says, of course, I explained the strategy earlier. They would be idiots if they were messing it up. Now keep these points in mind because you should not be fighting while those guys are fighting for their lives. The creature starts showing warning signs, the chain snaps, and it shifts into phase 2. Seelan smiles and says the Lord's info is never wrong. Still, even he thinks it is weird. He knew Gerald was a master explorer, but this was way too precise. Who exactly was Lord Lepenheart? And the protagonist is saying that now it is time to channel the mana flow. Here he comes with the chants, which are a massive text, but they always end with some electric skill crackling around the thing. Meanwhile, Tacit and Cyrus push in and tear the monster apart from every side. The creature is screaming, I am not going to die, I do not want to die. The protagonist throws a fireball and tells it to die already. Then he looks at that trash and says, this bastard torments creatures from another dimension, and now it is begging to walk away alive. After that, Cirrus shows up carrying the staff they needed. She is all cute, holding it tight and saying this is the so-called Blue Sky Juruntingi, the new world tree that is going to be planted. She asks if they can go back now, and he says, no, there is one more place to check out. This was the map the master gave him as a gift when he left the mountain. She asks if it is some treasure from the Unbreakables Academy or something like that, and the protagonist remembers the master saying, here, take this, it is a little gift for you. There's a spot marked on the map, and if you are ever nearby, try to visit. He did not get it, and the guy never said what was there. In the Matos Mountains down south, there was the village of Santara, and honestly, it was kind of run down. Cirrus is there asking what place is this. It looked like some abandoned night training ground. Everyone walking through says it really did not feel like a place with treasure. The protagonist says it is fine, they will just find the gift whatever it is and leave. They are standing right in front of the entrance and everyone looks kind of nervous. The protagonist asks why all the tension. In theory, the master hid a gift for his disciple. Then the ground opens up and everyone drops. He casts a protective barrier. Tacit sends out that Chinese sword surfer move. The protagonist tells Seelan to get ready to fix everyone's bones. In the end, they survive because of the little floating sword. Then Tacit looks up and says something is off. The ceiling they fell through is gone. Cyrus points and tells him to look at the wall. It says, to my beloved disciple, who I know will surpass me one day. I leave this here to congratulate you for coming down from the mountains. May the gift here bring you joy. The protagonist realizes this place just looks empty. He walks further and finds another message that says, keep going, my boy, you are going to like the gift. They keep going until they reach an arena and Cirrus is about to ask where they are when she suddenly feels something and an explosion goes off to the side. Seelan asks, what is that? In the middle of the black mess, there are a bunch of yellow eyes staring. Cirrus says she has seen those silhouettes before. Look at that pack of spiritual bodybuilders and the protagonist notices they all seem like his seniors. That master left a gift that feels more like a curse. Cyrus charges in and throws a few slashes first, but then it uses the spiral guard. Even he is confused and the thing fires a chi explosion straight at them, and it blows up the whole ground. Cirrus shifts into her combat mode and sends a rain of spirit blades, but it is not doing anything to their bodies. Cirrus freaks out and asks how many martial masters from their group have already died. The protagonist says it looks like it is at least in the double digits. Cirrus is sure that to get through the Unbreakables Academy, training about 100 must have died. He says, yeah, probably around that. Meaning they are going to have to face about 100 spirits. So Sar says that for the good of humanity, it would be good for them to like this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I am out.